Hi everybody, how you guys doing, chat? Thank you for the biddies, necrotic shadows. Hi guys, hi chat. How you doing? How you doing? Hello, hello. Happy Sunday, unfortunate Monday for some of you. Hello, time to be flying. That's crazy. Holy shit, 6 months. 6 months? Goddamn. Good morning. Shit, half a year. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, my 1-year anniversary passed by recently. I've got a cat patch now. That is so cute. AJ. Thank you so much, Hollow, for subscribing for 6 months and for supporting me. Also, Battleizer, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you guys for your support. Good morning, Battleizer. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm doing so well. I just came to say hi. Hi, Akuma. Good night, Akuma. Hello, hello, everybody. How you doing, Hollow? How you doing, Sad Cat AJ? Hi, hi. 4 months? It's at 6 months. Resubscribe for 6 months. On my end, it says resubscribe for 6 months. They've been subscribed for 4 months. So, my notification is broken. Because in the same sentence, my notification literally says, resubscribe for 6 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 4 months. So, you've been subscribed for 4 months? Well, happy 4 months. Happy 4 months. What is time? Time is a construct. Hi, little waifu. Hi, Mako. Hi, Fratley. Hi, Shags. Hi, everybody. Hi, Cassadar. The mom of APs. Hello, Robo. Hello, month. What is today's date, anyways? We're almost gonna be done with May. We're more than halfway through. Hi, Bloodstar. Hi, Jamie. Iffy. Twitch has been so iffy lately. I don't know what the hell's going on. I know that actually even the tube had some problems as well, so everything is broken essentially. Everything's breaking. Everything is breaking. Hi, Zero. It's called Trees Hate You. Oh, I know it. I've watched people play that. I've watched people play. Isn't it also Zero? Isn't it only early access? Trees Hate You. I think it's only early access right now, right? I don't think the full version of the game has come out. I'll absolutely play it when the full game comes out. I'm a bit sad. The team I wanted to win in the Salt Lake City major final lost again. It was an amazing best of 5 final. Very good Rainbow Six to watch. Aww. Do they have anything for the teams? Like kind of how like Rivals has like in-game t-shirts that you can wear for the different teams and stuff. Do you guys have in-game assets for the teams? Well, Saturday I had to push our stream to Sunday instead because Saturday some stuff came up. I slept like absolute shit. I had a couple of things fall on my plate at the same time, and then I also got really pissed off because of some of them. I'm very difficult to anger. I'm very hard to anger, but I was pissed because of life things yesterday. So I was like, you know what? Let me not. So here we are. Hi, Willow. How you doing, Willow? I did get the Mirage skin, huh? Finally. For once, Borrow did not get smacked by me. I got the Harley Quinn skin. This upcoming week when we do our Warframe, I'll do a Mirage fashion. Drone skins, operator skins, weapon skins, card backgrounds, and operator card. That's pretty nice. I'm very hard to anger, she says, until she plays Marvel Rivals. With Marvel Rivals, it's not anger, it's my judgment. If judgment was a mood, that's like a consistent mood. I'd be like, I will judge you. I will judge you. I will judge you ruthlessly. I will not hold back that I am judging you right now. Oh no, Willow! I hope that you take such good care of yourself, Willow. But hi, everybody. Thank you for your coven offerings. Ooh! Ooh, you know what? Actually, I was thinking about how it's been a little bit. Hold up. Where'd she go? She's just a vampire. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone. I'm giving birth. Hold up. I'm giving birth. I'll be with you. Almost done. Almost done birthing. Almost done. Hold up. Aha! Ta-da! She births herself, yes. Don't question it. Don't question it. Don't think about it too hard. Hi, Ninja. How you doing, Ninja? Thank you for the coven offerings. Thank you for the chibi redeem. Hi. I love how big my eyeballs are. It's my favorite part about this. My eyes are my eyeballs are so big. Look at them. Like stare right into your soul. No, fuck that. Don't think about it too hard, bro. Hi, AJ. My audio's fixed now, so I can hear everything. I'm gonna go suffer in hell alone and prep another for Lord. What are you prepping for Lord? Which one are you prepping for Lord? I am, like, floating. I'm floating in front of Lord for White Fox, and I'm floating in front of Lord for Scarlet Witch. Just because the game is free doesn't mean you have to play it. Newton didn't discover physics for you to discombobulate his theories with your poor performance. Me every time I get read. No, I swear to God, I need to make that an audio, thing. It's like, don't you think it's unfair that I need to manage my anger because you cannot manage your stupidity? Don't you think it's unfair? Hi, Angel. How you doing, Angel? I hope you're well, I hope you're well. Scrunchy, scrunchy eyeballs. Scrunchy eyeballs. I can't even really scrunch them. I can't even scrunch my eyeballs, really, because they're so big. They just stay big. There we go. I got the Whispered Mirage skin. Wait, there's a Wisp skin? There's a new Wisp skin? There was a Wisp skin? Is there a Wisp Immortal skin, actually? Your White Fox is hella good. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so proud of my White Fox. I get the most MVPs with my White Fox. You missed it. Yes, there was. There was? I feel crazy. I feel crazy. Oh well. I like my Wisp fashion. It was just the Mirage. The reason that I wanted that Mirage one really bad was because it reminded me of Harley Quinn. Wisp Immortal, Barrow had it. Ah. Have I seen that before? I don't even think I've seen what it looks like. Did you guys get your Wisp Immortal? Anyone that really wanted it? I've got White Fox ready to push, and Emma's at 13, I think. Can't wait to grind the living fuck out of Rivals. I know! I'm excited to play Rivals this week, too. Rainbow Six gets a ranked overhaul next season. New and different elo and new ranks. I guess I'm unretiring. There cannot be a rank in Siege I haven't hit yet. Unretiring. Time to go back into the mines. Good luck dealing with the cheaters, though. Time to go back into the mines. Wisp Immortal. Thank you, Battleizer. Hello, Kyle Evans. I'm doing well. How are you? It has been a bit. Apple pie caramel latte, nem chante. Ooh. If I was a latte, it would be dulce de leche con caramelo. It would be so sweet. Hi, Celestial. I did get the Mirage Immortal skin finally. Oh. Oh god, there was another one, but it didn't happen. It was another sneeze, but just stayed in my nose. It didn't happen. It did not happen. Oh god, that sucks. I hate that feeling. When Orion and Sirius coming out? Did we get a date, actually, for the Jade Constellations? That's actually a good question. Did the lock the Harley Quinn Mirage skin? I do. Finally. I was bitch slapping Barrow to hell and back. I was bitch slapping Barrow the same way that Orion and Sirius bitch slapped the planet that unlocked, that let Han Hao out. Sweet. Dealing with cheaters? Yeah, dealing with them. As in, you surrender and go next. There used to be times it was so bad, you'd wait 10 minutes before queuing for the next game just to make sure you do not face the same cheaters. Damn. Thank you for the blaze shoes. Caramel is one of my favorite treats. Good evening, Koto. You doing, Koto? I'm doing okay. Just really like personal problems going on. Aw, I'm sorry, Kyle. I know I feel you. Well, I hope we help get your mind off things. Hi, Sans. I did get the My Rage Immortal skin. I did. We'll do fashion the next time we have a Warframe stream for that skin. I miss a sneeze. Yeah, there was a sneeze. There was indeed a sneeze. There was indeed an achoo. And then I had another one, but then it did not happen and it got stuck in my nose and stayed. Eh. Blow my nose, speaking of. She sees Daddy Leon. I have not seen that, Koto. Did she play? Did she play Requiem? Did she? Or did she just react to the characters? I think you have a feeling you might like a cajeta as a tree. I do like cajeta. I do indeed. Oh, Chibico's spazzing because I'm blowing my nose. Hi, Looney Beans. How you doing? How are you? No, Daddy Velimir. Oh, no. I have not seen that. I have not indeed. Hi, Leon. How are you doing? Do you like ghost games? I love watching them. I love watching ghost games. I love watching people play horror games. I've not played much myself. Hi, Scarecrow. Good night, Scarecrow. Eat well. Mwah. She's going through skins. I posted in the Discord. Oh, thank you, Kata. How come I got pinged just now? Pinged with what? I haven't watched in a very long time. I know! Welcome back, Looney. Tired mentally, to be honest. A lot of messy stuff at work. I feel that in my bones. Which is why today we're having a nice, cozy react state. I say cozy, but we're reacting to like horror and true crime. I'm excited about the one that I'm gonna be starting it off. The one that we're starting off with is a Rotten Mango. 33 crew members went deep sea squid hunting, turned mad, and started hunting each other. Dun 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 dun. See you, Edmore. My kind of cozy. Watch the vids in mod chat. I shall later, Zero. Are you talking about the regular mod chat or the Twitch mod chat, Zero? I got married 2 months ago. Congratulations! Congratulations on your marriage. May you guys have a happy, wonderful life. Reason I'm asking is you could like Phasmophobia. IDK if you played it in the past. Ah, I've never played Phasmophobia. Actually, I am trying to arrange for playing Subnautica 2 with some friends because it's multiplayer. So you guys will get to see me scream in that. That sounds more like some indie horror game story. Before that, can you check the Warframe fan animation called Proteus? We won't be reacting to Warframe today, but we absolutely will. I do plan on sometime soon reacting to all of the Warframe Prime trailers, so we can react to like Warframe animation stuff then, Robo. Please do, but be warned. Be warned, they are good and funny. I'm so scared. Only horror, spooky, and true crime this one. And body cam. It's in Clipshare, not long. Check it at your leisure. Thank you, Kata. Good night, Kata. Good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night. Oh, wait, I need to refresh that source. There we go. There we are. Yeah, no worries. Don't worry. Fast recently had a big update allowing you to customize your person. I did hear that, because I think they have a competitor that also allows the same. Waiting till Subnautica 2 gets finished before I even play it, even though I bought it. You'll love it, trust. I'm so scared. Thank you for the coven offerings. Alekura. May have to find some horror vids. Go for it. If you guys ever want to recommend anything for reacts and stuff, hop on into the Discord. We do have a reacts channel, video reacts, for recommendations and stuff. They've been waiting to add the customizations forever. One of their competitors already has that, AJ, so I'm surprised it's taken them so long. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Ooh, Alan Wake. Alan Wake is one of my favorite horror video games to watch. Alright, let me see how the audio is on this. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's see. Alright. Gotta re-click it. There we go. There we go.
Bada bing, bada boom.
The deep sea liner 2682 was heading straight for the port in Shandong, China.
Bye-bye.
The giant vessel measures to be about 131 feet long. It was built with the intention of withstanding all sorts of water and storms out at sea for extended periods amount of time. So this is the type of ship that goes into the deep waters for years.
Nope.
Does not come back except only to fuel up.
Nope.
It's a little bit strange that the ship is coming home so early. The original plan for this vessel was a 2-year-long expedition, departing from China, going all the way to Peru, going around South America for a while, before finally, slowly, making its way through Japan and back to China in the Pacific Ocean. The trip was supposed to last
Not
2
me.
years.
I would
now,
never.
for some reason, the deep sea liner 2682 makes it all the way to Peru, and then abruptly they decide to turn around and come back home just 8 months out at sea. Nobody knew the real reason on why they decided to come back so early, just that something very bad must have happened on that boat. It was made pretty clear to anyone on the docks waiting that this was not a situation of everyone just being homesick. There was a major rainstorm the day that the ship was coming back, and everyone that was gathered by the docks, they had these flimsy little umbrellas that were basically flipping upside down, and they're getting drenched in rain, just waiting for this ship. There's this really strong sense of uneasiness, anxiety. There were confused family members of passengers that were just standing around like, I don't know what's going on. Why are they coming home? There were men in suits who worked for the company that owned the ship. They're there confused. Almost a dozen police cars were also waiting for the ship's arrival. There are so many questions. Why would there need to be so many police officers showing up for a random boat coming home early?
Wow.
And it's frustrating because when you see a boat that big docking, you see the boat. You feel like it should be here any moment now. You feel like you can scream and talk to the people on the boat. But it actually takes about 1.5 to 2 hours to dock a boat that size. So for 2 hours, the family members are just standing there, cold, wet, drenched, and confused. The second that the ship docks, family members are strictly prohibited from talking to their loved ones that they have not seen in 8 months. The passengers of this boat, they're brought out one by one, handcuffed. Their heads are shoved into separate police cars, and they're whisked away. People waiting at the port, they're trying to ask questions like, what the hell is going on? But the police just ignore them. They get into their squad cars, and they drive off. Clearly, this is not a situation of there being a technical issue with the boat or somebody falling ill. It didn't look like some sort of innocent fuel shortage problem either. Just as quickly as the police escorts the passengers away, men in full hazmat suits and goggles, the whole 9 yards, they show up. Forensic teams board the ship and spray the entire vessel with luminol.
Oh,
which
no.
I'm sure you guys have seen in crime shows and movies. It's a chemical compound that you spray onto a surface. It detects blood. Even if someone tries to clean up said blood, it can detect blood that has been diluted 10,000 times. Once it comes in contact with blood, it starts to glow this pale blue fluorescent color. The whole ship started to glow.
What would luminol
like some
expose
sort of like badly
in your
edited Halloween
rooms?
haunted ship movie? There was so much, quote, cleaned up blood on the boat. It looked like someone had filled up water balloons with blood and just threw them at the walls of this ship, threw them on the beds, the deck, the cabins. Every square inch of that ship looked like there had been blood. Stairwells, communication rooms, kitchen, some of the beds were completely drenched in blood to the point where the mattress, it was spongy. But you really didn't need a forensic team to even tell you that something very bad happened on the boat. It's just a numbers game. When the ship embarked on its journey December 27th, 2010, there were 33 passengers on the ship. 8 months later, the ship would arrive home early with only 11 people on the boat.
Ooh.
22 people did not make it back. They did not get sick at sea. They did not get into some sort of freak accident. 22 people were murdered on the ship. And out of the 11 people who made it back, only one would share the story of what really happened on the boat. Or at least, that's what he claims.
Dun 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 dun! Hi, QR! How you liking the diner, Shinobi? Lost World and the big boat crashing into the dock. Hand waving is hilarious. I'm a hand talker. The corpses of every person I never liked.
Sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Words Without
Luminol
Borders,
would show only blood.
Which is a nonprofit
Really?
that translates international literature in an effort to bring countries and cultures together by closing the gap of language. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers, translators, so that they can focus on shedding light on stories from all over the world. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates for these causes.
I'll light up
As
brighter
always,
than Times Square on New Year's. Oh, nah.
But we did have the help of our
Would you guys
amazing Chinese
ever
researchers
step
and
on one of those
translators with the gathering
ships?
of
My
data on
ass,
this case.
no.
But as always with any and all cases, especially the international
Not me.
ones, please let us know if there's anything lost in translation, miscommunicated, or if there are any other additional details you'd like us to know. Please let us know in the comments. And also, before we dive into this, a huge source for this episode was an interview with one of the 11 that came back on the boat, and it was done by a journalist by the name of Bruja.
That's
It's translated from
fascinating.
Mandarin to English by Words Without Borders by
That's fascinating. The iron present in hemoglobin acts as a catalyst. The iron breaks down the oxidizer, which then oxidizes the luminol. That's fascinating. So I'm assuming that's why that even if blood is like broken down, I forgot how many times she said, like multiple times over, it still shows up because it's like a base chemical reaction. Like it's not even reacting to the blood necessarily. It's reacting to the iron, which is oxidizing the luminol. And I'm assuming that, like, yeah, luminol cannot be unoxidized. My first job out of high school was donating plasma. Really? Holy shit. How much did you make off of that, Shinobi? I'm curious now. My ass never stepping foot on a boat like that. My ass isn't, I'm not even gonna go on a, I'm not even gonna go on a cruise. The only time I would ever go on a cruise ship, thank you for the cover offerings, chat. Also, estoy bien, Curro. ¿Cómo estás tú? No sé si ya me dijiste. But I have a fear of drowning. I think I've actually mentioned this before. Alright, Vitalizer, take care. Subnautica. We'll be stopping into Subnautica too soon, hopefully. Hola, Kinata. Luminol can also pick up other bodily fluids on occasion, but that is not as common. Ah, I see. If you coat the entire room in it, they wouldn't be able to detect shit. Well, no. Couldn't they? Well, yeah. I don't think that would help. I worked for the company that builds the engines for those ships. The lead engineer and designer is slow turning heavy diesel engines. Winterthur Gas and Diesel is a Korean engine maker that has an R&D center here in Switzerland. Haven't seen their 12-cylinder engine that is a Guinness World Record. Every single cylinder is larger than a human. $300 a week, 3 times a week, because I would have to rest. Ship trips are notorious for problems on and off boat. Hydrophobic. No, I'm not. I don't have a fear of the water. I have well, is that what it's called if you have a fear of drowning? Is it hydrophobic? I have a fear of drowning. And then I actually mentioned before, there's a movie that I watched when I was really young. I think that it was called, I think, here, let me show you guys. Let me show you guys the trailer of the movie. There's a movie that I watched when I was really young. Poseidon movie trailer. Yeah, that's the one. And it forever, it haunts it haunts me. It haunts me, and then also, let's be real, cruises do not have the best record. Like, there's the amount of fucking, like, I feel like it's every other week that you hear, like, cruise ship is shut down, cruise ship someone died, cruise ship someone murdered, cruise ship someone fell off, cruise ship the entirety of it is sick with a virus. Like, I just no. Just, I could not think of anything worse than you sticking me on a giant metal vessel and then floating me off in the middle of the ocean where I do not have any land immediately next to me to get the fuck off. Get the fuck off. I don't know. No. I think I would go insane. Thalassophobia is deep water. Water's water. If all the room is glowing, then it's just not as helpful. Are you afraid of swimming? I'm a weak swimmer. Hydrophobic is not a fear of water. Hydrophobic means water cannot stick to it and peels off. Oh. Is it the idea of no breathing? I think that the idea of the concept of not being able to breathe is a little, I used to be a FedEx driver for a shipyard in Louisiana, and they were building either cruise ships, oil tankers, or fishing ships, which were cool to see them do things when I would take a break in the yard to eat lunch. Oh, that's cool, Kunetta. How would you feel about deep space travel? I think I would be also scared, but maybe, because I also would, I don't know. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Probably not. Thank you, False Phone. Have a good one. Hi, Crazy Fan. Because I also have a fear of, like, floating off into the middle of space, so probably not. But also I'll wait until you guys are back from Agile to show this. If you fall, we will never find your body. Off a cruise ship, you mean? I would not stay on a cruise. I agree with you. There is one cruise. So there is one cruise that exists that I would be down for. It is a river cruise, though. But as you can tell, a river cruise means that if anything happens, I have land to my left and I have land to my right. And I can go to land. It's a river cruise. It's right there. And if I'm on a river cruise, I can also see the land right there, you know? You know. I don't intend to go swimming, QR. I don't intend to go swimming. I mean more like if something happens to the boat. Like if something happens to the boat, if something happens on the ship, welcome back from Agile, you can, like, it's right there. It's right there, you know? Cruise ships are scary. There should be more horror movies set on them. Oh, I'm about to show you the movie that ruined them for me. I'm about to show you the movie I want. This movie came out in 2006, I think. It's called Poseidon. It struck the fear of God in me. Australia cruise ship. The dingo ate my baby. Kangaroo mugs the captain. Snakes in everyone's boots. Most likely, depending on the current underwater, if you were to fall, similarly, you'd be stuck under, slammed into the stones. Ugh. Yeah, see, terrifying. Have I seen Ghost Ship? I have not seen Ghost Ship. The currents are what really get people? Yeah.
Poseidon was the god of the sea. May you all have clear sailing in the new year and all the years to come.
I'd like you to call me at midnight, for old time's sake.
Wow. You think I don't want to wear it?
I don't know. I'm starting to wonder.
There's a plot, but I don't know what the plot is. There's people and stuff, but
when I was broke. All in. You think he's bluffing you on it? I think this is going to be a very interesting night.
You feel that?
Hard to starboard engines, full start!
You are the lucky ones. This is not the last moment of your lives. We will be safe.
think you can get us off this boat?
I can.
Get my daughter, and then we can help each other find a way out. Ships weren't designed to stay afloat upside down. Hold on.
You don't even know where you go.
You stay here.
You can see why this ruined me as a child.
Come on.
I need you to tell me that you love me.
Oh my god.
There's nothing fair about who lives and dies.
It's a very 2000s movie. It's a very 2000s movie. The first 10 minutes might F you up if you watch it. Ghost Ship. You can see. So again, I was a child. I was a child when I watched that. I don't even know how old I was. The movie came out in 2006. I was a little bit older than now, but like still I was a child nonetheless. And it just it fucking it lives in my brain rent free. I've never gotten over it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Like the idea of anything like happening to a massive ass cruise ship and slowly sinking and drowning and dying. I'm like, no. Again, unreasonable fear. Some might say so. I don't want to try. I don't want to test my luck. I don't want to test the fates like that. You know, I'm not gonna play that game with the devil. So don't take Miss Chanti on a cruise. Hey, Rawless. How you doing, Rawless? Absolutely not. Is this Titanic but horror? I guess. Yeah. This movie, how many of you guys recognize the film? This isn't it. I think it's Ghost Ship I like. Oh yeah, no. This is Poseidon. This is Poseidon. This is the one that I was talking about. I think I've seen this. Good news, Chanti. Boats don't capsize very easily and stay inverted. Yeah, it's a very unrealistic scenario, but fear. No. No. If you're acting Travis, have you seen the new Hungry Hippo? Hungry Hippo? I didn't even, what? Crazy fan, I have so many questions. What is the Hungry Hippo? What? I'm starting to think I won't be prepping Emma. Technically speaking, the ships are absolutely able to handle these. Also, tsunamis aren't large waves like they are portrayed here. Epic the musical. Epic musical, very good. Here's what I'm hearing. Rivers and beaches are the biggest for Chanti's fears. Well, no, it's the open sea. I love going to the beach. Natsu! Thank you so much for the raid, Natsu! Welcome on. If you need to raid and run, please take such good care of yourself. Drink water, eat, rest. But if you want to stay and hang out, of course you're welcome. Of course. Welcome on in, Natsu. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hola. Buenas, Jose. ¿Cómo estás? I've never seen that movie. I seen that one. It was an okay movie, but yeah. It's not so much the quality of the movie, because like I said, it's a very 2000s film, but it has forever given me such a fear. I'm terrified. That one, and there was also an old cruise ship movie too, but where like the ship was sinking, but like you also have sharks eating everybody. I'm getting chills thinking about it. My fears. Whenever I hear, I have chills. Whenever I hear name Poseidon, all I think of is the epic musical. Someone else said that crazy. They are releasing a Hungry Hippo movie, and it looks, well, it's a movie? Is it supposed to be like a horror movie? What is that supposed to even be? Okay, you know what? We're diverting again for a second. Hold up. We're diverting for a second. What the fuck? Hungry... I'm too... What do you mean? What do you mean Hungry Hippo movie? Is this real? Is it called Hungry? Hungry. What are we doing? What are we doing, chat? What are we here? It's supposed to be a horror movie, yeah. Does it matter which one I click? Oh my. I think that we've lost the plot. The original Poseidon Adventure was from the 70s. I've seen it once. Truly scary thing about the sea is the underwater pressure. Yeah. The very reason we cannot effectively research the vastness of the ocean is because of the pressure. It makes it impossible for anyone or any machine to really work with it. And it's such a long process to, like, descend the pressure and then go up in that pressure. Sin casi sueño, pero lo bueno que me puedo desvelar con usted un poco. Qué bueno, sé. I'd be scared of being in a submarine? Oh, absolutely. Nah. Actually, we are one of the other videos I have for us today is about the submersible that imploded hollow. All it took for me to be terrified of hornets was one entering my room when I was very young. Ooh! It's a horror movie. It's oh dear.
Hey,
oh boy.
What is?
It's the most dangerous animal, responsible for over 500 human deaths a year.
It's so cute.
Only cute hippo is a dead hippo.
Man-eaters.
Welcome to New Orleans.
We're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. He has given us a discount to go see alligators in the bayou.
Please, arms and legs inside the vehicle.
Well,
what the hell did that? Something big.
Your wound, it would need a 10-inch tooth.
Are we even supposed to be here right now?
We're off course.
Oh my god.
As long as you stay out of the water.
I'm gonna get you out of here.
Oh. Swim, girl!
Hey, we're over here! Get us out of here.
If anyone sees anything, point in the direction.
Boss. Where?
You know how it could have got here?
What are we doing?
Holy shit. Easy, girl.
Run!
Hippos are vegetarian. He ain't killing you to eat you. He's killing you for fun.
I cannot with this. Oh my god. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? And the fact they called it hungry for the game. Hippos are actually more terrifying than any shark. They do kill more people than sharks. Everyone's trying to drop on the steamboat. Hippos are super brutal. This is true. It's real. It is. That submersible, I still can't get over the fact they put a controller to move the plastic tube underwater. This movie feels like Cocaine Bear. I watched Cocaine Bear. What the fuck is Cocaine Bear? I have questions. Actual plans to bring hippos to America for food. Good thing they failed. Thank God. Can you imagine a hippo overrun by hippos? Can I pet it? AJ, I swear to God. I can't. You better not come crying to me. I can't not laugh. This is too funny. No, that's what I'm saying. It's you know what else gets me? It's like the horror movie cuts, because like you can't really make a hippo look scary. So they're just trying to do those cuts and stuff. This is what got me. This moment is right here.
We're off course.
That that part. The ding, and it's just an old white man turning his face. I'm so done. That one. This is the part that stood out to me. I was like, What are we doing? What are we doing? Animals are animals, true. Who came up with this? We've run out of ideas. Hi, Envy. How you doing, Envy? We've run out of ideas. It's official. Next movie should be about moose. Ironically, though, moose would have made more sense for a horror film because moose are scary. Plus, moose already have like the element that a lot of people use with the antlers and stuff to make it look like demonic. Good night, Shax. Film about a coastal town being flooded with people being trapped in a convenience store with sharks called Bay. Next trailer, cocaine beer, actual true story. Okay, I keep wanting to say cocaine beer instead of cocaine bear. Okay, hold up. Cocaine bear. What are we doing? What are we doing? Maybe it's a bad idea to IDK walk over to the literal walking tank, right? Cocaine Bear was fun, unlike Cocaine Werewolf. The guy who made the Winnie the Pooh horror movies said he's making a whole universe of public domain character horror movies, ending it with a huge Avengers-style mashup would actually be hilarious. I've not seen any of them, but Thrash is another film about floods causing sharks to get into a town. It's Universal Pictures. That's crazy. I love this little side quest that we... I'm so dead. Hi, Glitch! Welcome on in, Glitch. We're on a side quest of horror movie. Just... I have so many questions. True story? No! You're kidding. This is an actual true story. Hi, Gloribus. Gloribus Plorbus. Welcome on in, first time chatter. Moose are the only extant megafauna still in the world. I think there was a movie being made called Moose Jaws, which was just Jaws, but with a moose in Canada. That sounds actually hilarious, Rallis. I hope they make it. Cocaine Bear is technically based on a true story, just very, very embellished. The bear is also the hero. The bear is the hero in the real story? Back to the monster chart. I remember trailers for this everywhere. I have never heard of this. I have never. First time chatter. Hi, welcome on in. I have wait, what is the real story? Hold up. It happened in 1985. Connection with a bear, cocaine, and Knoxville history. Knoxville connection with a horror comedy titled Cocaine Bear. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. We're never gonna get back to the side quest is side questing. Very embellished in the movie. I hate how Cocaine Bear is based off of a real story. As silly as these movies are, I really like Crawl. Never heard of those. Bears can climb trees very well, actually. Right? Isn't that how they literally get honey? I want to know who lied to that kid. The true story to this one is wild. That bear is my hero. Hi, Brighter. I want to watch this now. How is this bear a hero? How is the bear a hero? You want the cliff notes? Give me the cliff notes. Give me the cliff notes. 1985 was a good year. Bears can run as fast as slow cars. Yeah. True crime is it all comes back to horror. Of course it happened in my hometown. Wouldn't technically this story be a true crime? It would. Mad Goofy. Peak. Hi, watch. Crawl was outstanding. It was embellished, but it's a movie, so it's alright. Bear's taking bricks of cocaine off the street. A true hero. The bear. Oh, because the bear took cocaine off the street. Oh my god. Oh my lord. This is more like comedy. It's let's see. Let's watch both of these. Hold up. Let's watch both of these. More
a most unusual story about a black bear finding cocaine said to have been dropped from the sky by a smuggler.
Yeah, the story, which includes ties to Knoxville, dates back to 1980.
It's real. That's crazy. Can you imagine if I was a news anchor and you hand me that shit, I'm gonna think you're punking me. I'm gonna think, okay, ha ha, which one of the interns got into the thing and like handed me this script? Okay, very, very funny. Very funny. Uh, uh, well, well, uh, well. Crawl is a gag horror in my book. Hi, Kia. This all revolved around a dirty cop transporting coke. He was flying a load when he thought he had engine troubles, so he dumps the packages over Forest. He then proceeds to jump from the plane and then lawn darts himself into some guy's backyard. Bear finds the coke, eats it all, and then dies? You know what? Salute. He was a hero. I doubted him. He was a true hero. Salutes for the real bear. Damn. Damn. He took cocaine off the streets and brought justice against a dirty cop. R.I.P. Cocaine Bear. What a... Wow. I think that we should elect him for sainthood, personally. Crazy. An old horror movie that not many know about is Revenge of Dr. X. Not that bad, despite being super obscure. Looked insane watching horror in theaters. Yeah. R.I.P. Cocaine Bear. We should have a memorial of Cocaine Bear in our Warframe dojo. That's what I think. Saint Cocaine. Cocainus Ursus. He's then stuffed, placed in a mall, and is forever named Pablo Escobar. Is he Maticus? Wait, really? Is that real? Sequel, Ghost Cocaine Bear? I would. Hi, Nut Soup.
E5 and is now being adapted into a movie called...
Yes? Oh, his name is Pablo Escobar.
Called Cocaine Bear.
But how much of the movie, or at least what we have seen in the newly released trailer, is actually based on what really happened? 6 on Your Side reporter Kristen Gallant finds out. Kristen.
Lori, this is video from the actual case in 1985. It's much different than the trailer I watched today to the new horror comedy. It's been the talk of the newsroom today, both the actual case and the movie trailer. The movie is loosely inspired by true events. Former Knox County Sheriff Jimmy J.J. Jones was on the case back in 1985 and says it's as unusual as it sounds.
It was almost like a movie. You know, you wouldn't believe it. You know,
That's crazy. That's a crazy ass title. That's a nutty title. Let's see. This man's actually gonna. We're committed. We're committed. We're committed. We're gonna go down this route. Spooky ookie. I meant to say crawl specifically. That means funding it. Funding what? Why would you give the idea? If Dare had told me that a bear died due to taking drugs, nothing would have changed because I stayed away from drugs. Cocaine Bear was my 20s spirit animal. Hi, Funky. How you doing, Funky? Sounds like a Spider-Man character. Love Mr. Balin. I've never watched him, so let's see. The insane true story of Cocaine Bear. We're committed. We're committed.
American black bear was wandering through a forest in Georgia when it saw something strange lying out on the forest floor. Interested, the bear wandered over and began pawing at it and slashing at it until finally the bear ripped this thing open and immediately this strange flowery smell filled the air. Less than 10 minutes later, that bear would experience something that literally no other living thing on Earth has ever experienced. And that is just the beginning of one of the strangest stories that's about to take the world by storm, because a major motion picture has been made about this bear that's going to be released in February of 2023. But before we get into this totally bizarre story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a ham and cheese sandwich, But don't unwrap the cheese slices. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our
That's a
weekly
good reminder
uploads.
for my channel
Okay,
too.
let's get
Chat, do
into
the thingies.
today's story.
Maticus, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the coven we do fight. Welcome, welcome. Love to have you. I wouldn't call it flowery. How do you know, Shinobi? That is one way to say he got high as shit. That bear must have seen all the sounds and smelled all the colors. I forget, is cocaine a stimulant, right? Because I know that some drugs are either like, they either make you like hyper or they make you like mellow. Cocaine has to be one of the ones that it's like stimulating, right? Welcome on in, Maticus. No other creature experienced that on several occasions. Like and sub. This is mad goofy. This is hilarious. Cocaine is upper. Yup, hella stim. I would not know, chat. I have not done drugs. Don't do drugs, kids. The only drugs I do are the medicated kind. The bear, the plane, and the duffel. Cocaine is an intense, highly addictive central nervous system stimulant derived from the leaves of the South American coca plant. And coffee. You know, coffee doesn't count.
In early December of 1985, in the Chattahoochee National Forest in northern Georgia...
I'm sorry. Chattahoochee. Chattahoochee. That is gold tier name. Hi, Charro! How you doing, Charro? Coffee does count. No, it doesn't. Don't lie. Winnie, what are you doing? Winnie, Chattahoochee.
A hunter was very carefully making his way through the trees, trying to track a deer. Now, this hunter had been tracking this deer for over a mile, but it had been a while since he had seen any signs of it being anywhere nearby. And as this hunter continued to creep along, he became increasingly aware of how loud each of his steps were, because the ground all around him was covered in dry leaves, and so every step he was taking was creating a loud crunching sound. And so eventually this hunter just came to a stop and decided stalking this deer was totally pointless because he was basically scaring it away with these crunching sounds as he got closer to it. But before this hunter was ready to just give up and head back to his vehicle, he continued on a little bit further, and when he pushed through this particularly dense brush area, he saw this clearing up ahead. And the second he saw what was in this clearing,
there are
he
thick bushes.
took a step back into the brush and then ducked down behind a rock. Because in that clearing, he saw an animal, and it wasn't a deer. It was a huge American black bear. Now, generally speaking, American black bears are not aggressive towards humans.
I love that, and then they made him aggressive in the movie. Also, I'll pause while you guys do that. Hi, Funky. Thank you for the 40 stream streak, Funky. Coke is definitely an upper. It's like condensing all the caffeine you've ever drank into the most insane 4 hours you love to have. Hi, Papa. I've done drugs. I've drank myself under the desk more than one time. It'd be happening. I just never needed drugs because I was always fucking stimmed and anxious and so much overstimulated to the wazoo before actually getting medicated. Add an extra, oh, and it's a new meaning. Was AFK due to yard work? What did I miss? We are now on a side quest of the cocaine bear. Crazy fam. Where the fuck is my streak? Chado, I might be bugged. This was also the site of serious fighting during the Civil War. Really? Really, Maticus? This is a fun left turn, isn't it? Bloodstain. I'm hella giggling. Me too. It's Bloodstar. Yeah, Bloodstar. Bloodstar Incubus. Hi, Bubba. You doing, Bubba? No worries, Glitch. Look at that good boy. He's just a big boy. Okay, this is where, like, the intrusive thoughts come in, because the desire to give scritches is strong. I wouldn't, but the desire to give scritches is very strong. It just looks so fluffy. Gives everyone a plate of cookies. Thank you. Compared to grizzlies, black bears are very chill. I just like good alcohol. My sister really loves weed, but I cannot stand the smell. Except for excessive amounts of alcohol. I've also had cigarettes as well. Lots of caffeine. I love a delicious sweet cocktail. Speaking of aggressive animals, have you heard of the death of a unicorn movie? Killer unicorns? I have not. What are we on? Killer unicorns. Don't care. I woke up with a headache because I'm drinking all that sweet tequila and margarita. Speaking of, with the family and Cuphead and stream made me pissed because I was stuck in King Dice. R.I.P. Charro. But I'm glad that you. Why didn't you not share any tequila with me? Why did you not share any tequila with me? I see how it is, Charro. I see how it is. Black bears fight brown bears. Lie down and pray to every. Black bears fight, brown bears lie down and pray to every god of every religion that it may have mercy. Was that the saying? I have no idea. DMD the stabby unicorn scene? I have so many questions. I did some weed back when I was younger with my cousin, but I wouldn't mind doing it again. I care about hearted stimulants. I'd rather not, because considering all the shit I got going on in my brain, I don't think that any of us need to discover what I would be like on any substance other than... Can you imagine? Could you imagine what I would be like on a substance? I cannot fathom that. Killer what? Killer unicorns. You didn't pull up, that's why. Rude. History nerd, the southern states were where some of the worst fighting took place. It's hella haunted. That makes sense. I've run into black bears a dozen or so times while out doing, oh, if you guys also, speaking of haunted though, Maticus and chat, if you guys ever have like haunted videos or like videos about like haunted stories and stuff, you can also put those inside the Discord. I've run into black bears a dozen or so times while out doing work in the woods. They were always just as surprised as I was. Aww. Polar bears though are the real life horror monsters. Generally trying to figure out how to get at the cameraman and eat them. Blue raspberry lemonade vodka. Oof. Oof.
However, if, for example, you were to accidentally sneak up on a black bear, like this hunter had done, and you suddenly startled it by just showing your presence, the bear might react by pouncing on you and ripping you to bits. And so this hunter, with his back pressed up against the rock and his rifle gripped tightly across his chest, he's thinking about that and wondering what he's going to do to get out of this situation. At first he thought, okay, I'll just stand up and quietly walk away. But then he remembered how loud the leaves were, and even though he had been lucky walking in, he hadn't alerted the bear to his presence, on the way out, he was worried he wouldn't be so lucky, that those leaves would alert the bear to his position. And so the hunter began thinking, okay,
can you
what if I
outrun
just
a
stand
black
up and
bear?
start shooting at this bear? But the hunter knew the big issue with that plan is he had a deer hunting rifle, which is not nearly powerful enough to quickly take down a black bear, if at all. And so if he starts shooting at this bear, there was a very good chance that the bear would just turn around and maul him before he was able to put the bear down with his rifle. And so as this hunter is
Chat's
going
like,
through these
no.
areas behind the rock, he realizes something. He hasn't heard this bear at all.
Thank
Now,
you for the
bears in
looking
general
at
are
that.
very loud animals. Just their regular breathing is so guttural and noisy that you can hear it a pretty good distance away. And the hunter's thinking to himself, I can't hear it breathing. And come to think of it, I haven't heard this bear once since I've been near it. And so the hunter very carefully stood up from behind his rock and turned around, and then he kind of peered forward into the brush, looking back into this clearing, and when he spotted the bear again, he realized—
I usually stream for a pretty long time, Maticus, so I'll be here for at least 5 hours or so, Maticus. Also, weed, if I was on weed, I would 1000% be one of the people that gets paranoid on weed. Dig around. The whole Civil War battlegrounds are filled with good horror stories. Grizzly's gonna be the worst. They're fat and angry, but don't let them catch up to you unless you want to become a light snack. Polar bears are one, if not the only animals that proactively prey on humans. Really? Interesting. I did not know that. Intentionally hunt humans as prey. Wait, what are the... Polar bears are one of 3 species. What are the other 2, Rollis? I'm curious. Bears can run as fast as cars, Chanti. I was not joking. A black bear can run up to 35, 56 kilometers an hour. What the fuck is Polar bears, tigers, and crocodiles. Really? Oh, I did not know that about crocodiles. Tigers, it makes sense. I did not know that about crocodiles. No one can outrun a bear. Better not run unless absolutely necessary. There's a man that thought he was immune to grizzlies. He ignored people telling him to stop, so he ended up accidentally recording the sound of him getting eaten alive. Oof. 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 The old man looks like it's looking at Chibico. The old man is hunting me. I'm the prey. I'm the prey, Chad. They're hunting a Chibico, but little do they know they cannot kill a Chibico. You can never catch the Chibico. The Chibico is the real prey that no one can get.
Brush looking back into this clearing, and when he spotted the bear again, he realized immediately the bear was dead. The bear was kind of slumped forward, and its body almost looked like a deflated balloon. The hunter was so relieved, he almost started laughing. And so he stepped out from behind his rock, and he made his way through the brush into the clearing to get a better look at this bear. And when the hunter was right over the top of this bear looking down at it, something immediately struck him as very odd. This bear was far too young to have died of natural causes. However, after this hunter kind of poked and prodded the bear and lifted it up on either side to try to look underneath it, he couldn't see any visible injuries. It was like this bear had just randomly dropped dead. But the hunter didn't spend much time thinking about what happened to this bear. Instead, he thought to himself, there has to be some sort of logical explanation for what killed it, and with one last look at the bear on the ground, the hunter turned around and began the long walk back through the woods back to his vehicle. It would turn out there was an explanation for what happened to that bear. However, it was anything but logical. But to get to that non-logical explanation, we first have to go back in time. Around 11:30 p.m. on September 10th, 1985,
insane.
so 3 months before the hunter discovered this dead bear, two pilots were flying their little 6-seater Cessna airplane over northern Georgia.
If you live in certain towns in Alaska, you have to worry about polar bears. That's so scary, actually. Sucks with how people have to learn about natural selection the hard way. Timothy Treadwell, he thought he knew better than the park rangers. Oof. Any other animal that eats a human either did so by mistake, a mistaken identity, or is in some other condition that requires them to have to resort to humans as prey. I've heard his final audio. It's nasty. Apparently the final audio hasn't been released, but there are fakes. If you see a polar bear, it has been following you since a while and it wanted you to see it. Oh, that's terrifying. That actually chills. Leopards hunt humans as well. R.I.P. Jaguars hunt humans too, but that's in Mexico and South America. Only 2 or 3 people have ever listened to it. It's been deliberately kept out of circulation. That makes sense. His mother deemed it so horrible it needed to be destroyed. Yeah. Crazy? I was crazy once. I'm still crazy. How you doing, ordinary mercenary?
Georgia, making their way north towards Tennessee. And as these pilots flew along very casually, they suddenly intercepted over their radio a voice message that they definitely were not supposed to hear. It sounded like other pilots communicating with each other, and what they were talking about was how they were now going to follow this little Cessna airplane that they could see that was currently flying over northern Georgia. Now, radio traffic like this can only really be intercepted if your radio that's doing the intercepting is physically close to the person doing the transmitting. And so knowing this, the two pilots in this little Cessna knew that whoever was talking about following that little Cessna, they had to be talking about them, the two pilots in that Cessna. Now, for most pilots, if you suddenly overheard a radio transmission that your plane was getting followed by some other pilots, you might reach out to those pilots and say, hey, why are you following me? What's going on? Now, the co-pilot of this little Cessna might have wanted to react that way. However, before he could, the main pilot stopped him and said, I actually know exactly why somebody might want to tail us, and
I am a drug smuggler. Little did you know. It's no mystery to me. Good night, 9. As an Alaskan, I'm more frequently terrified by moose. Moose are scary. I love jaguars. My favorite animal. My favorite animal is a tiger. I have zero empathy for someone who, out of their own stupidity, arrogance, tries to live alongside an apex predator. True. Ray, very my sweet Ray. How you doing, lovely Ray? Good night, Celestial. Oh, crazy fan. It's just if you use unalive instead of kill you. That's what the Nightbot is saying, crazy fan. Yeah. For a reason. I don't know why it says it that way. I don't know why the Nightbot says it that way. It's blacklisted words, not really spam. Polar bear livers are also dangerous. Too much vitamin A. Really? It was the 80s, Chanti. Tigers are cool. I love tigers. I have a tiger and a lion tattooed on my left arm. Hi, Grant. How you doing, Grant? Big cats are great. They are. I will say they're probably the animal that I'm tempted the most to touch, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't. But like, you know how you see videos of people who like have the sanctuaries, and then like you see the big tigers, and they're just like big kitty cats, and then you just wanna give it a little squishy. You just wanna give it, you just wanna, I shouldn't, but you just wanna get them squishies. So if, in short, if I ever so have an unexpected death, it would be safe to assume I died by tiger. Unsubscribe from their life subscription. Yep. I'm in Canada. I can relate to the moose thing. Moose are so scary. When I found out that moose can swim underwater, horrifying. I'm well, Grant. I'm glad that you're doing good. A pet cheetah. Thank you, Maticus. If you pay close attention to them, you can see their destroyed shirts. I have a friend who had her finger bitten off by a chimp. Okay, chimps are very dangerous. Chimps are very, very dangerous, actually. So if I bring a tiger, I will give scritches. Hi, Manif. I love one thing about tigers. While we humans have trichromatic vision, they appear orange to us. To their prey animals who have dichromatic vision, they are perfect leaf green. How terrifying it must be when you literally cannot see the giant cat between the trees. That's horrifying. I'm glad that we can see how their beautiful orange fur, though.
We're both gonna have to jump out of this plane. Before the co-pilot could really even react to this news, the main pilot had set the Cessna on autopilot, which sets the plane to fly in a straight direction, going at a constant speed, at a constant altitude.
So the co-pilot didn't know that they were smuggling cocaine is crazy.
Or if it just stays on autopilot, it eventually will run out of fuel and crash or run into something. And so after the main pilot had done that, he turned to the co-pilot and gestured for him to come with him into the main cabin of the aircraft, basically the main body of the craft where all their luggage was. And the co-pilot, he's so confused about what's happening, he's so panicked that he just follows the main pilot. So the two of them, they climb back over the two front seats, they go into the main body of the craft, and the main pilot begins strapping parachutes onto some of their luggage. And as he's doing this, he tells the co-pilot to open up the side door of the plane. And so again, the co-pilot is just so caught off guard, he has no idea how to handle this, and so he reaches over and he slides open this door of this moving plane. And as soon as he did, this huge rush of cold night air blasted inside of the cabin, and it became so loud from the howling wind coming in that the two pilots couldn't even talk to each other. And then the main pilot just began pushing the luggage out of the plane just into...
Bro, if this me, and then I find out that, like, you're getting rid of shit, one, I'm going to assume it's drugs, and then I'm going to shove your ass off the plane, because I'm going to be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm going to shove you with the drugs off the plane, without a parachute. If you live or die, Godspeed. And then I'm gonna land and I'm gonna call the cops, because what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Raccoons are vicious, but raccoons are so cute. Here lies Chantico. Her last words were pss, 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 pss. Is this where we lose the coke? This is where we lose the coke. Hi, Aaron Coyle. I've never dealt with a raccoon. Smaller they are, the more terrifying, though. They're so cute, though. I think there were raccoons at my university, and they were just, you would just see them wandering around in the middle of the night at uni, and they were so cute to me. How you doing, Aaron Coyle? Orange also actually naturally blends into the shadows of extremely green grass. Green areas. It has something to do with the wavelength of light, and orange gets absorbed by the green. Orangutans are orange? That is fascinating, Cassidy. I did not know that. I hope that co-pilot reported it. I know. Could you? I'd be so pissed. I'd be so like pissed and inconvenienced. It's like I don't even know what do I even? I just be like exhausted. Aaron, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the Coven We Do Bite. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for supporting me over here too.
To the night, falling straight down to the ground far, far below them. And at some point, the co-pilot just joined him and began pushing the luggage out of the plane. And then after all the luggage was out, the main pilot shoved a parachute into the hands of the co-pilot and said, you know, put it on. He had to just...
I thought he was about to say that the main pilot who was smuggling the drugs shoved the poor co-pilot to his death. Thank God. Thank God he at least had the sense to give him a parachute. I thought that he was gonna say he just yeeted the man out of the plane. Aaron, thank you so much for supporting me with a prime. Welcome on in, Aaron. Finally got back to my main station. Welcome back, Aaron. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're doing some spooky ooky true crime, and this has turned into the cocaine bear. The video of the raccoon trying to wash his cotton candy, and then it always melts in the water, haunts me to this day. I know, poor guy. But they're so cute, Glitch. You'd be disappointed. Man, come on, Sma. So technically Naruto would blend in. True. True. If you're here and I'm here, who's flying the plane? Exactly. The funniest bit of the story is when they found the body of the main pilot. Dude had on Gucci loafers. What do you mean they found the body?
Gesture for it because they couldn't hear each other.
I have questions.
And so as this co-pilot's struggling to get on his parachute, the main pilot puts on his chute, and then right after the co-pilot has just barely got his parachute on, the main pilot pushes him out the side of the plane, and then the main pilot jumps out after him. So they basically abandoned their plane, which was still set to autopilot, so at some point, it was just going to crash.
Oh my God.
About 5 hours later, in a suburb of Knoxville, Tennessee,
bro,
an 85-year-old
if we
man
survived,
named
I'd kill
Fred
him.
Myers was just waking up. Fred always got up before sunrise. It was part of his daily routine.
Real photo of Fred.
Wash and shave his face.
Fred looks like, remember how we watched that thing on like Nightmares and stuff? Fred be out here looking like the Fedora man.
And then he would sit down and read the local newspaper. This simple routine was actually very important to Fred because recently he had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, which is a progressive disease that
Can you fucking imagine? You have Alzheimer's, and then you try, I don't know what he's gonna say, but you have Alzheimer's, and you try to tell someone, I saw cocaine and 2 men falling from the sky. They'd be like, all right, Grandpa, it's time for your meds. All right. And it's like, no. Like, I feel so bad for Fred. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what Fred. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, you would not believe him.
So having this sort of set routine helped him manage his symptoms. Basically, at least in the morning, he could go into autopilot and go through this routine and not get confused. However, on this particular morning, something would happen that would leave Fred more confused than he had ever been in his entire life. Fred had made it to his bathroom, he had washed his face, and he had begun shaving when out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something strange outside hide in his driveway. He could see it through a nearby window, but it was still so dark outside, Fred couldn't tell what this thing was out there. And so, feeling very curious, Fred put his razor blade down and he made his way over to the window.
Did he find cocaine?
And when he reached the window and looked out at his driveway and saw what this strange thing was, he could not believe his eyes. There was this huge parachute out on his driveway, and on the parachute...
It's your local furry. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the Come and We Do Bite. Welcome, welcome. I'm just imagining, hey, Grandpa, what's up, Grandpa? Son, there's a bag of cocaine in my front lawn. Okay, Grandpa. First of all, I think you'd be shocked, you know? I think you'd be shocked. You'd be like, why is my grandpa hallucinating cocaine? It's like, okay, Grandpa, just go back inside. And he's like, no, son, you don't understand. There's a lot of cocaine. Should I snort it? It's like, Grandpa, go back inside. Like, you just wouldn't believe it. You would think that your grandpa is having a fucking episode. Because what the fuck do you mean that you found a massive bag of multiple things of cocaine? Multiple things of cocaine. I'm actually crazy. Actually insane. Co-pilot, so what now, boss? Pilot, now this. Yeet! Fred Myers, damn, you gotta stab Fred Myers. Raccoons look cute, but don't get close, especially not when it's pissed. True. You're probably right about that. Crazy shit happening here. True, Aaron. More couldn't. I don't even know. Chief goes scaring old men. We have one of those. We have one of what? Old men? Wait, it was a local furry on the driveway? It was a local furry on the driveway, indeed. Welcome in, furry. Fred had a razor blade. Cocaine and razor blades go hand in hand. My bad, dog. I ate your tires. R.I.P. our tires. Gramps, the coke epidemic of 83 wasn't your fault. Well, the coke epidemic of 85, actually.
Was the main pilot of the Cessna. After the main pilot had pushed the co-pilot out and leapt out himself, when he pulled his ripcord, his chute either didn't deploy, or when it deployed, it didn't inflate fully, and so he was forced to go to his reserve chute, but it didn't inflate fast enough to stop him from crashing into the ground. And so the main pilot slammed into the ground, basically at terminal velocity, and so he sustained catastrophic internal injuries, and he died within a couple of minutes of hitting the ground. Fred was so stunned and confused at what he was looking at.
Fred, the Alzheimer's grandpa, found a bag of cocaine and a dead man. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up, man. If I'm Fred Myers, I don't even know. Do you even say anything, or do you just assume you've lost it? I think that I'm poor Fred. If I'm Fred, I think my assumption would be like, I've lost it. Like I've actually finally lost it. This is it. This is it. It's not just Alzheimer's. I've got something else going on. Something is very wrong. Something is very, very wrong. Back in my day, that stuff was how they made Coca-Cola. And then if your grandpa's telling you, it's like, oh yeah, Sean, there was a man in cocaine that fell from the sky, and it was a crazy morning, and you just go, okay, Grandpa, sure. Like, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Human pancake, indeed. I mean, serves him right. That was like some karma, if I've ever seen any. Grandson, why is there a body of coke?
That without saying a word, he just turned away from his window and walked over to his phone and called the police, shaving cream still on his face. When the police arrived at Fred's house that morning, they were expecting to see a dead recreational skydiver on Fred's property. But when they walked up the driveway and saw the dead man for themselves, they knew right away this was not some recreational skydiver. He actually looked more like a soldier. He was wearing a bulletproof vest over some camouflage fatigues, and he had night vision goggles strapped to his head. But the dead man's shoe choice made the police think this guy could not possibly have been military, because on this guy's feet were not military-style combat boots like you would expect with the rest of his getup. Instead, he was wearing loafers, specifically Gucci loafers, so very expensive designer shoes.
That's
and so the police
hilarious.
are thinking to themselves, who the heck was this guy and what was he doing? The police would figure that out. However, first, we have to fast forward 2 months to late November 1985, so roughly 2 weeks before
Tactical
that bear
Gucci
was
loafers.
discovered by that hunter in Chattahoochee National Forest. Now, at this point in late November, that black bear was alive and well and living a typical black bear life in the Chattahoochee National Forest, which meant he mostly spent his time wandering around the woods looking for something to eat. And on this particular day in November, the bear was doing just that when out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something strange lying on the forest floor. It was one of the pieces of luggage that the two pilots had pushed out of their plane. It was this big, heavy duffel bag. Now, the bear had no idea if this duffel bag contained food, but the bear was optimistic, so it meandered its way over and began pawing at the bag with its massive claws, and pretty much immediately, his claws tore open a hole in this bag. And suddenly, the air all around this bear was filled with this...
I misheard that as tactical coochie loafers. Get your tactical coochie loafers. I don't know how you put tactical coochie loafers on. I have an idea, but put your feet in the coochie. Put your feet in the tactical Gucci. Also, hi, Sams. If I meet a person, they say, check out my Gucci loafers. How much do Gucci loafers cost, actually? Does anybody know? Anybody know? This guy sounds like a GTA player. Basically, Gucci, swag, bulletproof vest, night vision goggles, and the Gucci shoes. Oh my god. Tactical Gucci loafers. One for each foot. They are tactical Chanti. They call that... Ew. Nope, I'm not sure if I want to know. 758 francs? How much is that in USD?
Glorious flowery smell. So the bear put its nose directly into this rip in the bag and began sniffing and licking the contents of this bag. And apparently the bear just loved it because it ate whatever was inside of the bag. All of it. And when he was done, the bear felt so good, he was so full of energy that he just started sprinting in a straight direction. And after running at top speed...
Chat, you guys it's very small text. Not a real photo of the bear. In case there was any doubt, not a real photo of the bear. Gucci men's horse bit 1953 leather loafers, $1,650,000. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh yeah, the dollar is only getting worse too, Hollow. The dollar is only getting worse. That's about right. That bear is high off its mind. IDK looks real. Cocaine bear rowboat.
Speed about 100 yards, every major system inside of this bear shut down all at once, and he died on the spot, collapsing in that clearing. And then, about 2 weeks later, that hunter walked into the Chattahoochee National Forest and discovered this dead bear. And then, within 24 hours, the hunter was back home, and he told one of his friends about discovering this dead bear. And when he told his friend about seeing this bear, he also kind of casually mentioned that he had seen a duffel bag in the forest not far from this dead bear. Now, to understand what this friend did next, you need some context. By this point in time, the police had actually figured out a lot about that dead man on Fred Myers' driveway, the main pilot of the Cessna. They knew he was a 40...
That is the most 1985 looking image of 1985 men that you've ever seen in your life. You have like every style of 1985 in one image. That bear wants to listen to some Skrillex. Free shipping though is crazy. Crazy fan. The Swiss franc is pretty heavy in general. I didn't expect the dollar to be worse than the euro. It's almost worse than the pound, too. It's really bad, Hollow. It's real bad. No, seriously, preach it, Hollow. That bear plowed through so much snow that day. He really did. Approaching your location with barely contained intent. I know this is early. No, no worries, Zero. Please, please, please go eep. Go eep well. It's always the cocaine bear. That bear found the snow you've never seen.
A 2-year-old man named Andrew Thornton, who had served in the U.S. Army as a paratrooper, but after getting out of the service, he had kind of gone astray in his life and become a big-time smuggler of illegal goods. The police had also figured out by this point that Andrew, along with a co-pilot, had been the people flying that Cessna that eventually was found crashed into a mountainside in North Carolina. The co-pilot had survived the jump out of the Cessna, and so the police tracked him down, and they very quickly realized this co-pilot was really just a victim of Andrew. Andrew had told this guy they were just going to fly to the Bahamas for a vacation. And so when that plan completely evaporated, and suddenly Andrew is barking orders at this guy to open up the plane and push the luggage out and jump out, the co-pilot said he just totally panicked and just started doing whatever Andrew wanted. And so this guy was just totally terrified, and really all he could offer police was just to confirm that, yup, Andrew was the main pilot, and yes, we really did push his luggage out of the side of the plane over some forest in northern Georgia. The police believed the co-pilot and did not charge him with any crime. The police would go and search all over northern Georgia, and they would find the majority of the missing bags. However, they knew they were still missing some, and they knew they really needed to recover them. And so, around the time that this hunter is telling...
Aww, and it did not the bell. The cocaine is inside the belly of a beast. Literally. At least, good night, Kios. Good night, good night. Let's go to vacation. A very white vacation. A white Christmas, a whole new meaning. Everyone in the Bahamas asking where the coke at. Everybody in the Bahamas is asking where the coke at.
Telling his friend about this bear encounter and this duffel bag, the police were constantly having news outlets tell people in northern Georgia that if you see one of these duffel bags attached to a big parachute or something, please come forward and tell us. We are looking for these. And so the hunter's friend thought, you know what? That duffel bag he mentioned out in Chattahoochee National Forest, which is in northern Georgia, might be one of those bags. And so the friend called authorities. Authorities were thrilled to get this tip, and so they charged out to the Chattahoochee National Forest, and they made their way out to where this dead bear was, and then sure enough, about 100 yards away from this bear was this bag, and it was one of the bags they were missing. Except the bag was empty, because, as we already know, that black bear had eaten everything inside of this bag. And as you might have guessed, that bag, along with every other bag that had been cast out of the Cessna that night, was full of cocaine. Because Andrew was a drug smuggler. And on the night he and his co-pilot leapt from the Cessna, he was trying to smuggle 900 pounds of cocaine from South America into the United States. That transmission that Andrew and the co-pilot suddenly overheard on their radio as they were cruising along in their Cessna was the sound of federal agents within the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency who had been tipped off about Andrew's big drug run, and so they really had sent 2 planes to go follow him and potentially intercept him. And so the authorities standing in the Chattahoochee National Forest looking down at this empty duffel bag had no idea where the cocaine went that was supposed to be inside of it. But on a hunch, they decided to bring the body of the dead black bear back with them and perform an autopsy on it. And sure enough, during this autopsy, the medical examiner would open up the bear's stomach, and the examiner would say the stomach was, quote, packed to the brim with cocaine. Thus ending the mystery of how this bear died. It died from a massive, massive cocaine overdose. But the bear story did not end there. Normally, after an animal is autopsied, they are cremated. But for some reason, this medical examiner decided not to do that, and instead, he had the bear taxidermied, and then he gifted this taxidermied bear to the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area. And then from there, the bear changed hands many times. Over the next 2 decades, no one knows exactly who had the bear and for what reason, but there were reports that at least at one point it was stolen from a storage facility, and then it was sold at a pawn shop, and then at some point the bear was in the possession of famous country singer Waylon Jennings, and then finally the bear found its forever home. Today, the bear is on display at the Kentucky Fun Mall in Lexington, Kentucky,
my God.
and around its neck is a placard that reads, "Cocaine Bear."
Here, oh wait, I need to read that. Cocaine Bear, aka Pablo Escobar. Here sits Cocaine Bear. In 1985, Cocaine Bear was found dead in the Chattahoochee National Forest. He overdosed on 40... words are very difficult. He overdosed on 40 kilos of cocaine dropped by Andrew Thornton. You might remember Andrew from the Bluegrass Conspiracy. Don't do drugs or you'll end up dead and maybe stuffed like poor Cocaine Bear is a crazy warning to have. That's a crazy warning to have. In bear heaven. He in bear heaven. Hi, Raiders. Just Kalari. Welcome on in, Just Kalari. Thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? What were you up to? I hope you had such a good one. If you need to raid and run, please take such good care of yourself. Drink water, eat, rest, do all of the self-care things. But if you want to stay and hang out, then you're welcome. I love your emotes. Oh my god, I'm so jealous that you have the butterfly badge. I didn't get it in time. But hi, Kalari. Hi. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Welcome on in, little cute foxies. I love the little running foxies. That is so cute. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Chantico. I'm a vampire witch. And we are doing some reacts to Spooky Ookies True Crime. And we just are finishing up a video on the insane true story of Cocaine Bear. Quite an experience. The Cocaine Bear. It is the Cocaine Bear. Put some respect on his name. In bear heaven, that bear tells his friends to this day, you won't believe what I experienced, and they absolutely won't believe him. So true. I love Fatal Frame. Did you play it, Kalari? Had to get it. The Cocaine Bear. So funny side story. Yeah. I always tell this story when I can. People think I'm full of shit till I show them pictures in the article. It's crazy, Maticus. It's a good story. Crimson Butterfly. I might have seen a bunch on it. Not the remake yet. Well, I didn't even know that the Cocaine Bear was like a horror movie, a horror human movie. Wait, is the Cocaine Bear out already, like the movie, or did it already come out, or is it coming out? I played the OG Fatal Frames. I see. It is. Looking for more neat scenes to show you besides the unicorn one. Yeah, for like 3-4 years. Oh, it came out in 2023, right? 2024, 2023. Yeah. What were you up to, Kalari? Oh, Kalari, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the Covenant Dubai. Welcome. I hope you had so much fun. And again, if you need to raid and run, no pressure. Some Warframe, then some Dead by Daylight. How'd the games go for Dead by Daylight? Drunken by Daylight mood. Cocaine Bear movie has been out for a while.
So that's gonna do it. If you got something out of today's episode, and
that is the end of it, actually. Also, I see a recommended video that I'm curious about. Drunk Dead by Daylight. I've never done a drinking stream, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe for my birthday. I'm so used to my gaming keyboard that I... Can you imagine me playing Marvel Rivals while drinking? So used to my gaming keyboard that I suck typing on my regular keyboard. Why'd you have to switch out the keyboard, Tyler? This is a hell of a thumbnail. Cocaine Bear. When's your birthday? My birthday's in July. Coming up soon, actually. Coming up really fucking soon, because it's gonna be June soon. Jesus. Sheesh. Drink every loss. Be a funny isekai title. I was once a black bear in my former life, but I overdosed on cocaine. Now I'm a wizard bear in another world with chest witch with cocaine powers. Casadar, pin that. Pin that. That absolutely would be a crazy ass title. Not unrealistic. Bourbon. Bear Bond. Bear Bond. I wish not my birthday yet, but soon. Because my gaming keyboard is at 60%, and for work I need the keypad and the F buttons, which my gaming keyboard doesn't have. Oh, I feel that. I feel that. Try playing any game while drunker than a horse. Can't beat that one isekai about a vending machine. Which one's the vending machine one? Alright. And let's see. The worst diving accident in history. I like that we're committed to the
This is the scene of one
of the side quests. Or at least I am committed to the side quests. Let me see what else I have. I have these things. The worst diving accident in history, because I do plan on having us also watch the on the what was it called? The what was it called? The submersible? Yeah, the submersible. Oh, here we go. If I remember correctly, it was the taxidermy bear we had nearby. Wait, you had the taxidermy bear nearby, Kilori? For 9,000? Reborn as a vending machine. I now wander the dungeon. Reincarnated as a vending machine? Thalassophobia strikes again. The divers that turn to mush in an instant? This one, or are you talking about the submersible? I have no idea what this one is. This one says the Paria diving incident. I have never heard of this before. His videos are whack. JJ Films? Who's JJ Films? The Cocaine Bear's taxidermy corpse they put on display around when the movie came out. Have you seen it IRL, Kalari? Ocean Gate. Yeah, Ocean Gate is another one. This one's different though. I don't know what this one is. Some idiot opened a pressurized door and turned 3 divers. I did not know that. Who the fuck opened a pressurized door? What the fuck? I did not know that. No. I think that might be the Caribbean disaster. That one might be the Caribbean disaster. I'm not positive, but damn. Damn. Apparently today has turned into the just a cocaine bear and the fear of stupid ways to die in water. Do not.
One of the most harrowing diving accidents in recent memory, where beneath the tranquil waters of Point-a-Pied, Trinidad, maintenance crews work on an oil line that snakes across the sea floor, a high-pressure job that not only seals pipelines, but also fates. This is the story of the Paria diving incident. Welcome to a series that I'm calling Scientifically Interesting Ways to Die, this time in diving incident. Welcome to a series that I'm calling Scientifically Interesting Ways to Die.
It sucks. It sucks as if it's you. But it's great for us. It's great for science. Don't mess with pressure. Yeah, that's kind of cool, Kalari. Kalari, you can literally say that you've seen the cocaine bear, and people can be like, what the fuck do you mean you've seen a cocaine bear? You saw a cocaine bear. One of the divers was sucked through the tiny gap in the door, turned to toothpaste. The others were turned... Oh my god, wait. That one's... Actually, that one is literally, I think that one's the recommended. It says how to squeeze a human being through a 5-inch hole. One of the divers was sucked through the tiny gap in the door, turned to toothpaste. The others were turned to mush inside their diving. Who the fuck opened the door? I think this is exactly that one. Is it this one? Well, we're gonna find out. Good night, Charo. I watch this guy a lot. He usually has a bunch of great science videos.
This time in
Let's
Hong
see,
Kong,
we'll find
the
out.
story is still unfolding to this day. On February 25th of 2022, in the warm waters off the coast of Trinidad, 5 commercial divers are carrying out what should be a routine job on an underwater oil pipeline near a port facility. The team includes Christopher Boudrum, Kazimel Jr., Yusuf Henry, Fazil Kurban, and Rishi Nagazar, all experienced divers. Their task was to make repairs at Berth 6, an underwater riser pipeline used by the Pariah Fuel Trading Company. To do this, the divers were working in a hyperbaric chamber, an underwater habitat maintained under pressure to provide a dry working environment. As part of the repair, the crews must remove an inflatable plug inside the pipeline, inserted into the pipe to seal it and prevent remaining hydrocarbons from escaping out into the environment. Around 3 PM, GoPro footage captures Kazimel Jr. as he collects a wrench required for the removal of the plug, and hands it to Chris Boudrum, who hands it off to another member of the repair team. As Kazimel Jr. begins to lift himself out of the water and onto the platform, his team begins to loosen the inflatable plug. But unbeknownst to them, the pipeline beyond the plug is essentially a vacuum. It has been drained of oil weeks earlier, leaving an empty space where temperature changes, trapped air, or the weight of the ocean itself had caused dangerously low pressures between the pipeline and the platform. This scenario is known as delta P, or differential pressure, where the pressure difference can generate thousands of pounds of force in an instant. The moment the plug loosened, the chamber was cast into chaos.
Oh no.
Seawater explodes into the chamber, filling it and creating a vortex down into the pipe.
Oh no!
Sweeping the team with it. Inside the pipe, the ocean rushes in with an estimated 7 tons of force. For 95 seconds, the divers are thrown about like ragdolls as they barrel through the metal walls of the pipeline. Just as their bodies begin to convulse as the oxygen in their lungs gives out, they skid to a stop. And slowly, the horror of their new reality sets in. They are imprisoned within a claustrophobic 30-inch diameter metal pipeline, 16 meters below the ocean's surface. Their eyes burn from the oil residue that still coats the interior of the pipe, and each breath stings their lungs from the remaining fumes.
Within a second, it was like tornado. Everything just spinning and beating you up, and it happened so fast. You couldn't react. I didn't even.
One of them is still alive, chat! Can you imagine? We know at least one of them is still alive. Jesus Christ. Who the fuck drained the oil? Bro. If I survive this, I'm not going to court. I'm becoming a hitman, allegedly. And finding whoever fucked that shit up that put me and my entire team at risk. What the hell? Literally horrifying. I got chills. Good night. Take care. Thank you for the lurk, Kalari. Go hydrate. Thank you, thank you. That happened so fast they weren't even able to process the pain. The average human pain response is 250 milliseconds. Happened in like 0.01 milliseconds or something. Essentially just went dark for them. I would 100% be the person to go. It's kind of stuffy in here. My QR remind me never to go into anything with you. A man gets sucked or 5-inch hole. Just go. It is not this case, but very similar. I'm shocked that they even died. Anyone even survived thus far. Insanity. You don't even. I don't. I think I know this one. It's horrible. Rest in peace, almost workers. I remember watching this years ago. A hitman in Minecraft. Elkie. How you doing, Elkie? You forgot to say in Minecraft.
Remember actually getting pulled in the pipe. I just remember going hurled through the pipe at unbelievable speeds. Couldn't hold my breath no longer, man. Throat. And you're holding your breath for too long, after a while, your body, your lungs just fight to try to gas a breath, and when you're forcing your airways close, you see a noise. Your body suffering to pull air. Unbelievable nightmare. Eyes burning. Every time you try to open your eyes, it's burning. You're pitch black, you can't see nothing. Your throat burning. Your ears ringing. Your body sore. And at that point, I tell myself I was going to dead.
Remarkably, all 5 divers have survived the initial event and find themselves trapped inside the pipeline in an air bubble that has been created by undulations of the sea floor. For a moment, there was panic, but also relief.
Oh my
Alive and
God.
conscious, they call out to each other.
The odds.
Somewhere in the darkness, Chris Boudrum realizes his left arm is badly hurt, possibly dislocated or fractured, as well as his ankle. The others call out with similar injuries.
Carl, everything alright with you? No. Any elements break?
Oh.
Yusuf, anything happened to you?
The fact that they survived the initial thing.
Despite the pain, adrenaline kicks in.
Yeah.
They must find a way out. But the divers don't know exactly how far they've been pulled or which direction they are now facing.
That's
One end
true.
of this pipeline leads back to the subsea habitat where they came from.
Oh my God. You have no way to know. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh my. Even then, I don't think they have their. How do you? Damn. Damn. Mistakes happen, plans get changed, contradictory stuff happens. Well, but also this would mean, considering that they didn't know that the oil had been drained, creating the vacuum, that has to mean that there was someone in the company that fucked up. As someone who works in an environment all about electricity, never hear the end of stories of my coworkers who saw other people get turned to dust by light beams. Damn. It's a horrible story, but it's real.
The other way leads to Berth 5, an onshore refinery which has been firmly sealed due to the repairs. After some debate, they make their best guess at a direction and start to drag their battered bodies through an onshore refinery which has been firmly sealed due to the repairs. After some debate, they make their best guess at a direction and start to drag their battered bodies through the pipeline. As they do, they come across an oxygen tank, which they periodically take sips from to keep clean air in their system and fight off the impending nausea and delirium. The going is slow and tough. Slipping against the pipe residue and injured by the trauma, several of the men can only move for moments at a time before exhaustion sets in and they need to rest. They also start to notice another problem. The water level in the pipeline is slowly starting to rise as they head into a downward section of the line. They continue onward on their backs until Chris Boudrum has only 6 inches of air remaining between his nose and the top of the pipeline. It is around this time that Chris comes across a second oxygen tank, but also a realization that they can't continue like this. Chris, still able to move forward, suggests that he will take one of the 2 oxygen tanks and push on to find help.
We can't go no more further like this. There's a lot of water ahead. When you have 2 tanks, you're not sure if the tank's full. I make them understand the situation.
Leaving the other 4 men behind in the darkness to rest in a small air pocket in the pipeline, sharing whatever breathable air remains. Chris uses his remaining good arm and legs to pull himself through the flooded pipeline.
Oh my God.
As the water fills the pipeline entirely, he flips over onto his front, pushing the tank ahead of him and starts to swim, not knowing if he's headed towards safety or deeper into trouble. Slowly, he starts to notice that it becomes harder and harder to draw air from the tank. His oxygen supply is running out, and he knows his only hope is finding another air pocket somewhere within the pipeline. As each breath gets harder and harder to pull in, he takes what he believes to be his final breath from the tank. And just as he thinks his fate is sealed, he collides with a second air tank.
Oh my
Frantically driving the tank into his mouth, he gasps for oxygen, and also takes in a mouthful of oil collected as the tank has scraped across the residue of the pipeline. Swallowing the oil, but now with oxygen in hand, he frantically pushes on. Minutes slowly pass, each more agonizing than the last, until finally he breaks through the surface of the water into a secondary air pocket, this time halfway filled with water. As Chris moves through the air pocket, he comes across a third oxygen tank, and as he does so, he hears a noise behind him, and from the water emerges Faisal with the remaining oxygen tank. Faisal urges Chris to pause and rest, but Chris refuses, saying they've already been in the pipeline too long already. As Chris pushes on ahead, Faisal pauses to rest, promising to follow behind him. Now carrying his 2 oxygen tanks with him, it is only a short swim further of 10 to 20 meters before Chris again collides with something, this time the upward bend of the pipeline. he has made it to one of the berths. Unsure if he's at berth 5 or 6, he knows that he is now moments away from discovering potential escape or certain death. As he heads up,
I'm on the edge of my seat. Suspense! Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Make sure that you guys drink water, unshrimp, stretch. Stretch and take care of your spines. Also got some munchies, some snakies. Crawling with broken arms and legs. I know, this is what I mean when I say I believe in the indomitable human spirit. I believe in mother effing adrenaline, man. I will say, adrenaline is God's gift to an imperfect design. Let me tell you. Like, Jesus Christ. Because without adrenaline, a lot of, like, it just wouldn't be possible. But adrenaline kicks in and... Good night, Dark Galaxy. Gotta take care of y'all shrimps. We are. Also, are you still playing Rivals right now, AJ?
the vertical section of the pipe, he doesn't find the inflatable plug that would have otherwise been in place sealing berth 5.
Oh
he has
my
found
God.
the dive chamber, but to his astonishment, no rescue team is there to meet him. His heart sinks. He drops the half-full tank below him, knowing that it would descend slowly in case Faisal was surfacing beneath him. But as he reaches out to pull himself out of the pipeline, he finds the rim of the pipe sits just inches out of reach.
Oh.
Exhausted, he clings to a chain which hangs in place and prays someone will find him. Time passes agonizingly slowly as he sits in the darkness. Then suddenly, he hears a knock on the outside of the pipeline. Instinctively, he knocks back. Close to blacking out, faint and exhausted, a light suddenly emerges into the dive chamber
my
above.
God.
And at 6 PM, now more than 2 hours after the initial incident,
2
Chris
hours!
is finally pulled free. The crews on the dive barge haul him aboard, battered, covered in oil and coughing up water, but alive. He immediately tells the others that the 4 other men are still down there, alive as far as he knows, and pleads with them to mount a rescue immediately. Divers topside are gearing up to do just that. Several volunteers, including the son of one of the trapped men, are getting ready to go back down to the habitat and into the pipe, because with every passing minute, the available oxygen remaining in the pipeline dwindles. First, a short dive attempt is made to the bottom of the elbow, where the air tank Chris dropped is retrieved, and some accounts also tell of divers knocking on the outside of the pipeline at various points and hearing knocks back from the trapped men inside. But shockingly, it is at this critical moment in the rescue effort that it is halted. The officials in charge of Paria Fuel Trading, the company that operates the pipeline, decide it is too dangerous to send in rescue divers, as there is no commercial dive equipment available on site. Instead of an immediate rescue, a slow, cautious approach is taken, and despite the arrival between 6 and 7 PM of 2 further dive vessels, both fully equipped with commercial diving equipment, the company decrees a total ban on diving, fearing a secondary Delta P event could still occur. Around 8 PM, bangs are heard on the pipeline near berth 5. Hearing of the accident, families of the divers now wait in the refinery car park, desperate for further
The absolute
Later in the night,
fuckers.
the dive team bring in an ROV to the entrance of berth 6 and try and probe the pipeline to locate the men. This process takes several hours and ultimately fails, as the ROV becomes tangled in one of the oxygen tanks remaining in the pipeline. At 2:30 AM, now on Saturday, bangs are again heard at the riser of the pipe of berth 5. All through the night of February 25th and into the weekend.
If they hadn't banned them, they could have got... If all of the other men die because they banned diving... Goddamn the company. Goddamn company profits, man. I swear to God. Oh, hell no. Hell no. One game was enough. You already know. You already know. The company, I bet you, because they gave some excuse, right? They were like, oh, we don't want an incident, whatever. I bet they just didn't want any damage to come to their pipe. That's what I think it was.
Families and colleagues of the trapped men wait in agony for news. but the Paria Trading Company doesn't communicate with them. Hope remains firm that maybe the 4 divers found a stable air pocket and could survive for many further hours. Divers on standby are reportedly itching and ready to go, some even willing to take the risk and dive without official approval. An unsubstantiated claim suggests that Chris even tries to check himself out of the hospital to mount his own rogue rescue operation. But the command holds firm. No divers are allowed back in the pipeline, but equally, no alternative rescue attempts are being made. Finally, after hours of anguished waiting, a fateful plan is formed. The Paria Fuel Trading Company authorizes the removal of the Berth 5 blind flange, the seal at the mainland end of the pipeline. However, in the 13 hours that Kazim Al Jr., Yusuf Henry, Fazl Kurban and Rishi Nagazar have spent at the bottom of the pipeline, their bodies have now adjusted to the increased pressure of the environment, estimated to be somewhere between 2 and 3 atmospheres of pressure. This pressure is also what is holding the water in place and supporting the last remaining air pockets within the pipeline. At around 6 a.m,
they're gonna
teams
kill
are
them.
ordered to remove the Berth 5 flange, and just a split second, the pressure in the pipeline drops from 2 atmospheres to 1. Immediately, the water level in the Berth 6 riser is seen to drop by about 11 meters, as the water rushes to redistribute through the pipeline, forcing out remaining air pockets and flooding it entirely. In this moment, the 4 trapped men's fates are sealed. Either they succumb to the effects of rapid decompression as gas bubbles form in their blood supply, or alternatively as the air pockets collapse, they simply drown. We don't know what happened in between, but it wasn't until 6 p.m. that night, 12 hours later,
They basically
that the
killed
families were
them.
notified that efforts had moved from rescue to retrieval. On Monday, 28th of February 2022 at around 6 p.m, the bodies of Kazim Al Jr., Yusuf Henry and Faisal Kurban were retrieved from the pipeline. The 4th diver, Rishi Nagazar, was retrieved a few days later in the early hours of Thursday, the 3rd of March. The later autopsies revealed that all trapped men had survived at least until Saturday morning, with one potentially surviving until Monday. Devastated by this outcome, an official commission of inquiry was convened in 2022 to investigate the incident. In late 2023, the findings it delivered were damning. The commission reported that Paria had no proper rescue plan in place for such an emergency, and that it had not made any real attempt at rescue.
it hadn't.
During the inquiry, Paria officials had stated that they had no legal responsibility to rescue the men once the accident had occurred, fearing exposing themselves and the company to greater liability. The commission condemned Paria's actions and inaction as amounting to gross negligence, possibly criminal.
How would you rate the management of this incident on that day?
Excellent.
Thank you very much. 4 men died on an incident that you were to manage, and you consider that excellent.
This stance, prioritizing liability concerns over the urgent life-saving efforts required, outraged many.
It's a balancing act, right?
It might be a different balancing act if it was your father that was in the pipe or your son.
In September of 20...
Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Straight to the bureaucracy. You know how companies work. You do. I was like, I knew that it was like the liability and shit. They didn't want their precious pipe to be ruined. They could have rescued all of those men. All of those men could have lived. Every single one of them. The management was excellent. It's a balancing act. Fuck off. Just absolutely. What a world we live in. What a world we live in. It's not surprising in the slightest. It's not shocking in the slightest. But goddamn. Goddamn. This is the real. No, yeah, this is the way of the world. I'm not shocked at all. But shit. It also. But here's the thing, right? It also always gets me because I'm like, if you're evil, right? You're an evil corporation. I don't know. My mind goes to like, oh yeah, we rescue them out of the pipe. And then we get to say that like, oh my God, we care about our workers. When, it, and that way also maybe you don't, get in trouble for why the pressure that happened with the pressure anyways. But you get to be like, oh my God, yeah, it's because we care. And then you can still be an evil company and then like refuse to give them any compensation for their injuries and stuff, right? But I'm just like, I'm like, it's still evil, right? But I don't know, it's like a smart way to be evil. I don't know, like, I just don't understand this. Like so blatant that like, you're not gonna get away with it. Money's more important than lives to most corpos. Another example of corporate effery. Right when the rescue was already halfway through. I know. You wish that was the case, but that sadly doesn't happen. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm like, if you're gonna be evil, at least be smart about it. They were just dumb. That's always my thing with all of this, is like, can we have, where's the evil geniuses? Because all I'm seeing is evil. What's happening here? What are we doing? You scared me. Everything was quiet. With some ASMR, you yelled. Hi, Perplexity. Remember the Radium Girls? Yeah. They didn't even do— I know. Human life is sadly not valued above money. I know. I know. But then I'm pretty sure that the whole pipe shut down is my thing. I'm pretty sure the entire pipe got shut down due to this. Evil people tend to be stupid.
It outraged many.
It's a balancing act, right?
It might be a different balancing act if it was your father that was in the pipe or your son.
In September of 2024, charges were filed against the managers of the Paria Trading Company and Land and Marine Contracting Services, the company contracted by Paria to repair the pipeline. But just last week, in June of 2025, the Privy Council presiding over this case heard arguments that could determine whether anyone is ever held legally accountable. The statute of limitations for this case, the maximum time period after an event during which legal proceedings can be initiated, is 6 months. The criminal cases brought by Trinidad's Occupational Safety Agency fall outside the 6-month window following the 2023 Commission report. So this criminal case may be thrown out entirely on a technicality. As of last week, the Council has reserved judgment on this matter. In the end, the tragedy of the Paria diving incident serves as a stark reminder of what happens when the laws of physics meet human error, valor, and cowardice. Just as Mother Nature abhors a vacuum, we must abhor those who hold profits over people.
Because everything inside me open and rescue. Everything inside me open and rescue was going on. Nobody was making an attempt to rescue me.
Nobody's been charged? Oh no. 6 months is crazy. Here, let me see. I'm Googling it. I'm Googling it. Let me see, let me see. I need to see. Let's see. I think that they were charged later on. Okay, they were charged. Okay, update, they were charged. It did not get thrown out on a technicality. They were charged. I don't know what the conclusion is of it, but they were charged. So we shall see. 3 were charged, even though it was 2 years after. So they were charged. If you're on your foot, get off it. I'm not. I was on my foot, but I'm off the foot now. The reopen and wash their hands. A few skins lost. Totally disagree. I think that most evil people are idiots. Not really. They are manipulative, but they're not smart. My thing is that I think most evil people are idiots, and they only seem smart because so many other idiots enable them. That's my theory. My theory. True threat are idiots, not monsters. Indeed. It's the kind of thing that makes you wish there were secret organizations trying to run everything, because otherwise the more terrifying thing is humanity really is just doing this to itself. True, Cassadollar. True. Preach. That is so real. Alright. I do want to see the Bifford Dolphin incident, because I have a feeling that that's the one that one of you guys were talking about. However, we're gonna hop over to Lauren the Mortician describing the submersible incident. Dun, 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 dun. The Ocean Gate submersible incident because they did get, you could say, some remains back, but the remains were described as slush. So we're gonna find out what that means. What does it mean when you get slush back? If it chooses to load, you know.
Picturing a body, maybe. And that is not what this is. Hi, bestie. Welcome back to Morbid.
Alright. She's staring into your souls. Of course we're doing this to ourselves. We are a species that were meant to throw spears at deer. And instead we redefine the very limits of reality with our tech. True. We're guilty. Suffering the consequences of our own decisions. Alright. Lauren the Mortician. They got slush back. Here's what that means. Mortician explains. You know, if I would have known about being a mortician when I was younger, I think I would have become one. See you, Hollow. I think I would have become one.
That'll do. Families say they were given slushy remains in a shoebox. That's the headline going viral right now about the Titan submersible implosion. And I've been watching people try to make sense of that word slush, because your brain immediately goes, what does that even mean? And honestly, I'm so glad you asked, because people are picturing a body, maybe, and that is not what this is. Hi, bestie. Welcome back to Morbid Monday, where we take the scary, the confusing, and the things nobody wants to explain, and we make them make sense. Today's topic, slush in shoeboxes? Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. If you're new here, hi, I'm Lauren. Lauren the Mortician. Yes, a real mortician, your new funeral bestie. And on this channel, we talk about death, dying, and everything people are usually too uncomfortable to ask out loud. And before we go any further, this might sound shocking, but I have worked cases where a body didn't come back whole, where what was returned to a family was not what they expected. So when I hear something described as slush, I don't hear something
I've
made
always
up.
wanted a
I
funeral
hear something
bestie.
people just don't have better words for. So today we're going to break it down, what that actually means from a science standpoint, how identification works when
Yes, there is. There is a game called The Mortuary Assistant that is less kind of yeah, they kind of do have you do mortician tasks, but it is very, very, very much so like full-on horror game. Funeral besties
remains are fragmented, and why in some cases what families receive looks nothing like what we think a body should look like. We're also going to talk about other real cases like the September 11th attacks and deep ocean recoveries, where what was returned to the families was partial, fragmented, or still being identified decades later. Because as shocking as this sounds, it's not as rare as people think, because it's just another morbid Monday. Whoa, whoa. Wish it was Friday.
Oh no,
Death,
I'm gonna get
dying, and
this
decay. Whoa,
stuck in my head.
It's gonna be a great day. Cha cha cha. Cue the intro.
Should play that. Do you want me to die in Mortuary Assistant? Hell yeah. Lauren the Mortician!
Okay, before we get into all of that, let's do a quick recap, because I know the story has been everywhere, but just in case your brain was elsewhere when this all went down, in June of 2023, a private submersible called...
We're actually getting a little bit of a summary of it, Hollow. Apparently, I didn't see this personally, but apparently this was everywhere. Titan submarine victims' bodies were returned as slush in shoeboxes. And no mortician is going to explain to us what slush means. But also, my question is, what the fuck do you mean that they was given to them in shoeboxes? Hey, Mortuary Assistant isn't that bad. I did every ending, had a good laugh. What is considered the good ending in that game? Because I've seen some of them. The doors slam open and shut.
Oh, the story has been everywhere, but just in case your brain was elsewhere when this all went down, in June of 2023, a private submersible called Titan, operated by Ocean Gate, set out to take passengers down to view the wreck of the Titanic. On board were 5 people, including the CEO, Stockton Rush,
the
a
dumbass
British billionaire, a Pakistani businessman and his poor son, and a Titanic expert.
See, here's the thing. You grow up watching the Titanic. You learn a lot of shit about the Titanic. I literally, one of the first crazy Warframe dojos I ever went to, they created a museum replicating the Titanic before and during and after it strikes the iceberg. It's fascinating. I have no bone. Not a bone in my body, not a fiber, not a cell, not a mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell in me that has ever looked at that damn ship and been like, you know what I really want? I want to dive down and like really like, I want to look at it. I want to go underwater and I just want to look at that hunk of metal face to face. Never. I have no desire. I barely even have a desire to go snorkeling. Like, I'm not even sure if I'll ever do that in my lifetime. Ending 5, the closure ending, is what I'd call the good ending. There's a shitload of work to achieve. One mistake and you can't restart. Oof.
Now, this wasn't some casual field trip. People were paying around $250,000 a seat for this experience.
Nope.
And I'm just gonna say it, for $250,000, I need things to be built correctly. Just a personal preference.
That's crazy.
Because as we now know, this sub, the construction of it, had raised concerns, like a whole lot of concerns from engineers, from experts, from people who literally said, hey, maybe don't do that. And unfortunately, those concerns were...
I'm sorry, but for $250,000, if I even see like that hole, like I just look at the window looks cheap. I look at this and this is giving cheap. This is giving like a poor man's underwater escapade. This is not giving a wealthy $250,000 underwater journey to me. You know. I'm not a water rat either, but I mean, I might not risk my life underwater, but I do risk it on the racetrack. I do need like me a passenger princess one day, maybe. Honestly, I don't know. I guess doing shit like that on land to me isn't as wild, because for me, I'm like, if you're taking risks racing or anything, that to me seems a little bit more natural, because I'm like, we're human beings with arms and legs. We're designed to do shit on land. So if you're taking risks on land, it still can be dangerous, but it's like, I understand it more. Doing shit underwater, we do not have gills. We are not, our bodies are not made for it. That is where, same thing with space. I'm like, you dumb. You dumb, you stupid. What are we doing? Why are we here? What are we doing? All these Logitech controller billionaires. It's so small. It is so tiny. It is so tiny. That is the question, AJ. Everything looks cheap about this. That's what I'm saying. I think these are the Logitech controller billionaires, by the way, Shinobi. Scott Manley has a great video on how absolutely terrible this sub is. It's got so many technical issues. Oh, Lord.
Ignored. So the dive begins, and not long after descent, communication is lost. And for days, there's this massive global search effort. People are tracking oxygen levels, counting down the hours, hoping they're still alive somewhere out there in the ocean. And it honestly started to feel like the entire world was holding its breath, until it was confirmed that the sub had suffered a catastrophic implosion, which means it didn't slowly fail. There was no warning, no time to react. It collapsed instantly under the pressure of the deep ocean. And at that depth, there is no surviving that. So now, fast forward to today, families are speaking out about what was returned to them. And that's where this word slush comes in. So let's start with the question everyone is asking asking, what does slush actually mean? Because that word is doing a whole lot of heavy lifting right now. And the reality is, it's not a scientific term. It's a descriptive one. It's the only word someone had for something they weren't prepared to see. When we're talking about something like the Titan submersible implosion, we are talking about an environment that the human body is not built to withstand. Extreme pressure, instant structural failure, no time for the body to even respond. So the body doesn't decompose in the way people are used to hearing about. It doesn't stay intact. It doesn't even stay recognizable. It becomes fragmented. And then you add in the ocean, deep water, cold temperatures, movement, time, animals, ocean life. So what recovery teams are working with is not a body, it's a mixture. Fragments of organic material saturated with seawater, possibly mixed with debris from the vessel itself. And at that point, recovery isn't about finding a whole person. It's about finding anything that could be human. And this is where reality sort of steps in. Picture those divers down there searching for anything they possibly can. They're working in this huge debris field going, is this human? I don't know, but we're taking it, because you don't leave something behind.
Oh, it's not funny. It's tragic. But if you're the person that's doing the diving looking, that literally is your process. You're poking around. You're being like, is this a person? Could it be a person? I don't know, Bob, but let's take it back. That kind of... I feel like in these things you have to find, if it's your job, you have to find humor in it. Me, I have a very morbid sense of humor anyways. I have a fascination with the macabre, and I have a very dark sense of humor, so, like, I feel like you need it, because especially if it's your profession, how else can you possibly cope? Basically designed to fail on an absolutely fundamental level. It was Cassadar. Because what I do know about the submersible is they literally already had, like, cracks and dents in it that were gonna happen, that they were warning. So it was pretty soon after the dive started that the failure happened. Because they were warned. They were already warned that, like, it wasn't... The vessel wasn't doing very well. Would you have the balls to send my passenger seat when I blast down the straight on the North Schliff with 200 miles per hour? So my friend said, it'll be fine, it's just driving after all. They're motion sick as hell after a single turn. It isn't easy on the body either. True, it's not easy on the body. Actually, you know, now that you mention it, Hollow, I think that's actually the main thing. I get motion sick. So that would actually be the reason that I wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, I would be down to try, but I do get motion sick, so that's unfortunate. There's updates about this? There is, Aaron. Hand me the odds. Human toothpaste. Yep. The indomitable human spirit. I wouldn't even bother figuring out. When I heard the submarine, I saw the memes. I had a really good laugh. It was... No! The memes, everybody was memeing on it, because at the end of the day, it was like, you paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to die. And also, the CEO of OceanGate, the guy, the founder, who was also in the submarine and also died, was a fucking idiot. So, of course, people were like, this dumbass scammer who just killed all these innocent people. And it's just like, yeah, like, there were so... And also, I'm sorry, but, like, it's called OceanGate. The company itself, the submersible has OceanGate. It writes itself. It writes itself. I'm scared of heights. Can't even climb a ladder. What faults? I don't see any faults in this structure. Why don't you open your eyes? Exactly. OceanGate sounds like some ad for Sea Life.
behind if there's even a chance it belongs to someone. And that's how you end up with something that gets described as slush. Not because it's something simple or clean, but because it's blended, broken down, and no longer separate in the way we expect a body to be. And I'm gonna be honest with you, when I originally covered the Titan submersible implosion, I didn't think they were going to recover anything. So kudos to those recovery teams. Because of the pressure involved and what that does to the human body, I truly thought there wouldn't be anything left to bring back. I expected the pieces to be floating far, far away and never be found. So the fact that they were able to recover anything at all, that actually surprised me. And it does make me wonder how much was really there. What do those shoeboxes actually contain? Anybody else wondering that? Because when you're working with material this fragmented, the term a shoebox could mean very different things. Okay, so that brings us to the next question.
She keeps saying slush, and I want another watermelon margarita. A slushy watermelon margarita sounds delicious right now, I'm not gonna lie. This fucking context, I can't. Deceased. Have you ever played with one of those slushy lids that are kind of domed and put pressure on the edges of the rim to launch the cup? That's basically how the sub was designed. Deadass Cassadar. The submersible itself was designed like a slushy cup. Kudos to those recovery teams for resisting the urge to throw up when extracting human. No, okay, here's the thing, as I'm literally over here picturing them. Oh, hi, Draco. You know though, you know the why am I fucking blanking out what it's called? You know when you're washing like a sifter, you know when you're those like netty things that you like put your fruit in and you run it underneath the water and the water just goes through it. What the fuck are those called? Why can't I remember? And like the water just goes right through it. You guys, I'm thinking of a sifter, like the water can drain through it. What are they called? Words are very difficult. Is it a sifter? Is that deadass it? It doesn't have another name? Curse slushy. You said okay. So I'm literally just picturing them underwater, the divers, just with a sifter, just fucking going through. Because a strainer. Thank you, a strainer. That's what I was thinking. With a strainer, just going through the water, trying to see if they can pick anything up with it. Because yeah, like the impact of that, it's like, what even is there left? How you doing, Draco? Need your margaritas. Slushy margarita. It is a very... Oh my god, Aaron, speaking of it being a cursed margarita, also because a watermelon margarita would also be red slush. The do not drink this slushy special served straight from the ocean. No, so real. Oh, thank you, Cassadar. A strainer. What's the difference from a sifter and a strainer? I need a short... What do you mean, a short person? A sifter is like a sifter is usually used in baking. So like a sifter you would use to like put some sugar or flour through. So a sifter, you want it to fall through. Like you do want it to fall through, but you want it to be sprinkled. That's like sifter. A strainer is like water. Like you're cleaning and you're washing something and you want it to go through it. You're trying to strain liquid out of something. It could be water, it could be juice, any number of things, but you're trying to get rid of the liquid. Yeah, dry versus wet is actually a really good simplifying way. I'm literally drinking a cherry. You're drinking a cherry slushy right now. The odds. The odds. R.I.P. Enjoy that cherry slushy. Hi, Emma Heartstone. I'm very well. How are you? I meant smart. We have a short person. She's our streamer here. Smart and short is close enough. Lucky for you, I am both short and smart. So both. Both works.
how do they even know whose remains are whose? Because when something is this fragmented,
does
you're
anything even
not
have DNA at that
identifying
point?
a person visually. There is no "this is clearly them" moment. Identification at that point comes down to science, DNA. And the thing a lot of people don't realize is DNA can still exist in very small, very degraded samples.
All right, that's what I was
talking
wondering.
Tiny fragments of bone, small pieces of tissue, sometimes things you wouldn't even recognize as part of a human body. Those samples can be tested and compared to family members, and that's how identification is made. But, and this is where it gets a little bit more complicated, not everything that's recovered is always identifiable. Some material may be too degraded. Some may be too intermixed with one another. And in events like this, there can be what's called commingling, which means remains from different individuals can be, again, mixed together. So when people...
I'm sorry, I just have a dark sense of humor, and I was thinking if all their body remains are mixed together, you just go around being like, everybody gets one scoop. Everybody gets one scoop. I'm sorry, it's evil. It's evil. But everybody go around, grab your spoons. Everybody gets a singular scoop. I'm sorry. That's all I can think. Take your scoop. Oh, Lord. Nah, that's funny. Everybody gets a scoop. You get what you get, and you don't complain. You made me spit my Sprite. Thank you for the hydra and the pasta check, AJ. I appreciate you. Unshrimp. Unshrimp so you too do not become a scoop of slush. Maybe a strainer if they are wet. Giggity. New pickup line unlocked. A fine strainer. Damn, let me sift you. I'm doing good, haven't slept well, and just refuse to use Twitch at night. No worries, Emma. No worries at all, no worries at all. I hope that you get EP. Maybe a strainer. You... I'm all for food. Enjoy the munchies. It's like 2 a.m. for me. Real. IDK, what name you use for me? Because I still run the Peanut on Twitch and this name here. Yeah, you got Emma. You got Emma Heartstone on my end. Not sure if it's Custard or Sherbert. I think probably... Well, it would depend on the texture if we're talking Custard or Sherbert. Oh, Lord.
People ask, are they 100% sure those remains are theirs? The honest answer is sometimes yes, and sometimes it's the best determination that can be made with the evidence available. And I've also seen people wondering, did they divide up what they found so each family member had something to bury? Or
oh my god, she literally said what I said. Did they just divide up the slush so everyone did get a scoop? Allegedly. We'll find out if that actually is what happened. Welcome back from Agile.
Take home. And the truth is, we don't have a clear answer on that here either. Typically, remains are returned based on identification whenever possible. But in catastrophic situations like this, when everything is fragmented and recovered from the same environment, perfect separation isn't always realistic. So what families may receive is what could be identified, and sometimes what could just be recovered. And I think that's a really hard thing for people to sit with, because we want certainty. We want to know this is them. And in cases like this, closure doesn't always come that cleanly. All right, this next part, nobody's really talking about, but I will. The families are describing what they got back, that word slush, which means they opened the box. Like they had it in their hands and they opened it and they looked at it. And I'm not gonna lie, my first reaction was panic, like, oh my God, they opened the box. And then my funeral director brain kicks in because this is the moment where, in a funeral home setting, someone would step in and say, hey, family, you probably don't want to see this. We can keep this sealed for you. We can place it in an urn for you. We can handle this for you. Because our job isn't just care for the dead, it's protecting the living from moments they don't need to experience. Now, this wasn't.
So did they deadass hand these poor people an actual shoebox and didn't? Wow. Wow. The more you know. Did they not, like, what was the now I'm like, who just was like, hey family, we're just gonna, did they ship it? Did they ship a box to the family? Like, what the fuck is happening here? With that information of a mortician, what is happening? What did you, I have so many questions. I have so many questions. The brains are at least part of your family. Custard is made with milk now that I think about it. I don't think there was any milk underwater. She keeps saying slush. This is some dystopian shit, right? Who doesn't want some human toothpaste at their doorstep? Because considering that, then that has to mean that they got the box not in a controlled, like, environment with, like, a mortician and stuff. So how the fuck did, like, someone just deadass come a-knocking with a box? What?
A funeral home process, obviously. This is a recovery, identification, and chain of custody. So what gets returned to families is often exactly how it was recovered after testing is complete. But still, from a human being standpoint, sending that back to the family in a basic container with no guidance on what they're about to open, that's a hard one for me. Because a lot of families wouldn't even think to ask, should I open this? Or maybe you're one of the curious ones and you're like, I'm opening it. But now you've got people trying to say goodbye who lost their loved ones catastrophically in that Titan implosion, while also trying to process something they were never meant to see. And I'll say this, I feel for those families. I really do. Like, my heart hurts for them. Because once you see something like that, you don't unsee it. And that's where my funeral director heart kind of hurts a lot. Because in a different setting, there would have been someone there to guide them through that moment and protect them from ever having to see what was in that shoebox in the first place. Woo! So once my brain went down this...
So, the Ocean Gate fuckers just continue to get worse. Because not only did they lose their loved ones and have that first traumatizing thing, they also were like... Because from what this sounds like is they did ship it to their fucking addresses. That's what this sounds like, that they just received a box in the mail and they were like, what is this box? Let me open the box. It says it's my loved one's remains. I would be livid. Again, straight to jail, me, because Minecraft. I'm becoming a hitman in Minecraft. Someone's gonna see me at their doorstep if I found that box at my doorstep. Somebody's gonna see me, the Chibico, and the Chibico has no restraint. Imagine if the box got delivered to the wrong address. That's entirely plausible. Default post delivery service? No, seriously! Whales have milk. It's apparently as thick as toothpaste with a fishy aftertaste. Who the fuck is eating whale milk? I don't want to know. You know what? I retract the question. I retract the question. I retract the question. Do not answer it. I retract it. I retract it. You become the Steve that drowns entire villages in lava buckets at 1000%. I'd be curious enough to open it. I want to see the human... I mean, well, that's the crazy thing, though, is you wouldn't know that that's what it is, Hollow. You wouldn't know.
Road of shoeboxes, slush, and trauma, I started spiraling like I do naturally. Like, when else has this happened? When else
Chibico goes Garuda mode. Chibico does go Garuda mode.
A body anymore. And yeah, this happens probably more than you think. But I'm talking about a couple of big ones. The cases you might have actually heard of before. Don't worry, bestie. I already went down the rabbit hole for you. And there are two that really stuck with me, so I'm going to tell you about them. I mean, of course. Let's start with the September 11th.
All right, I think that was like the main ones where she talks about the main slush.
Ashes end up in jewelry pockets, little containers all the time. So she says, I accidentally washed my best friend's ashes in the washing machine. They got wet. Will they mold? What do I do? First of all, take a breath. You're okay, I promise. I'm hugging you virtually. Cremated remains, what we call
Wait, I need
cremains,
context for this question. Hold up.
It was just slush in a box. You can go, actually, it was organic, waterlogged material that had been completely altered by extreme pressure and environment. And now you know. And you also already know that we can't end a Morbid Monday without a little Q&A. I go creeping through the comments, find the questions you are dying to know, and here are a couple that stuck with me. I wanted to answer this one because I feel like ashes end up in jewelry pockets, little containers all the time. So she says, I accidentally washed my best friend's ashes in the washing machine. They got wet. Will they mold? What do I do? First of all, take a breath.
Sorry. I accidentally washed my best friend's ashes in the washing machine. I only had like a half a teaspoon in a jar her mom gave me, and it was in my pocket because I live in a travel trailer, and when I move I don't want to lose her, so I keep her in a spot in my truck. I guess I put her in my pocket and I forgot to take her out. I realized she went through the laundry. It did get a little wet. Will she mold? I don't have an oven. That's such a specific set of circumstances. I would just fucking laugh. I'd be like, what the fuck? I put my bestie's ashes in the laundry. I'm surprised they found anything regarding human remains. I would think maybe bones. No, yeah, Draco, that's what she was saying, is that she's a mortician, and she thought that there would be absolutely nothing retrieved at all, Draco. I've never been so hurt by this chat until they almost ruined my food. Think of the slushy, AJ. Do you know, allegedly, what the people on sea thought are krakens, like massive monsters, was actually whales shoving their hard earrings out of the water? At least we assume that's the reason behind the myth, because krakens do exist, but way too far down for them to be able to be seen. You know, you bring a good point. There were very large squids, though, like very, 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 very large squids and octopuses, but I think some of them are extinct, and some of them did get very large, so it could have happened. I watched them and they got wet, apparently. That is, I know. I know. How does that happen? Fatan Al-Farabi Artho. I love your name. That is the question that we're all asking ourselves here today. There comes a point where the ocean's pressure just crushes the bones to dust. Yeah. The slushy is fine, but biting into my food and hearing that and the juices go into my mouth. Ew. Hi, Ghost. We are on True Crime Horror Spoopy Day Reacts, and we just finished watching They Got Slush Back. Here's what happened about the submersible remains. And now she's doing a Q&A where somebody asked about what happens if they put their besties' remains in the laundry machines. Well, let's find out.
They got wet. Will they mold? What do I do? First of all, take a breath. You're okay, I promise. I'm hugging you virtually. Cremated remains, what we call cremains, are primarily processed bone. There's nothing living left in that urn when we're done with it. So no, they're not going to mold, I promise. Valid concern. But if anything, you just gave her bones a little extra rinse cycle. Now, they can hold onto moisture, so what you want to do is just let them air dry completely. Put them in a clean container, leave them open, and let the moisture evaporate naturally. No oven, no microwave, no creative solutions. Don't put her in the oven. Don't do any of that. Just let them
Don't put her in the oven. Well, now you guys know. If you ever put the cremains of your bestie inside of the washing machine, Let them air dry. Don't put them in the oven. Don't toast them. Don't, just let them air dry, and then you can put them back into the urn. The more you know. Noted. Very, again, educational. We're an educational channel up in here. We're an educational channel. We just saw a video about the crushing weight of the ocean. That as well. Cremains. I watched a different mortician who said the same thing. They're called ashes, but all, thank you for the lurk, fool. But all that's really left is the minerals and bones. Any prosthesis, like a hip replacement or other joint replacement. Wait, how did I mute this?
Or whatever you normally keep them in. And emotionally, you didn't lose her. She's still there.
Thank you for the coven offering, by the way, guys.
All right, next question. She said, I saw a post saying funeral homes reuse caskets. Why? And do you guys reuse caskets? Because people pay so much money for them. Okay, no, we are not reusing caskets. At least we're not supposed to. That is a huge no. Like, lose your license kind of no. What you're probably seeing online is something called a rental casket. And that's very different. A rental casket is used for a viewing or service, but inside of it is a removable insert. So your loved one is placed in that insert. Normally,
I want to see if there's any other wild
casket,
questions.
The nice one may have come used with your full expensive casket, because caskets.
Any other silly questions?
See that online? It's saying it correctly. All right, next question. Can I, as a non-mortician, watch someone be embalmed? So you're asking if you can come in and watch grandma be embalmed. And unfortunately, the answer is no. Embalming is something that can only be done by licensed professionals, and access to that embalming room is restricted. It's not just open to the public. And honestly, even if it were, it's probably not something most people would want to see their loved one go through, because it doesn't.
Okay, I wouldn't want to see my loved one embalmed. I think I would find the process fascinating, though. Like, I just want to see, you know? Anyone? No? Am I the only one? Okay. Rental casket? Too broke to buy an actual casket, huh? I think hollow. I think the rental caskets are if you want a really fancy one, not to bury them. If you want a really fancy one for display, like if you're showing the body, but you don't want that casket for burial, you just want a more normal casket for burial, and you don't want to spend the money on like burying them in like a really lavish casket because you're like, what's the point? But you want to display the body. You know, human death practices are so fascinating, aren't they? So interesting. Funerals are expensive. Funerals are so expensive. I would think we talked about it before, though, that I've already decided how I want to how I want to be buried. I know exactly the kind of casket. I want to be buried in the casket from the last Frankenstein movie. I want to be buried in one of those gorgeous ass caskets. Just ugh. That's what I want. Oh, I also want to leave notes to the mortician to give me like a fucking smoky eye. Make me look real sexy. I guess fucking the Dage also counts to the monster. I don't think so. No. I think that that's the necro char. I think that would be different. I would think that unless does that fall into the bone daddy? That's a lot of questions actually involved in that. Good night, Glitch. See you next time, Glitch. How many bios have you dissected? Birgit says a lot. Most want to be cremated. Originally, I wanted to be cremated, but considering... Actually, you know what? Maybe cremate me, but still put my remains inside of the casket. It's mostly just the casket that I like. Why I gotta show them off like they some accessory? I know, Hollow. There's a game called Mortician's Tale. What's that one about, Draco? Bone Daddy? The fuck is going on every time I look away? If I could, I would want my body to be sent into the sun. So dramatic. So dramatic. So dramatic. Chilling new Titan Impulsion video. Alright, let me see. I want to just say something. Alright. That one open. Oh, this is a body cam I wanted us to watch. But I'm not sure. We'll keep watching some more of the spooky and then we'll end with body cams.
Last year, a group of...
Let's see. We already watched that one. Oh, let's return to the diving. Let's return to the diving one. Hold up. The dive one. This I think this is the one. Was it this one? No. This one. This one. Well, hello there. Well, hello there. That was quite a drum entrance. Okay. I'm Bone Daddy. Undead creatures belonging to the chart, so I guess that includes the dead in general. I just came across Reddit posts on a subreddit, and I read 2 of them, and I'm like, oh, hell no. I don't want to know, hello, do I? I do not want to know, do I? I do not want to know, do I? All burials, all day, spinning the hits from thousands and 90s. True. Did not go read the discussions about the I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Reddit in general is like... Reddit is like... the dark hole where all people share. You know what it's like? It's like Reddit is everyone's journal. Everyone writes in Reddit like it's their journal, except their private journal is public for all to see. So yeah. Welcome back, crazy. How to Squeeze a Human Being Through a 5-Inch Hole by Joe Scott. Let's find out the terrible horror here.
Imagine you're a deep-sea welder. It's 4 a.m., you're sleeping peacefully in your bunk when you're suddenly woken up by a ringing telephone. You answer it in a daze, and it's your boss screaming at you.
It's Purgatory. Hi, Anby. Welcome on in, first time chatting. Reddit is Purgatory. That's also a great way to describe it. I love a good tentacle monster. You know, tentacles are not my thing. They're big. Well, I can't really say that considering something, but it's more so for you guys. Never mind. Let's continue.
To the deck immediately and bring a blowtorch. Some kind of problem with the decompression chamber. So you rush out of the room, grab your acetylene torch, and head to the deck, where you find crew members rushing around panicked everywhere. You look off to one side and you see a crew member named Billy laid out on the deck, motionless. He's flanked by 2 personnel doing CPR, and in the other direction you see another crew member named Martin. He's writhing on the ground in agony as a medic tightens a tourniquet on his leg. But before you can figure out what happened to them, you hear the sound of your boss screaming at you from the side of the decompression chamber. A hatch needs to be cut open immediately. So you run over there, your heart pounding in your chest, and you realize as you get closer that there's a giant smudge around the hatch. In fact, it's blood. Lots of blood. Your foot slips as you're running, and you look back to see that you stepped on something that kind of looks like a slab of bacon. In fact, you have to slow down because your feet are sliding everywhere.
This man did not just call it bacon. This man just called it bacon. Sir, I don't know about you, but my bacon does not look like that. My bacon does not look like that. I don't know what bacon that you're eating, but that's not my bacon. I will be very concerned if that was your bacon to be looking like. I think that the bacon is gone bad. I would not be eating that bacon. Personally, I would advise greatly against eating that bacon. No. Jesus. It's more like if you it's more like when you put a pig through a meat grinder, I would say, rather than bacon slices. A Mortician's Tale is about a mortician running a funeral home. That sounds really cute, actually. Is it a cute, cozy game, Draco? There's an urban legend of a family getting sent the ashes of the grandma without a note. They mistook it for spices. Oh, no. I feel like, wouldn't that taste bad? I like that you're open-minded. Good luck confirming it. I'm sorry, hold on. Yes, AJ? I think this might be the one now. Yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah. I know this one. You do? Little baby, some long pork. I look back over here and I read monster and tentacle. Do I need to put my foot down? Nah. The usual cultured suspects, AJ. Extra rare bacon? Well, that's certainly one way to describe it. Not sure if I would talk about it that way, but that's certainly one way to put it. Humans do apparently taste like pork, from what I've heard. Wait, I think I did hear that, because, again, I love true crime. So I think that, like, there's a cannibal that was arrested, and he described what human flesh tasted like. Again, I have a morbid fascination. Through our reacts, you will discover much about my morbid fascinations. I have a very dark sense of humor and very dark fascinations. Well, humans, good morning, Groomy. It looks like a cute cozy game. Also has embalming from the screenshots. Really? I love that embalming and cozy game are in the same sentence. What is it called again, Traco? Love me a cat girl, especially if it has claws and sharp canines. What, is that where you are in the monster effort?
Where the whole surface seems to be covered in some kind of
Ew, the
grease
squelching!
and other stuff. Finally, you reach the stuck hatch and you light the torch to cut it open, but as you turn to the hatch, you see that it's stuck, but just slightly open, maybe a 5-inch crack in the door. And you glance inside the crack as you start to cut, and you lay eyes on one of the most horrific workplace accidents of all time. An event so disturbing, people will still be talking about it 40 years later.
40 years?
Was the Bifford Dolphin. They say when you go in the ocean, you re-enter the food chain. It's a foreign environment, one we're not adapted to or designed for, and that's more true the further down you go as the weight of the water puts crushing pressure on the body. But sometimes we gotta go down there. Our modern world has a surprisingly extensive undersea infrastructure. From offshore gas drilling to windmills to oil pipelines, undersea cables, there's a lot of stuff at the bottom of the sea that we all rely on. And all of that needs to be maintained. In fact, it's especially vulnerable to the elements because it's in the ocean. But that maintenance has to be done by people. People who take on a special risk by going down there. Think about how hard this job is.
That would actually be my nightmare. That would actually be my nightmare. I think that I would have a better chance of like maintaining my sanity if like I tried training to be a jet pilot rather than like training to dive and be underwater for extended periods of time. I just feel like panic would set in so easily. So easily. A Mortician's Tale. The character's long black hair with shaped eyebrows. Be goth. Oh, Mortician's Tale. I'll have to look it up, Chico. That sounds so cute. Sick guitar riff, right? I like the guitar riff in the middle of this. Dolphin incident. Yeah. Well, didn't it say Bifford Dolphin incident? I'm somewhere between the human expansion humanoid level on the monster effort. My two OCs, Zest and Ellen, are both beastkin. Ellen is a shark girl, and Zest is a lamia. Did you grow up, Paulo? Did you ever watch Shark Boy and Lava Girl? Out of curiosity. More conspiracy theories? No, this is not a conspiracy theory, actually. This is a real event that happened out at sea. Speaking of monsters, I've heard things. Oh, dolphins are so fucked. Dolphins are freaks. Listen, all you need to know about dolphins, okay, is women are advised and are not allowed to go swimming, diving, anything around dolphins when they're on their period. Because the dolphins will smell. You can put 2 and 2 together. So, yeah. Yeah. Really, Hollow? Well, I don't think the movie is that old. When did that movie come out? Women, dolphins, or just... Oh no, just dolphins in general.
Welding, bolting, cutting, the kind of stuff that would be a tough job on land, but you're doing it in the water, in basically a spacesuit, at depths too low for the sun to reach, so you're in total darkness. You're dragging massive cables along behind you the entire time, and the seafloor is constantly swirling dirt and mud around you, so visibility is less than 0 sometimes. But on top of all of that, maybe the craziest thing about this job is that you have to live in a tiny chamber for 28 days while you're doing all that. It's a process known as saturation diving. So you've all heard of the bends, right? It's that condition that divers can get if they ascend too quickly. Well, imagine if instead of going down 20 or 30 feet, you're going down 600 feet or even 2,000 feet. Like, how long would it take to decompress every time you came to the surface? Actually, you don't have to guess. I can tell you. It's a day for every 100 feet of depth. So, yeah, it's 600 feet. You'd need 6 days to compress and decompress.
No.
According to the internet, anyway. So you can think of it like a bottle of soda, right? So CO2 is added at high pressure, and it causes that to saturate into the water.
I literally have such a fear, and I hate it so much, that if you said you can either become a billionaire if you go down under, like you'll become a billionaire, I'd be like, no. no, it's literally not worth it for me. I'd be so scared. I don't think I would survive. I think I would go insane. I think I would have a psychotic break. So even if I became a billionaire, I think that I would have a psychotic break underwater that far and like that, that by the time you get me out, I think I'm gonna have to be institutionalized. I would be so unwell. I will be so unwell. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. Ugh. I have none. Dolphins in general are just a bunch of horny little guys. My fascination with demi-humans comes primarily from anime. That makes a lot of sense. Wolf girls all the way, though. 2005. I'd rather have my consciousness transferred into a mechanical body and explore space than be in the ocean. I'd rather have zero pressure. The video I'm watching? Yeah, the video I'm watching is a real event, Daniel. It's not a conspiracy theory. This is a real thing that happened. There's a story about dolphins from research. I'm so scared, Draco. What is the research? What is the story? I work in a chemical plant, and we watched a video on this incident when they were teaching us about safety around high-pressure differentials. Oh my god, Ghost. That's terrifying. Ghost, be safe. You're certainly older than me, but you're younger than Purple and Halleck, actually. I've always gotten along more with older people. I was the youngest person in my friend circle until I met Jem. He's a few months younger. Oh, yeah? Yeah, because, I mean, you're technically a Gen Zer still, huh, Hollow? Because I'm also a Gen Zer, but I'm older Gen Z. Chibico would be in Team Magma. Chibico would be Team Magma. Chibico would be Team Lava. Dolphins are my new spirit animal. Sorry, Cocaine Bear. Why the fuck are dolphins your new spirit animal, considering what we're talking about? I have questions. I have questions. What do you mean?
Just like being underwater at high pressure causes gases to saturate into your blood. It's the same idea. But if you just release the pressure, then all those gases would come out of your blood. Bubbles would just form in your blood vessels. It would not be good. The trick is to turn the cap slowly, like really slowly, slow enough that bubbles just kind of don't form. The gas just sort of easily comes out of the solution. So if you're working down at the bottom of the ocean under those extreme pressures and you've got to go through a long decompression process every single time you come to the surface, a long and dangerous decompression process for that matter, that's a lot of wasted time and a lot of extra risk you're taking on. Unless you just stay pressurized. That's why saturation divers have to live in these tiny decompression chambers for weeks at a time, often up to 28 days. The way it's usually done is there's a pressure chamber on the surface vessel that the crew lives in for, again, up to about 28 days. They take turns working 8-hour shifts down at the sea floor, which they ride down to in a diving bell, kind of like an underwater elevator.
Terrifying.
After the shift is over, they go back up in the diving bell, dock the diving bell to the pressurized living quarters, and then do what they call a TUP, or a transfer under pressure, into the living quarters.
Oh,
Once that's sealed, the crew can then detach the diving bell for servicing. Although in some cases they do just kind of stay at the bottom of the ocean in a deep sea habitat. Okay, so just to put this pressure in perspective, think about how your ears pop when you're ascending or descending on a plane. So they pressurize planes to be at about the same as 8,000 feet of elevation. That's about 0.74 atmospheres. So that difference that you're feeling is between 1 atmosphere and 0.74 atmosphere. It's literally a quarter of an atmosphere difference. Saturation divers go from 1 atmosphere up to 9.
Hi, Sammy. I'm done eating now. Congratulations. House where dolphins and people can interact, and well, a lady. Say no more, Draco. I can put 2 and 2 together. Say no more. Welcome back from Agile, everybody, by the way. I don't have any Gen Alpha friends. My younger sister is also still Gen Z. I do not know. Gen Alpha scares me, Hollow. Gen Alpha is terrifying. Gen Alpha's a terrifying being, let me tell you. Gen Alpha, and whoever comes after Gen Alpha, which I don't know if they have a name yet. Horrifying. Horrifying. I do in fact not even know anyone that was born after 2010. What's Gen Alpha? Oh, Gen Alpha is the generation of kids born after Generation Z. Was built on the beach so it could be flooded from the sides and have little pathways for the dolphins to move around. Oh dear God, Draco. Oh no. And I'm very concerned to what I'm skimming every time I look over. It's hilarious. I'm sure you're confused on what we're talking about every time. Did they name the 2020 kids yet? That's what I'm wondering. Do the 2020 kids have a name? If Gen Beta, are they Gen Beta? Are they called Generation Beta? Wait. Let me see. Let me ask. What generation is after Generation Alpha? Oh, they are Generation Beta. They are. They're actually called Generation Beta. Oh dear. It's Generation Beta. They're cooked. We're cooked. No, it actually is. I googled it. They're actually called, after Gen Alpha is Gen Beta. We're all cooked. I mean, Gen Alpha was already cooked, but Gen Beta? Oh no. Next thing you're gonna hit me with Omega. Oh lord, why is a dolphin someone's spirit animal, and how do we even get to the monster chart? Thank you for the coven offerings, everyone, by the way. Thank you, Lieutenant Imperial. I'm an internet-dwelling degenerate, but when I hear them speak, even I turn into a millennial who's like, these goddamn weird-mouth, uncivilized kids. Never thought there'd be lingo. Oh my god, don't even mention it. I cannot even bring myself to say those words, Hollow. I refuse. That and 6-7, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Stream still not loading? Aw, Sammy. Not Kraken, just Chantico. No, I'm not bullshitting you. They're actually called Beta. Carry on. I'll blame Hollow for whatever happens. I'm out of whale dicks. Don't say it. Don't even. Every time I see anything about deep sea pressure, reminds me of the Delta P crab video. What's that one, Grimmer? Hi, Crossfire. Problem aren't the kids, it's the parents. My son is Gen Alpha, and he's doing just fine. Bit more digital than I used to be, and talks in its own language, but honestly, Gen Z talks was way worse. I agree, Crossfire. It's not the kids' fault. It's absolutely the parents' fault. Because, again, the children, the Gen Alpha and Gen Beta, they are the children of Generation Z. So and Generation Z is the products of the generations before us. So you know what? This is a long time coming decline. All right. I do hate it when it's like, oh, the generations. It's like, listen, we have had multiple generations. Listen, ever since the boomers, it's been downhill. Ever since the baby boomers. That's where it all started. It all went downhill from there. Every subsequent generation. It just got worse and worse and worse. So, whenever you're like, how did we get here? It's not the... Well, I don't think the kids raised themselves. Look at the parents. Look at the parents. Curse your fathers. Curse the fathers. Let me tell you, I can tell you from looking at my family tree. I've said this before. My family tree is just a long branches of people that should have never gotten together, never gotten married, and definitely should not have had kids. I look at my parents and I'm like, I understand how I turned out this way. I look at my parents and I look at their parents and I'm like, I understand why you turned out that way. It's okay. It's okay, Sammy. AJ, can you give Sammy a hug for me? Chanti's a Zoomer. I am technically Gen Z, Traco. I'm on the eldest side of Gen Z, which means that I relate to both millennials and Gen Z. Effing dead people, true Hollow. How did we get? This is how we got here. And your father's father. If only they didn't blow. What? Thank God they have branches. Don't worry, it's on my end only. Thank you, Sammy. Mwah! Some families don't even have branches. This is true. Hi, you can.
18 atmospheres. Some even higher than that. The deepest saturation dive was done in 1992 by a company that was kind of researching the limits of this. They sent a diver to 2,300 feet of depth. That equals 71.1 atmospheres of pressure. This is still the deepest saturation dive of all time and the most pressure any human being has ever experienced. Oh, by the way, the air that they breathe in those tanks, it's not just oxygen, it's actually what they call trimix. It's a mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, and helium. Helium because it's inert, so it doesn't react to anything, and it's also very low density, which makes it easier to breathe under pressure. But being that it's helium, it does have the expected side effects of breathing helium. That, combined with the fact that sound just kind of works differently under higher pressures, means that these people, some of the most badass construction workers on the planet, people doing construction work on the bottom of the ocean, are talking back and forth to each other, sounding like this.
Oh my god, wait, okay, that's actually kind of hilarious. That's actually kind of hilarious. That's actually... Wait a minute. What do you mean, Ray? What do you mean, wifey? What do you mean, wifey? I'll come right over there. I'll get my ass over there. I'll get my ass over there. I'll get my booty over there. AJ, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Where is he? Where is he? What you doing? Aha! The evidence. The evidence. I see you. I know what you are. I know what you are, AJ. I love that video. It was great. Morning Glory. What? I need to watch. Hollow, can you put that shoe on head video in the reacts recommends for me? Because I need to see this for myself. Oh, now I count that as horror, mental horror. I got you, wifey. I got you. Oh no, I'm listening to wifey's ASMR. She's so relaxing. Hi, Divine. No, that's a dope face cam. That is so funny. Because this guy, especially this guy, you hear the squeaking. I can't even make my voice go up that high. Let me see. You tell her what she wants to know. I'll put you in the corner. Have you not seen that? Yeah, I will. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. I saw Arch made his VTuber friends read Milking Farm and the rest of the series. You, Gail, I have so many questions. Again, you're reminded to hop on into the Discord channel to let us know any react recommendations that you have. I'm curious and afraid at the same time. Hi, Rep Kid. Jeez, hello. Go on in first time, chatter. It's in the channel. Thank you, Hollow. I'm gonna dive into Rivals. See you, Shinobi. See you later.
Anyway, I hope that gave you a
That's
smile,
amazing.
The rest of this video is horrifying. The Bifford Dolphin was drilling in a gas field in the North Sea on November 5th, 1983. There were 4 divers total, including 2 British divers, Edwin Arthur Coward and Roy P. Lucas, and 2 Norwegian divers, Bjorn Bergesen and Truls Hellevik.
Oh.
The depth that they were diving required that they be pressurized to 9 atmospheres, and they worked in shifts, with the British crew going down together while the Norwegians rested, and then vice versa. In the early morning hours of November 5th, Coward and Lucas were resting in their sleeping chamber, which in diagrams is Chamber 2, Bergesen and Hellevik had just come back up to the decompression chamber after finishing their 8-hour shift, which actually ran a few hours over. Once at the surface, they docked the diving bell to the decompression chamber with the help of 2 dive tenders, William Crammond and Martin Saunders. The way it works is that they dock to a trunk that kind of sticks out from the pressure chamber. It's kind of like an airlock in space terms, but once that connection is sealed, the trunk is then pressurized to 9 atmospheres. Then the crew can crawl across the tunnel. This is that transfer under pressure that I was talking about. They open the hatch.
This is about to get real nasty.
Reseal the hatch, and then the dive tenders depressurize the trunk and detach the diving bell. Now, this was something that they did all the time, day after day, but on this particular day, something went wrong. What exactly happened has never been fully understood, though one of the crew did get the brunt of the blame, possibly unfairly. I'll get to that in a minute. Some say it may have been a communication issue because of the stormy conditions that day, but basically what happened is this. Bergerson had entered the chamber first and stood on the opposite side
Oh,
of
boy.
the chamber while Hellevik was in the process of closing the hatch.
Uh-huh.
But just before the hatch was fully closed, one of the dive tenders opened the clamp to
Oh.
clear the tunnel from the diving bell. Again, we don't know if it was a communication issue or a mistake brought about by tiredness and fatigue.
No.
But when that clamp was loosened, the pressure shot out of that chamber.
No.
Just in case you're wondering how powerful 9 atmospheres of pressure can be, the diving bell weighed 80,000 pounds. This sent it flying across the platform.
No!
That diving bell smashed into Crammond and Saunders with the force of a semi-truck at full speed. Crammond held on long enough for the helicopter to rescue him and pick him up, but he died on the way to the hospital.
Oh.
Saunders managed to survive but suffered multiple extensive injuries, including a broken back and a broken neck. He
Oh.
was actually the only survivor of the Bifford Dolphin incident, because the 4 guys inside the chambers... Well, this is where things get really grisly. I would give you a content warning and ask you to skip ahead, but let's be honest.
Unfairly, he opened the door. The one that survived is the one that opened the door, right? Because he was the one that opened it. Oh, fuck. See, here's my thing. Is I would be so scared that even if I knew that it was closed and it was fine, I was like, let's just give it a minute. Let's just wait here for an extra minute, just to be sure. Just to be sure. Let's just be extra positive. Let's just be extra positive. I just want to double check, just to be sure. Like, I would just sit here and they'd be like, it's fine. You can open it now. I'd be like, let me just give them a knock. Be like, they knock back. I'm like, okay, now we go. Like, I will wait to the maximum to make sure that something is set, even if I'm pretty sure that it's fine. I'll still wait, because I have such a exactly, triple check. I triple check shit that does not need to be triple checked. That I'm absolutely triple checking 1000%. Eleanor has a Sporothrix at 60. Thank you, Draco. I do actually want that. Thank you, Draco. Can we still do... What do you mean, Willow? What about D&D? They returned to human toothpaste? Yeah. Hi, meow. Meow, you got the green bat, meow. They make the stupidest mistakes in places where only one mistake is too much. And this was a big mistake. This is an enormous mistake. The amount of pressure that left the chamber turned these people into what we can only call human liquid. And the thing is that the story started with them rushing to try to seal it. It's too late. Like, because the story starts with, like, your worker and you're getting yelled at to, like, close the pressure seal. It's like, it's too late. There would have been nothing to, if you close, like, it's too late. There's nothing. Sealing it after the fact is not going to do anything whatsoever. Nothing. A fatality mistake. I love all your emotes, meow. Now you're green, meow. Finish them. There should be interlocks to prevent that happening. No, I know. There shouldn't just be... There should be, like, an extra lock in between so that even if something happens to the one on the outside... Because that's the thing. There can also always be structural failings. So I feel like there should have been, like, a third one in the middle so that if either or fails, you have, like, an extra buffer, but... A failsafe. Yeah, a failsafe. You have a failsafe. There are now. Oh, there are interlocks now? Oh. Damn. So it was also structurally just stupid as well. You're so cute, meow. Found a PDF of the urban legend book with the Grandma Ash's story. Damn crazy. The moment there was the tiniest of a gap, the entire crew was turned to mush. Yeah, there wasn't anything left. Yeah. Yeah, apparently they have that now. This is back in the 90s. We should be safe.
Things get really grisly. I would give you a content warning and ask you to skip ahead, but let's be honest, if you clicked on this video, this is the part that you came here for. Freaks. Coward, Lucas, and Bergerson just...
Excuse you? I was a freak before this, thank you very much. This is not what makes me a freak. Vote! Vote! Vote!
Actually, Bergerson dropped dead because he was standing when it happened. Coward and Lucas were actually in their beds, probably asleep, so they just died. That's what it looked like from the outside, anyway.
Almost all safety equipment we have ever developed came from someone dying, essentially. True. Most failsafes only come around after failure. Exactly, Ghost. That sucks ass. Thank you for the coven offerings, chat. I'm never going down there ever. Nope, not my ass. Not my ass, you Gale. Where the people dying to prevent them from dying? Yeah. We should learn our lesson, right? Nope. No, Divine. Unfortunately not. At least the two sleeping guys never felt a thing. True.
Stop breathing and
True.
maybe got a little puffy. Because instantaneously, nitrogen and other gases just surged out of their blood and tissues like a Mentos and Diet Coke.
Damn.
Their blood literally boiled inside of them.
That's
in less than
crazy.
a second, there were bubbles filling every inch of their bodies. Blood circulation obviously was impossible, and their bodies just stopped functioning. Like, if you want to try to imagine what that would be like, you might...
Wait, I need that explanation again.
Stop breathing and maybe got a little puffy. Because instantaneously, nitrogen and other gases just surged out of their blood and tissues like a Mentos and Diet Coke. Their blood literally boiled inside of them. In less than a second, there were bubbles filling every inch of their bodies. Blood circulation obviously was impossible, and their bodies just stopped functioning. Like, if you want to try to imagine what that would be like, you might think it would be like suffocating because no blood can get to your brain. Like, you might have a brief moment of panic as you become conscious of what's happening. But here's the thing. Their brains were boiling too. So they weren't aware of anything. It was just over. The autopsy report talked about how this degassing of their blood also kind of solidified lipids and fats in their bodies. And they explain it like this. Quote, in the cardiac chambers and the great vessels around the heart, both arteries and veins, large amounts of free fats were found. This fat was mixed with gas bubbles and looked like sizzling butter in a frying pan. That's horrible. But as horrible as that sounds, it's what happened to the fourth diver that's made the Bifford Dolphin incident so memorable.
Yeah, the one that was... Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, you already know. Thank you for the hydrate rep, and thank you for the posture shake. Shake? Thank you for the posture shake. 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 Posture shake. Shake your spines. Shake, 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 shake. I'm wiggling, actually. Shake, shake, shake. It's still not the case I meant, but it is very, very similar. Really? There's another one hollow? When I join a D&D, I'm currently in one and probably not going to rejoin another one anytime soon, Noello, but thank you. There's over 70 PSI. It's literally an explosion without fire. Crazy. They saw it coming and processed it, but they couldn't do anything about it. In this case, I don't think so.
Yeah, as I was saying before, Hillevik was in the process of closing the hatch when this decompression happened. The hatch itself is 60 centimeters, or about 2 feet in diameter. But it was most of the way closed when it happened, leaving about a 5-inch gap. A 5-inch gap that Hillevik was standing right in front of. So remember how I was saying that the force was strong enough to throw an 80,000-pound steel diving bell like it's a rag doll? Well, there was that much force, then there was Hillevik, and then there was a 5-inch gap. It literally fired him out of the decompression chamber like a cannon. And he didn't go through smoothly either. To get much more grotesque, his body basically was pushed up against that gap in the door.
Oh no!
Right in front of his abdomen.
Oh no!
Then pushed through his body, sending his abdominal organs flying.
Oh no!
And then the rest of his body folded in half.
Oh!
And just got shredded through there. Only everything that I just said happened in a span of microseconds. From an outside perspective, there was just an explosion of body parts that covered the deck of the platform. One body part that they couldn't even figure out what it was found 10 feet above the decompression chamber. It took 4 body bags to collect all of his remains, and the investigators still didn't think they got all of it. Now, you might be noticing that I'm not using any actual pictures of the event in this video, and no, I'm not, for all the obvious reasons, but I did use the autopsy report as a source. It is linked below. It's just as brutal as you think, so it is not for the squeamish. No, it literally just like, it literally flayed him apart. And because of the way his body folded, it kind of defleshed him. So yeah, there were like large chunks of skin laying around, including his face. It literally just ripped his face clean off.
Oh my
It's easy
god.
to see why this accident has sort of imprinted itself on our collective psyches. It's gory, it's sensational, but for me, I don't know, man. It just hits that existential dread place for me, you know, like the idea that 1 second you're there and then 1 second you're everywhere.
Not even a second. That was not even a full second that happened in. Damn. It's a space thing. When decompression happens, it pulls atmosphere and anything nearby out. Yeah, the case I meant was divers that were in their suits underwater. When the door opened, they were popped like balloons in the pressure, but it is the same principle. Was it by the suits? Because I know there's a case of the suits. Oh, you said sensational. It's sensational for others. Violently. I swear to God. Oh.
Like, we don't think of our bodies as something that can just like instantly disintegrate like that. Like did he even have time to know that something had gone wrong? Or was it just lights out? I don't know. Some people might say that's the best way to go, just immediate nothingness. But for me, I don't like thinking about this. Somebody paid for this, right? Well, I mentioned earlier that one of the divers took most of the blame for it. That diver was Billy Crammond. So yeah, Crammond is one of the dive tenders that was helping to secure the diving bell to the chamber as the crew performed their TUP. And he was the one that pulled the clamp before the chamber hatch had fully closed, which is a mistake he paid for with his life. So when the families and the governments and the companies behind it were looking for answers for what happened, it was pretty easy for them to just point the finger at him. The company behind it, by the way, was Comex. They were the ones that were operating the Bifford Dolphin, and it was in the jurisdiction of the Norwegian government. It was part of their sea area. But yeah, most of the blame landed on Crammond, and in fact, so much hate was directed at Crammond that his widow, Ruth Crammond, had to move away from her home in Edinburgh. And of course, it's not that cut and dried. Obviously, the company wanted to wash their hands of the whole thing.
Yeah.
The easiest way to do that was just to direct all the blame at Crammond, because, you know, to take responsibility would cost them a lot of money.
I am never going to financially recover from that.
But the reality is the company...
True. Nature's effed up. Nature is so effed up. The laws of science and physics and organic organisms and pressure and vacuum and gravity and oxygen and chemical reactions and all that is scary. This is like a mad science. To exist as a mad science experiment, I did not sign up for it, and I don't like it. I don't want to be. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. The suits have air in it. The air wants out when the pressure around it vanishes, so the pot from the inside out, trapped in their metallic diver suits. There's really grotesque pictures of the diving equipment that just has... Ew. I'm sure, Hollow. Depending on how fast it happened, the signals wouldn't be able to travel fast enough, let no brain to recognize what's going on, which is honestly preferable, Draco. Trying to eat here. Nature isn't messed up. Nature's a perfectly running system that upholds itself. I wouldn't say it's a perfectly running system. I would say that part of the system itself is that it is imperfect. Part of the system itself is destruction. Like, it's a natural part of it. Within nature, you have life, you have existence, you have these systems that flow one into the next. And then you also have incredible destruction, and then like things going out of existence and violent transformations and implosions. Like, think of like when a star dies and then a black hole forms, you know? I think the destruction is a necessary part of perfection. Yeah, if that's your definition of perfection, absolutely, then yes, absolutely. If the destruction is included in there, absolutely. Like, all of it together, like the destruction, the madness of it all, it's honestly all very Lovecraftian. Very Lovecraftian. Before Lovecraftian. The universe is the original Lovecraftian author. It is the universe.
They did make decisions that contributed to this accident. And those decisions were also all about the money. Because it turns out that this kind of accident was 100% preventable by a simple interlocking mechanism
yes!
that keeps the clamp from releasing until the hatch is closed. And this wasn't some like fancy newfangled technology. In fact, regulations had been passed in 1982 that made these mandatory on saturation dive rigs.
Wow.
But it only applied to new construction projects. The Bifford Dolphin was kind of grandfathered in. So they didn't have to install it, but they could have. and they chose not to.
Yeah, the
At the same
company's
time,
fault
they were
as
pushing
well.
these divers on longer and longer shifts. Industry standard was about 8-hour shifts, but Comex actually lobbied the Norwegian government to allow for longer shifts. This means the divers were working for as long as 14 to 18 hours at a time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, of course they were exhausted and out of their minds at 4 a.m. in a roiling sea. It's almost like working people way past when it's safe is unsafe. But perhaps the real victims on all of this were the families of the 6 men involved. The Norwegian government did pay some compensation to the families of Bergersen and Helvik because they were Norwegian citizens. Saunders was granted a disability benefits through the UK, though I'm sure it didn't come close to replacing his income. It was the Coward Lucas and Cramen families that suffered the most. They were denied compensation from the company and the Norwegian government until 2009, when the North Sea Divers Alliance brought a lawsuit over the accident. That means their widows raised their children alone for 25 years on just a fraction of what they were expecting to live on. They finally did settle that 2009 lawsuit for an undisclosed amount. The money won't bring back what they lost, obviously, but
at least they got their cash.
Finally took some responsibility. And yeah, Ruth Cramen was able to finally move back to Edinburgh with some measure of vindication. And thankfully, regulations are much tighter in the diving industry today, partly because of the Bifford Dolphin incident. I guess if there's an upside to horrifying accidents, it's that they can actually lead to actual positive change because we're all just so horrified by it. The North Sea is now considered one of the safest places for divers, but no place is completely safe. Like, even with modern technology, deaths of commercial deep-sea divers are still reported every year. One of the most horrifying recent events happened in 2022 when 5 underwater welders were sucked into an oil pipe off the coast of Trinidad. Yeah, the last man that got sucked into the pipe did manage to survive, but he was the only survivor. The deaths of the other men have been blamed on criminal negligence by the fuel company. All of which might make you wonder why somebody would ever sign up to do a job so dangerous, but the answer is pretty simple. Saturation divers are some of the highest paid construction jobs in the world, and rightfully so. Yet the British divers who were on the Bifford Dolphin were making £2,000 per month. That's the equivalent of £14,000 today, although they use euros now, so. But you want to hear what's really crazy? The number of commercial diving deaths is nowhere near the number of deaths from recreational diving. So 2018 is the last year that we have solid numbers for, and there were 55 recreational diving.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because if you're recreational diving, you're really not a professional. And I'm sure there's a lot more ego in recreational diving as well. Like, being a daredevil, pushing your body to the limits, wanting to explore shit and stuff. I'm not surprised by that at all. People are dumb. People are dumb. Take a third to a half a second for consciousness to register something, and like 20 milliseconds for the signals to get there. So hopefully he didn't even know, Draco. There's nothing illogical about nature. That's what perfection to me is. I think, honestly, for me, but it depends on your definition. You're not wrong. It's just like, my definition of perfection is, like, I don't think that perfection exists. I think that existence itself is illogical and doesn't make sense. And this is all a mad dream. And it's all insanity. But, like, that for me is the reality of existence. It's not a correct way. It's just my view of it. CSB safety videos has a lot of safety learning videos about a lot of industrial type disasters, accidents. Well, I'm glad that you guys have to watch that, because hopefully it prevents people from being dumb. Jesus. Something Stockton, the Titan Implosion guy, disregarded was the regulations were literally written in blood, and he's like, meh, cost cutting. No, true, Draco. If we go by current standards of quantum physics, everything happens at the same time for an infinite amount of options and an infinite amount of timelines. It hasn't happened yet. Everything already happened and it's still happening. Eternalism is real, is what you're saying. It always comes back to Warframe. It always comes back to eternalism. I know a friend who used to be a diving instructor. He almost died during a routine dive once and then stopped. It wasn't hubris or anything. There are always risks involved, especially when you put the human body into an environment that it just is not supposed to be in. Perfection is subjective. Perfection is more a subjective thing. Yeah, you betcha so smart. You betcha so smart. Huh? Warframe? Where? Everywhere! Eternalism! Right now, chat, there's an existence in which I am playing Warframe and Marvel Rivals at the same time. Because eternalism. Eternalism!
Fatalities in the United States and Canada alone, 189 worldwide. The number of commercial diving fatalities in 2018? 6. At least the commercial divers are getting paid well. The recreational divers died just doing it for free. And most of them were in submerged caves. I will never understand why people go cave diving. Although, to be fair, there are a lot more recreational divers and commercial saturation divers. Even if it does pay a lot of money, it's still one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. According to the North Sea Divers Alliance, between 1965 and 1990, there were 350 to 400 working saturation divers in the entire world. Out of that count, 56 of them died.
Oh!
That's a 1 in 7 ratio. But that's a risk that saturation divers are willing to take. Because the pay is good, sure, yeah, of course, but it's also important, challenging work, and some people love that kind of challenge, you know? It gives them a purpose. It takes a certain time.
Honestly, I don't think that's enough money. I hope that for a job like that with those odds, I better be a millionaire working that job. I still wouldn't do it personally, but I feel like it's not enough to get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. I feel like you should be a millionaire working a job with those kinds of odds. Warframe. Oh yeah, no, I know that Warframe did not create that at all. Warframe has just used it and used it very well in its storytelling. A vividly believed in system amongst quantum physics. Yes, and quantum, yeah, because you mentioned that, and quantum physics did confirm their theory that like there are multiple multiverses happening in the same time and space, but we are invisible to each other because I think the theory goes that we're vibrating at different frequencies, and that's why we're intangible to each other. If there's one thing about quantum physics I love, it is the theory that death doesn't exist. In an infinite timeline, there's always one more timeline where you are alive, regardless of how old you are. There's a version of you that has lived through every possible way of dying there. No, Hollow, why would you go there? Not me. I swear to God, my ass is not. Nope. Listen, I know myself. There is no timeline where I'm a diver. I will staunchly stand on that. In eternalism, there's infinite things I've decided to do, I'm sure. Diving is not one of them. I'm so solid, I don't vibrate. Hey, some vibrating's good. Everest is a horrid place to go to now, not only physically, but also how some of the tour companies are grave robbers of the living. Literally. That makes, like, you mean like the companies like intentionally take their money and take them up there to die, you Gale? Anybody got a video on that? When corpus take over your life, oh yeah. People thinking they can Everest are wrong. Physics messes with the body like of oxygen as well as less pressure. No, and Mount Everest has gotten especially dangerous because since it became like a rich person sport, I remember they were talking about like, I don't know how it is right now, but there was like a really long ass line up the mountain that made it so much more dangerous because you only have one singular path for Mount Everest. And I was just like, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Next time the chief doesn't behave, we're making her go diving. You would put, wow, just tell me you want me dead. Why don't you? Why don't you? The only issue with quantum physics is that nothing of it is really proven, because we can measure, observe, mathematically solve, but not recreate it. Yeah, we cannot recreate it. We cannot yet create a scale for quantum fluctuations in a way that is believable, so all of quantum physics is theory. Although, can I just say that I feel like if human beings found a way to, like, replicate some form of, like, a quantum existence, I feel like we would just end up creating, like, a black hole or something. Wow. Wow, just tell me you hate me, chat. Chibi Norg. Just tell me you hate me. I see how it is. I see how it is. I see how it is.
Type of person to do this. I mean, these guys give off big astronaut energy. Yeah, Ruth Cranman said that she would complain to her husband about how dangerous his job was, and he would just kind of shrug it off and say that crossing the road is dangerous. For the record, he's not wrong. Looking at those 2018 numbers, there were 189 diving deaths and 6,000 people who died crossing the road. It would be kind of ironic if one of those deaths was a saturation diver on his day off. I mean, they're not used to having traffic on the bottom of the ocean. And maybe someday we won't have to put people's lives on the line anymore. I did a video a while back about humanoid robots. Well, there's underwater robots as well. Like, we already have to tether people to the surface for air and communications. Robots could do the same thing and be down there for as long as they need to be. No decompression necessary. A couple of early steps in that direction include the U1 from UWare Robotics. It's designed to not just swim through the water, but to hover in place, which is actually kind of difficult, and it's very necessary if you're going to do some work with it. Right now, it's mostly used for scanning the sea floor and not so much for physical labor. For that, you might want to look at the Aquanaut from Nauticus Robotics. It actually has articulate...
All right. I think it's not talking about this one. We'd end up making the difference. True, Draco. A black hole has to do with mass. If anything, we'd break the entire concept of time and space and cause inter-universal collapse. And a black hole is actually kind of harmless there. Well, unless we would create something else akin to... Exactly. Inter-universal collapse. Like, we would collapse it, like, in that one thing with Loki, in the Loki story, where you're, like, breaking the multiverse because there's someone in the multiverse trying to destroy everything else in the multiverse, so then the multiverse is, like, collapsing or something. I'm not sure. I didn't end up finishing the Loki show, so I'm not entirely positive on what happened there. What we went down there. Let's see. What else do we got? Well, let's keep with the ocean theme. We're already on the ocean. Let's keep on the ocean theme. I don't want this one because we already watched it, but Storyfied. Storyfied. Oh no. Oh no. Scary, interesting. Well, that's certainly
Imagine
something.
You're going down.
Nothing about the Mariana Trench is normal. Here's why. Here's why. Ocean. Limboed the galaxy or something? True. We hurt the ones we love, no? True. A world full of doppelgangers. Wouldn't that be nice? A world full of multiple me's. I feel like I would get along with my doppelgangers. Do you guys think you would get along with your doppelgangers? I think I would. I think I would. I firmly believe there's no way to break the fabric of reality. Against supermassive black holes, the absolute final boss of natural destruction can only bend space-time. Bennett isn't even close to breaking it yet. True. It's more like, I guess it's, like, depends on your definition of destruction, because what is destructive for a human is not necessarily destructive for the universe. It's just a transformation of energy particles. If humanity becomes powerful enough to do more damage than a supermassive black hole, we've certainly achieved something. I wouldn't. I already talked to myself, so why would I trust more of me? They talk to themselves too, probably. It's a really good way to see it. I hate myself. I hate them. What a way. That is so funny. You're like, I hate myself, so I probably hate them too. I hate myself, so I probably hate them too.
To the bottom of the Mariana Trench in a full military-grade diving suit. You might think all you'd see are some tiny creatures or just...
Also, this is beyond blue. Nothing about the Mariana Trench is normal. Here's why.
Straight darkness. But what would actually happen is your lungs would implode before you even reach the bottom. You're cooked. The pressure in the Mariana Trench is the highest in the entire world, more than 1,000 times the pressure at the surface. And even the most advanced military-grade diving suit would have zero chance of saving you from collapsing in on yourself. And so, only logically, there should be essentially nothing capable of surviving here, right? Well, if you know anything about the horrors of the deep ocean, you'd already know this isn't what happens. In fact, most of the deep ocean doesn't just have life. It has some of the most gigantic life on Earth. You have massive sharks that have been alive at the same time Isaac Newton was, squids bigger than buses, and all the other real-life gigantism horrors you could imagine. But the Mariana Trench isn't just the deep ocean. It's the deepest point on the entire Earth. So what actually exists all the way down there? To understand the Mariana Trench, we first have to take a look at where it even starts. The Mariana Trench is around 10,984 meters deep, but this is measured from the ocean's surface. The actual trench starts about 5,000 meters below sea level, which is the upper rim of the trench. Everything above the Mariana Trench is actually super normal, which would make sense since it's just the open ocean above. In fact, anything floating there, whether it's a fish or a human, wouldn't even know they're above the deepest spot in the entire world. The trench is so deep that if you took Mount Everest and plunged it upside down into the middle of the ocean, its tip would still fall about 7,000 feet short of the trench's.
The tip's not long enough. True, I can play my only Warframe account. Some of us, even me, would have to make another. Human life is meaningless to the vastness of space. Life in general is meaningless to the universe. That's also why I believe there's hundreds of millions of planets with sentient life out there. There's no way we are that special. I believe in aliens, personally. I think that if there are no aliens alive, then like what? We're like some sick, isolated experiment. Terrifying thought. I'm waiting for the inevitable rift opening and kaiju attacks, right? Could you imagine if the deep sea, underwater sea life ever, like, decides and or gains the ability to fucking, like, emerge and kill us all? That's what she said, exactly. The tip's not long enough.
Called the Challenger Deep. And
Mariana
this place
Rim
so
is
impossibly
crazy.
remote that only 22 people in all of human history have ever reached it. Which, to put in comparison, even more people have flown to the moon. So what would it take to get to the bottom? Well, to get there, you'd have to pass through every layer of the ocean. Unfortunately, the apoplegic zone is the first layer, and the only zone you could even make it into. It's about 200 meters, and you could survive the top part of it since that extends towards the surface. But even getting to the bottom of the zone is close to impossible. After about 200 meters, you'd reach the mesopelagic zone, the same depth where the deepest freedive record ever was set at 214 meters with a wetsuit. This is only the top of the mesopelagic zone though, and no human freediving would ever be capable of reaching the bottom of the zone, which goes to around 1,000 meters. The pressure here is around 100 times heavier than at the surface, and you'd probably die instantly. Kinda scary since this is only the second zone, but I guess that's a deep ocean for you. Below there is the bathypelagic.
Do you think current technology could create Jaegers? I think that no, because I think that if and when we can create Jaegers, the military will certainly let us know. We will find out in war. That's how we will find out if we have Jaegers. That's how we're gonna find out. So until they bust those babies out in war, no. I believe in aliens, but I absolutely believe they are just as incapable of space travel as we are. That, or I wouldn't be shocked if aliens, if they do have some sort of way to perceive humanity, are like, let's not go there. Let's not. I don't think go. No, let's not go. I don't think I really want to visit. I don't even want to touch those animals. Nah. Because personally, if I was an alien species and I saw humanity, I'd no. I'd be like, we study them from afar. We do not. No. I know a Marina's Rim. What if they already did and didn't tell us? Japan made Gundams. That's cool though. There's nothing on this planet that eats more R&D than a war. Exactly. If there are aliens that are capable of space travel, they're so much higher advanced than us. We are like mere ants to them, like meaningless dust specks. I doubt they'd care. No, I just don't think that they'd care enough about us to entertain them. They just put them on display as amusement. True. Omega Shadow, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the coven we do bite. Welcome. Love it, love it, have you. Thank you for the coven offerings, everybody. The aliens are racist. Using their alien cloaking tech to avoid trademarked. To avoid their neighbors is a trademark. But we have big tentacles. What if I'm sure they have big tentacles? We talking about real crime? I have a book for you. What is your book, Omega? We have been talking about crime, criminal accidents, criminal negligence, and now deep ocean horrors, Cthulhian terrors. And then after like maybe one more video in this area, then we're gonna go and look at some body cam videos. Isn't it technically specious? I think it is technically specious, actually. You're right. I'll be back out. See, Shinobi, thank you for the lurk. Cocaine bears. We also went over the cocaine bear criminal incident. Crime and Punishment, 50 crimes that shocked Australia. Oh, is there a video on any of those, Omega Shadow? I'm so curious. Real Jaegers can happen. They would unfortunately collapse under their own weight. Would they, Ghost? They'd be like, oh, that unintelligent, stupid species on planet XYZ, something something. Nah, bro, they're useless. Why would we waste time on such insignificant beings? Bro, if I was an alien and I'd be like, they literally just named their latest generations Generation Alpha and Beta. Like, I don't think we should really waste our time on that. What if their tentacles are bigger? They have bigger tentacles than us. They don't need our tentacles. Exactly. Don't bring that chart back. There were several TV specials on a few of them, like the Backpacker Murders and the Granny. Who the fuck is the Granny Killer? Piqued my
Pelagic
interest.
zone, starting around 1,000 meters and stretching down to about 4,000. Ignoring the pressure that would have crushed you long ago, if you were somehow alive down here, you'd be completely blind, since effectively zero light can reach, and you'd also probably freeze to death, and the pressure is enough to crush steel. So you're probably wondering, how can this get even worse? Well, as I mentioned before, the Mariana Trench only actually starts at about 5,000 meters below sea level. We haven't even reached it yet. Past the Bathypelagic zone is the Abyssopelagic zone, which spans from about 4,000 to 6,000
Aliens
meters
will look
deep.
at us and wonder why
This
we
is
call our
actually my
planet
favorite
dirt.
zone in the whole ocean. Not only because the Abyss sounds really cool, but also because it has some of the freakiest animals possible. This zone should
Highway of
actually be the
Tears.
bottom of the ocean, because for almost
Poor
all of the
old
ocean,
Fred.
this is the bottom. But unfortunately for those afraid of the deep sea, this zone is only where the trench begins. At this point, the pressure is over 600 times what it was at
Poor
the surface.
Fred
Not
with
that
a
that
dead
really makes
man
any
and
difference to
cocaine
you,
on his
since
yard.
You've already been crushed thousands of
What if their
meters
big
ago.
ones hurt,
At
though?
the top of this zone, you might find the Stygiomedusa gigantea, which, if you couldn't tell by the name, is giganti. This is a massive species of jellyfish.
Oh, that's so sad, Omega. Shit. We probably won't cover cases that are like involve things like that because unfortunately it'll be censored by the platforms and stuff. And also like I feel a little bit wrong reacting to them personally. But general like catching of a murder, like murder mystery, that kind of stuff, or really absurd shit like the fucking cocaine bear. Cocaine and a bear. Yeah, we learned about the cocaine bear today. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know there's some crazy ass shit that's gone down in Australia. Is it not? No. I was about to guess if it was in Australia. I don't think it was in Australia. I think it was in like Florida or something where like a man like also tried to multiple people have tried to fake their own deaths and it just has not been successful ever, I don't think. Good night, crazy fan. Take care, take care. Although I do think that there are people who have like granny killers, like where the granny is the killer. I do think that exists, Omega. Large bipedal mechs could be possible, but not specifically the skyscraper size ones from Pacific Rim. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think it is possible. It depends on the internal structure to be able to handle it. The issue isn't the theoretical structure of the mech, it is that we do not possess material lightweight enough at the same time that it wouldn't collapse under the immense mechanical load. Ah, I see. Menif. That's the very reason why cranes need so much weight and are slow as F. Here, let's see, actually. I think this one's gonna mostly just cover the creatures. Alrighty. Let me click. What was one recommendation I saw? I saw one of you guys say. I've forgotten it now. Oh wait, we were talking about Mount Everest. We were talking about Mount Everest. Let's switch over to Mount Everest. Why you should never climb Everest? Seriously. Mount Everest. My heart starts pounding with Kayleen Moore. We have had some major murder incidents. Not too long ago, we actually had one where some woman tried to kill the rest of her family with poisonous mushrooms at a barbecue. They do say poison is a woman's weapon. But damn, at a barbecue? Did she not care that she was gonna get caught? Because you would definitely get caught. Does she not care? You would definitely get caught. You would absolutely get caught. Does she not care? I remember that one dude high on bath salt started eating a home. Oh my god! Wait, I think I heard about that one, Menace. Damn! She tried to kill her family with poisonous mushrooms at a barbecue. Mount Everest? More like Mountain Everest. One slip up, you is forever rest. Oh my god. Y'all are killing me with the puns. Y'all are killing me with the puns. Fun fact, if you were to climb Mount Everest, you'd find hundreds of frozen corpses on- I know that! You would find hundreds of frozen corpses on the way up. It's so cold, they don't decompose, and it's so dangerous that it's too dangerous to try and go and return up into Everest, try and retrieve the body, so they just leave them there. She killed 2 of them, and the third was in the hospital for a week being treated. She did kill- Wait, how many people did she try to kill, Omega? What is that even called? The fucking mushroom barbecue murders? Nani? Nani? Mushroom BBQ? Nani? Aaron Patterson. Damn. I'll see if I can find a video on that. See, like, absurd shit like that, absolutely down to react to. Absolutely down to react to. Fun fact, the #1 reason for murder in German is homicide motivated by jealousy and greed. In the United States, I'm not sure if anywhere else, but in the United States, there's a very interesting charge, and it's called a crime of passion. I forget exactly what the technical verbiage is, but it's like specifically you commit a crime, usually a murder or attempted murder, but it's because something happens in the moment that drives a person. Usually the example that's given, it's like you come home and you find your partner in bed having an affair, and so like you grab a lamp and you smack them in the head with it, and it's like you did not enter your house and go to your partner intending to potentially murder them, but that's why it's called a crime of passion, because it was like in the moment you were overcome by whatever, the shock, the passion of the moment, and then that led you to do the action. You know, it's different from premeditated murder, for example. But I've found the verbiage of a crime of passion. I'm like, that's a very interesting way to phrase it, isn't it? It's a very interesting way to say it. That's one way. That's one way to put it. Mount Everdeath. Exactly. Mount Everdeath is more accurate too. There was an indie climbing game that had a messed up ending. You saw a lot of frozen bodies on the way. She tried to kill 3. I think she was called the Mushroom Barbecue Killer. She tried to kill 4. She killed 3. No! Oh, now I need to look up that case, Omega. Hi, Articus. Now I need to look up that case. Hold up. I want to see if I can find it. Let me see. Mushroom. Actually, whenever you just search stuff up, it always strikes the fear of God in me. You never know what's gonna pop up. Mushroom barbecue. I like how it says mushroom barbecue recipe. Mushroom barbecue recipe. Not quite what I'm looking for. Let's see. Aaron Patterson. Aaron Patterson's the lady's name. The Mushroom Cook. The trial. Craziness. String of lies. String of lies. Death. Accused killer's daughter testified dad grew marijuana at home, stored mushrooms. That is not the case. Aaron... Let me look up Aaron Patterson mushroom case. Let me see. Doesn't seem to be a very inside the mind of the mushroom killer. Ooh. Oh, she killed them with a beef Wellington. Oh, because beef Wellingtons have mushrooms in them, don't they? Like lining the pastry, I think. Karen passionately beating you. Thank you for the coven offerings. If someone kills a cheating spouse, I'm like, you go. I support that fully. Well, and that's I think crimes of passion are charged lesser. I think. Don't quote me on that, but at least in the United States, again, I don't think that that's a charge. Not all charges apply universally, like nationally, like internationally, but I do think that comes with harsher consequences than premeditated murder, because obviously premeditated murder means that you planned it, so that's gonna come with more heavier potential consequences than if it was a crime of passion, which meant in the moment you did not intend for it to happen. That's her. It was only last year. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Thank you for the recommendation. Also found The Casual Criminalist.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. Today
Oh, he has a delightful voice. He has a delightful voice, everybody. He has a delightful British voice. Oh dear. Oh dear God. Delightful British voice. That's not my actual attempt at a British accent. My actual attempt at a British accent is like this. I think someone said once that I sound like I'm from London or something. They'd say Chanti's FBI agent is going to be hella confused after today. Actually, fun fact about me. My FBI agent would have long since been very confused. Because some of you guys know that I'm a writer, and as such, I have literally Googled if there was a way for massive blood loss to occur if someone was struck through a specific part of their shoulder, and that is how I found that there is in fact an artery that you can potentially get if it gets injured near and around your shoulder area, can result in massive amounts of blood loss in a very short period of time, because I wanted to know that information for a book that I was potentially writing and how someone might have gotten injured. So yes, my FBI agent actually would not be alarmed at all. My FBI agent would be like, she's writing again. We've lost Chanti to the voice. I only know international court law. The US does not count into international court law. However, motives matter greatly in all forms of crime, including murder. Motives matter a lot. Motivation matters a lot. There goes my hero. Compared to the Brits I surround myself with, you do not sound very Brit. Well, a lot of people, at least the British people that I've heard, that would be what I consider a very subtle British accent that I'm doing. The Brits that I've heard you talk to have like thick British accent. Like the kind of accent that if I tried to mimic, I would sound like I'm faking it and exaggerating it. I've Googled atrocious stuff whenever I write for the sake of storytelling. Too many arteries. I've written a scene where my mother asked me, "Are you okay?" There's a stupid one in the leg that gets said a lot. "Oh, I'm sorry, Bloodstar." Yeah, Draco. I'm unsure how I sound to others. Nah, don't worry about you, Gail. I sent one Everest video and one about Alpine divorce, where guys take their GF wife hiking in the hopes of leaving them there. Actually, there was a case that went to trial recently. And there was another case actually I watched that we can also watch a Rotten Mango video on that's actually like about an attempted murder case. But there was another case where there's been multiple cases where men, both their partners, women they were hitting on, women they were dating, women they were married to, specifically, normally the culprit is men in those cases, try to shove the women off of the side of cliffs, ledges, mountains, all of the above. There was even one instance where he tried to shove them off of like a castle bridge, like a castle ledge. It's typically, I think it's a very like easy conclusion that it's normally men, because a man would assume that they have the strength to shove a woman in order to achieve the death that they want, whereas a woman would not assume that they are gonna have the strength to be able to physically overpower a guy like that. So probably that's why, would be my assumption. I'd say Halleck and Red are still pretty tame. When you hear Liam or Benny talk, I struggle to understand sometimes. As for Jem, the Scottish just pours in. Oh, I love a Scottish accent. My FP agent has given me some fun emails in the past. I applied for the cybercrime department at age 17. I got an email saying, "Hi, we know about you, but you don't have formal training." Within the hour! "We know about you" is crazy, Omega. Did you end up getting formal training to do it then? Thank you for the lurk. You know how awkward that is if you try to push someone off a cliff and you fail and you both just stand there staring at each other? Well, normally in the case that one of the cases that happened recently, the guy literally failed. He was trying to push her off the ledge. He failed, so instead he started hitting her with a rock. And then other people were on the trail though, and luckily the woman was able to get away. But she survived, so she faced her killer in court. And then another one also, same thing. He did succeed in shoving her, but somehow, some way, the way that she ended up, like, landing on, the trees and stuff, she survived. So, you know. Steal the hat? What hat? This is my hat, cursed. I didn't cursed. So yes, awkward in all instances. Where you're like, and not a matter of strength. Well, it is a matter of strength because a lot of the women, and especially when you look at the cases that I've seen in that, the women were very much on the small, slim side. So there's a lot of women that just, like, would physically not be able to even shove a man. Even if you surprised them, like, shoving weight, we were talking about physics, being able to shove someone who is a heavier weight than you, and if you need any significant motion there, not everyone would be able to do that, you know? Not everybody would be able to do that. Nah, I'm talking about something I have no clue what she's talking about. Oh, no worries, Zero. We're talking about true crime. Currently working on a horror romance story about an incubus and mermaid. That sounds like a nice premise, Bloodstar. Formal training in hacking isn't exactly an easy course to find at the local uni. Well, they said that you didn't have formal training, so what formal training did they desire you to have, Omega? Shoving someone... No, my hat. My hat! But women aren't real? True. Shoving the fake women. Blood Moon, thank you for the hydrate. Make sure that you guys are drinking water and taking care of yourselves. If you don't get them off the cliff in the first moment they fight back, then it's a fight. There's always the, "Oh, hold on, my shoe is untied," then lift them over on your way.
This one, the woman who made the stew with the mushrooms and killed everybody, right? The mushroom murders. Thanks, Emma, for writing it. I'm Simon. We never read this before. We're going to read it together, dear audience. Let's jump in.
Hello, Simon. If I continue doing these reacts, I'm gonna need
29th of July, 2023. Erin Patterson and 4 of her in-laws gathered around her dining room table and dug into the beef Wellington she'd been preparing for several hours. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a stew for some reason, but it's a beef Wellington. The next day, all 5 of them reported suffering from severe gastroenteritis. Gastroenteritis, hell of a word. And 4 of them would be admitted to the hospital. News soon broke that they were being treated for suspected death cap mushroom poisoning. A week later, 3 of the guests had died and the 4th was in a coma. Erin, on the other hand, had miraculously recovered and was allowed to return home. This was not a very clever crime, Erin. Within days, the media started speculating about whether she had intentionally poisoned her guests. And as investigators began combing through phone records, hospital reports, and the remnants of the meal itself, a quiet family lunch transformed into one of the most gripping and disturbing criminal cases in modern Australian history. The Fatal Lunch.
The Fatal Lunch. I have my name on it? No, you don't. In Minecraft, of course. Gave up on my police ambitions after I fell off a roof and broke my leg at age 18. Oh, I'm sorry, Omega. You could still do some hacking for the government, though. There's a lot of, especially these days, there's a lot of computer crimes, I'm sure, that you could use your skills in. Good morning, Nine. The hobbies are reunited. We need Detective Chanti for these. You have Detective Chanti. I would lift my glasses and push them towards my nose, but I don't have glasses. In high school, a guy jumped on my back and I kept walking like nothing happened. My 6-foot-tall sister prepared me for that. Poisoning an entire dinner sounds like a base plan. Might need to write a scene like that. Well, not really, considering that one of them didn't die and then everybody knew that you poisoned the beef Wellington. I don't think that... that's a very elaborate dinner as well, to poison someone. Beef Wellingtons are a very elaborate way to try to kill somebody. Up the volume more so? I absolutely can. I did up the volume already, but I'll kick it up more.
At around 11 in the morning on the 29th of July 2023, 69-year-old pastor Ian Wilkinson and his wife of 50 years, 66-year-old Heather, well, she got married when she was 16. The past. They were travelling by car to Leongatha, a town which is located 100th.
I like the way he said pasta.
Heather. Well, she got married. Ian Wilkinson and his wife of 50 years. By 2023, 69-year-old pastor Ian Wilkinson and his wife of 50 years, 66-year-old Heather. Well, she got married when she was 16. The past. They were travelling by car to Leongatha, a town which is located 135 kilometres southeast of Melbourne in County Victoria, Australia. Also in the car was Heather's older sister, the 70-year-old Gail Patterson, and her husband, 70-year-old Don. We're going to just kill all these old people. Jesus.
Yeah, I was also going to say something. They're all so old. They're all so old. Thank you for the pasta check, 9. Thank you for the pasta. I'm like, all of these are very old people. All of these are very old people. I could, but I prefer to stream. Makes sense, Omega. How the F do you know I'm on the phone? Actually, that's a good question. How does AJ? I know my hubby. You gotta poison people that don't know you're involved. That works. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you for telling me, Traco. It's really helpful when you guys tell me if something's too quiet or too loud.
Daughter-in-law, 48-year-old Erin Patterson, had invited them over to lunch 2 weeks earlier. Erin was married to their son, Simon Patterson, but the two of them had been separated for several years by this point. Wait, she was married to their son, and then she's like, after several years, hey, why do you care for dinner? Wait, like, you were my son's ex-wife. Like, what? We kept in touch? I guess families are weird. The family's relationship with Erin had also soured a bit over the last 2 years. Yes, because she split up with their son, or they broke up. I mean, the parents are going to be on the side of their kid, assuming it's a little bit acrimonious. So they had been surprised when she'd approached them after church one day and invited Simon, his parents, and his aunt and uncle over to lunch. According to Ian, we were very happy to be invited. It seemed like maybe our relationship with Erin was going to improve. Oh.
Chat. Must I say this? Do not invite the exes for dinner. Do not invite the ex for dinner. Jesus. Jesus. I didn't know what needed to be said. I didn't know what needed to be said, but apparently it needed to be said. Apparently it needs to be said. Don't have dinner. Don't have dinner with your ex, and for the love of God, do not invite her to dinner with your family. Why would you invite her to dinner? Anyone, man, woman, why would you invite your... Why do you... See, this is where we get into these things of like, oh, well, they're family. Oh, well, they're family. We were one... And in their case, it's like, Erin used to be family because she was married to their son. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Fuck family. If you don't get along with somebody, fuck them. There are multiple people that, certain people who I still do love, that I am related to by blood, that I actually consider family. And there's people that they keep in contact with, and I'm like, why the fuck do you still talk to them? Why the fuck do you still talk to them? And then I always have, like, these, also, like, I find out stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, they said that to me when my loved one died. And I'm like, and we invite them over for Christmas? I beg your finest pardon? Fuck family. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I don't care if we're related. I don't care if we're whatever. It's like there's so many people that I'm just no. Absolutely no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I didn't say it was a smart case on either side of the true Omega. If only they believed that the crazy hoe was in fact crazy. I miss her. Dun dun dun. Technically, she invited them. Why would you go over to your exes? Like, for example, if I have a sibling, if they ever get married and then they get divorced, I'm never doing anything ever if my punching services are ever needed. I'll be there, but otherwise, I don't give a shit about them. Good night, Ray. If I am needed in the role of a older sister being a menace on behalf of my sibling, absolutely. No, I'm not having dinner with your ex. No. No. And also, if it was like, oh yeah, me, you, and mom and dad were invited to have dinner with the ex. If anything, because I'm so paranoid, I'm gonna be like, they're gonna poison our food and we're all gonna die. Like, literally, deadass, that's where my mind would have gone to. I'm like, they're gonna kill us. I don't even think that my mind would go to poisoning. I'd be like, they're gonna kill us. They're gonna have a gun and we're all gonna die. I don't trust people. I'd be like, we are not fucking going to your ex's house. We're talking true crime, wifey. We're talking true crime. This is on the channel The Casual Criminalist. It is the mushroom murders when Erin Patterson poisoned her in-laws with beef Wellington. Ex-in-laws, they should have said. I miss my ex and she was good for me. Doesn't mean I won't invite her over when I can. AJ, my guy. Be safe, take care of yourself. Mind, body, and heart. Them hoes be going extra. Women and men, let me tell you, Hollow, human beings are capable of an enormous amount of hatred. I need to show our Mii's house. I'm so excited to see Ray. Dom Toretto would approve. Why the fuck would you have anything with your ex? True. You know what they say, exes mark the spot. I love hard and got a weak heart. I'm aware. I ain't no chattel is crazy.
Ooh, my sweet summer child. You're going to get poisoned with a death cap mushroom. When they arrived at Erin's home in Leongatha, they noted that the sixth member of their group, Simon, must have decided not to join them for lunch that day since his car wasn't in its usual spot. Wait, the one that literally connects you to her. What's going on? He had in fact cancelled the previous day and had told Erin that he felt too uncomfortable at the thought of sharing a lunch with her and his parents. Mate, how do you think your parents feel? Jesus. Erin invited them in, and because Pastor Ian and Heather had never been to her newly constructed house, she took them on a quick tour. According to Ian, Heather was especially interested in taking a look at Erin's pantry, since they were in the
Wait, back it up. Hold up. I was in the middle of eating. Your stupidity is stuck already. She invited the ex-husband and his parents. The ex decided not to go because it would have been awkward. And the parents still... Okay, never mind. Oh, I have nothing kind to say. I'm gonna shut up now.
Process of adding one onto their own kitchen. How do you add a pantry to a kitchen? Isn't a like you're doing an extension to your house to put in a pantry?
Good luck,
just get a bigger cupboard. What? How much food do you need to store, you prepper? He did note that Erin didn't seem comfortable with the idea that they were going to be snooping around her kitchen, and he assumed that it was probably messy because she'd been preparing lunch for all of them, so because he didn't want to embarrass her, he elected not to join the two women on their tour of the pantry. After going on a tour of Erin's garden, they finally sat down to lunch. Heather and Gail had offered to help Erin carry the dishes out to the dining room table, and they ended up bringing 4 dinner plates. Pastor Ian would later testify that he wasn't sure. Wait, so he's one who survives, right? Is he the 4th one? Okay. He would later testify that he wasn't sure whether the plates were white or grey, but he did note that each plate contained some kind of pastry, and that he'd watched as the 2 women sat the plates down on the table. Erin followed the 2 women with a smaller, rusty brown or terracotta-coloured plate of her own, and then placed it down at her spot at the table. Erin, could you look more suspicious right now? It's like, no, I'm pretty sure I know which little pastry there's mine.
She made sure to put the safe one on a different colored plate. It was crazy. This is, it's them being miserable people. Hollow. You gotta inspect the pantry. I don't get that either. Parents don't learn. Sus face sus.
I put the little X on top so I know it's not poisoned. But I'm just going to have a, I understand why you do this, because you don't want to accidentally poison yourself to death.
See, I wouldn't have been in a situation. Like I said, I am not having dinner
said Grace. All right,
with my sister's ex-husband.
And then dished up some of the beans and mashed potatoes that Erin had prepared for them. The pastry turned out to be individual beef Wellingtons, and Erin explained that it had been cheaper to buy several pieces of ribeye steak than to buy a tenderloin that was large enough to feed 6 people. So she covered each piece of steak with its own mushroom duxelle, I don't know that, which consists of minced and sautéed mushrooms, garlic, shallots, onion and parsley. Sounds delicious. Wrapped them up in pastry and then popped them in the oven. It was her first time making it, but they all reassured her it was delicious. Ian and Heather finished their portions, but halfway through the meal, Gail jokingly complained that she was already stuffed and that she wouldn't be able to finish her food on her own. According to Ian, Don then eagerly took it upon himself to finish her portion and joked that it was his right as her husband. Oh God, Don's gonna die. He's gonna be the... Wait, did Don survive? Was he the one who was testifying in court? No, that was Ian. Don's cooked. After they'd finished their meal, Erin brought out a...
Don's cooked. That's a beef Wellington, Hollow. Beef Wellingtons supposedly are really delicious. I think that they sound... I would love to eat one at some point. I will say I do think that it's probably overhyped. Beef Wellington, because they're very tricky to make, it's like, oh my god, a beef Wellington. Oh. I do want to taste one sometime. It sounds yummy. Warframe in the description. I love that you kept Warframe. Wait, Warframe in what description? Do I have Warframe in what? Wait, I was unaware. What description do I have Warframe in? I actually have no idea. What description do I have Warframe? I'm not kidding. What description do I have Warframe? I sent a screenshot to you. We spoke about this. Wait, no, you're talking about the... Oh, you're talking about the regular description, no, right? I thought you were talking about the description of the video. I thought you were talking about the description of the video. Oh, no, yeah. That's the stream... That's my channel. My channel, bio, actually. It's the channel bio. It's constant across all of your videos. I'm dead. Yeah. I think I did edit it to be Warframe instead of Where. I should change it back to Warframe just for the lulz. IDK, if I ate a good beef Wellington or a bad one, it's just beef, IDK. I think that's exactly it though, Divine. I think that probably means that you ate a good one, but it is beef with pastry at the end of the day. Like, that's why I said it's like, I think that it's a very difficult dish to make. But it's... Wait, it says Warframe for you? Hold up. Wait a minute. I need to research this. It does still say Warframe! You know what? I'm gonna leave it. I literally edited it. I don't know why it didn't change. You know what? We're gonna leave it. I think it'll be our inside joke. I'm dead. I literally edited it. That is so funny. Because I don't think that the YouTube has it. That's so funny. I literally did edit it. Hold up, let me see. Yeah, it's the edit went through on the tube. It's only on it's only on Twitch that it still says it. We'll leave it there. Warframe. Where's borrow? No, true. Borrow would call it. It is practically Warframe if you think about it. That's so fucking funny. Oh, despite having like 500 channels, Simon is such an offline normally. No, I know, right? I knew that I had seen Simon before, Traco. I was like, I swear to God, I have heard this man tell me a story about like some superstition. I'm like, I've heard this man speak to me. Beef Wellingtons are corn dogs for rich people. I agree, Sturgeon. Also, hi, Sturgeon. I'm so dead. I'm deceased. I am deceased. We prefer a Warframe. You're gonna make me go crazy, more crazy than I already am. It's just too funny. Oh my god, Ray, thank you, wifey. I cannot wait to see them. I'm sure we have a beautiful house, Ray.
Serving dish covered in pieces of fresh fruit that Heather had brought along, and then announced that she had some bad news to share with everyone. She told her lunch guests that she'd recently learned that she had ovarian cancer, and she wasn't sure how to break the news to the kids. Pastor Ian offered to pray for Erin, and afterwards they sat and discussed her options. At some point that afternoon, they were interrupted when Erin's 14-year-old son returned home. Pastor Ian announced,
I wonder if she actually did costing you brain cells on a Monday noon. Holy hell. Listen. I can promise you, Hollow, it will cost you more. My ADHD, first of all, my memory, deplorable with my ADHD. Second of all, I swear to God, because it changed on the tube. I edited it both on Twitch and I edited both on YouTube. For whatever reason, the edit did not go through on Twitch. I do not know why. I have no idea why. Also, I'm wondering if we're gonna find out, does she actually have ovarian cancer or was that just a lie? And if she has ovarian cancer, that's gonna be my guess of why. Did she feel like she hated the family so much that she felt an injustice of like, oh my god, I'm gonna die and they're gonna live happily ever after, so she wanted essentially to kind of take them with her? That's my guess. I'm theorizing. My beautiful wifey Ray. Can we get another shouty for Ray? I was listening to your ASMR, Ray, while I was streaming. You relax me so much. I love your ASMR. I'm used to Purple being like this. This is absolutely nothing new to me. So me and Purple will get along and be absolute menaces together is what you're saying, hey, Hollow? I have infinite patience for my friends anyway. Glad to remind you of stuff as often as I have to. Good, because I will forget everything. When we play Warframe, we need to say Warframe. Yes, see, even I already am just saying Warframe. Was the poison shrooms intentional? The poisonous mushrooms were definitely intentional. Bum, alright. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the Cover We Do Bite. Welcome. What did she slip? Right poison? She slipped death cat mushrooms, specifically, Divine. That is why it is called the Mushroom Murders.
Announced that he had a meeting at the church at 5 that afternoon, so they all said their goodbyes and went home. Overall, Heather and Pastor Ian thought that the lunch had been delicious, and they said as much to the people that they met up with that evening. At around 11 p.m. that night, Pastor Ian woke up to the sound of Heather vomiting. He didn't feel too good himself, and shortly after she had returned to bed, he had to rush to the bathroom. According to Pastor Ian, they'd camped out by 2 different toilets all night, and on the morning of the 30th of July, they were both feeling tired and weak. Yeah, I'd assume at that point I've got some terrible food poisoning.
Oh.
They figured that they'd eaten something bad during lunch the previous day and now had gastro, but didn't think any more of it. Is gastro how Australians refer to gastrointestinitis? God damn it. Gastrointestinaritis. I don't know. Because they love shortening their words, don't they, those Australians?
Sir, you did not, you British sir, you did not know, you could not say the full word yourself. You could not say the word yourself. You might as well have just said gastro. He was over here trying to judge them for saying gastro. This man couldn't say the word either. Who in the world do you think you are? Just say gastro. You can tell why you say gastro, because you could not say it either. Thank you very much. Nobody asks why frame. I love you, Ray. I hope you eat well, Ray. Told you how I had a public holiday yesterday? Yeah, hello. Key and I sat in a VC at 2 a.m. in the morning, and suddenly I get a DM from Perps about a clip I sent her a few days prior. I'm like, why are you awake? And she's like, I just woke up from my cat suffocating me. That's so cute. I find the fact that cats like to sit on their owners' faces is so fucking funny to me. What happened, AJ? I didn't understand a single thing said. In the call that you got, AJ? It do be hard to tell poison shroom versus non-poison shroom. All my convos with that woman go, just random messages, the most random times. She's like, anyway, good night, Smelly. Gotta be up in 4 hours. I didn't even have the time to fully process what the fuck just happened. Yes, they do. They live sitting on faces and can confirm. Why do they sit? Because I know that cats do shit like that for a reason. Why do cats sit on their owners' faces? I know there's a reason. Ironically, I'm pretty sure that it's a loving reason. Like, I think that they do it when they, like, love their owners. But it's, like, ironic because it's suffocating them. I think I remember hearing that there's, like, a very cute reason why cats sit on their owners' faces. But that is incredibly ironic because it means that their owners cannot breathe. Aww. I think I was asked if I was sleeping tonight, but I couldn't understand what was said. Oh. They like warm owner face is an assumption. For one, I don't know something, but I assume it's the heat and smell of your breath. I think they just like a cuddle puddle. Kill them with love. They need them to have a sniff. Animals smell your emotions and your smell and breath. Could be. They just make you sniff their ass. Ray, you're so cute. And I would love you, Ray, and I would love you. I would wake up and be like, ah. I mean, who doesn't want their wife sitting on their face, personally? Anyway.
You got the gastro, mate. Just after 7 a.m., Simon Patterson knocked on their door. He told them that Don and Gail were already on the way to Courtroom Hospital, and after he'd confirmed that his aunt and uncle were also ill, he called for an ambulance to come and pick them up. However, the ambulance service informed them that it would take too long to get a team out of the house, and it would be faster if Simon took them to the hospital himself. So, Simon helped them to gather their things and then helped them to the car. On the way to Leongatha Hospital, Heather told Simon that they suspected that the meat Erin had used in the beef Wellington had been off. Then she'd asked Simon why Erin's dinner plates didn't match. Confused, Simon asked her what she meant, and Heather explained that when they'd gone to collect the dishes, Erin had dished out the individual beef Wellingtons, only her plate was different from theirs. Was it on purpose, or were her plates simply missing?
See, so if you had the consciousness to notice that, I return. Like, you had to have some form of suspicion. You had to have perception failed. No, truly. You had to have some form of suspicion, and you just ignored your gut feeling. I cannot. I cannot. Probably for the same reason cats rub their faces on everything. True. AI-generated mushroom guidebook. You're right. That mushroom was poisonous. I'll be sure to get it right the next time. The AI said to the ghost. True. True, Draco. Death by Snoo Snoo sounds a great way to go, right? Suffocate me? Wait, I'm the cat. Oh, there's no greater dinner than your wife. True. Hubby, come here. Oh no. R.I.P. 9. The recent cats sit on their owners' faces so they can show affection, security, attention, love, and to leave their smell on you. That's what I thought, Ray. That's what I knew. That's what I knew. Everybody shake their asses. Everybody ready to go by Snoo Snoo.
Mismatched. Erin, why are you looking like such a murderer, Erin? I mean, because you are, allegedly. She went to prison for this, right? So you are. But, like, you really are looking like it, aren't you? When they arrived at the Leongatha Hospital shortly after 8 a.m. that morning, Heather and Pastor Ian were both taken through to the triage section. The doctors in the ER immediately started treating them for gastroenteritis, and a short while later they were both admitted to the ward. The nurses asked them several questions about what could have caused it, and they told them about the beef Wellingtons. They also informed the nursing staff that Don and Gail were also ill, but that they didn't know whether or not Erin was also suffering from food poisoning. Erin's completely fine. She had the brown terracotta plate. According to Pastor Ian, they'd both started feeling better after they'd arrived at the hospital, and then they both fell asleep shortly after. They seemed to improve during the night, but when they woke up on the morning of the 31st of July, they were immediately rushed to the urgent care centre, where they were introduced to Dr. Chris Webster. He explains that he'd been in contact with the Coronborough Hospital and Dr. Beth Morgan, the doctor who was treating Don and Gail, and she had confirmed that they all had similar symptoms. Earlier that morning, Dr. Morgan had called Dr. Webster back and informed him that they'd been able to confirm that Don and Gail were suffering from amanita poisoning, and that it's more than likely that the mushroom duck cells in the beef Wellington had contained deathcap mushrooms. Since they'd all eaten the same meal, that meant Pastorian and Heather were also suffering from it, and unfortunately it was lethal. Oh my god, wait, there's really nothing they could do? It's like, yeah, I guess there's nothing we could do. You got that poisoning. It's like, just...
Wait, there's no cure? Aaron, why? No, exactly. Welcome back from Angela, buddy. My guess is if she really does have cancer, I think that the only one that can tell me what to do with is Chanti. Yeah, that's my wife. That's my wife. You get away from my wife. You get away from my wife. Cases like these make me laugh so hard. It's so... No, it really is. The thing is that, you know, and that's why I have this distinction. There are... I really enjoy, is a weird word. I consume a lot of true crime. And I consume everything from the goofy, the silly, the funny, to like the darkest side of humanity. We will never react likely to any of the really dark shit, because for us here, I only want us to react to the stuff where we can still be, you know, joking about it and have a laugh about it, because those cases, you know, they're a lot more digestible, where you're like, humans are so stupid. This feels like a bad movie plot where you murder someone with mushrooms. Like, what even, you know? And like this case, again, she killed them with mushrooms in a beef Wellington. I don't even know. She killed them with mushrooms in a beef Wellington, and then she literally was also so obvious. Her plate was literally dead as terracotta colored, and like no, exactly. That's what we're reacting to right now. She killed her ex-in-laws. Every hotel room has one or two cook chairs. True. Popcorn and a couch. If it's grilled mushroom with salt and pepper, a lot more digestible. Chanti, word choices. You know, I didn't even think about it that way, but a lot more digestible, actually. I'm gonna take credit for it. It was intentional. The cooked couch. Cooked couch also rhymes. It's very satisfying. Cooked couch.
Just, I don't know, replace my blood with something. Can't you take it out and put it in some sort of machine? Give me some charcoal pills. Please. Dr. Webster explained to the couple that deathcap mushrooms contained amatoxins, a type of alkaloid that destroys the protein in your cells. Jesus, that sounds bad. I feel like your cells do need protein. It's quite critical. This happens in 3 stages. Stage 1 is known as the gastrointestinal phase, and it occurs between 6 and 24 hours after you've ingested a deathcap mushroom. The symptoms are similar to gastroenteritis, namely nausea and vomiting, bloody diarrhea or urine, abdominal pain, dehydration, and fever. Oh Jesus, that's stage 1. It already sounds fucking horrible. I hate nausea. I really... I don't mind being a little bit sick. In fact, I'm fine being sick. I don't like it, but actually vomiting, yeah, it's okay.
Terrible.
But that feeling of almost vomiting, that nausea, or where, I don't know, I get terribly seasick.
Me too.
If I'm on a choppy boat, it's like, I'm going to be sick. It's just going to happen. Never get car sick. Don't get plane sick. Just get me on a choppy boat. I'm throwing up everywhere. And once you've thrown up everything in your tummy and there's nothing more left to throw up, and you're just dying of nausea, is the worst experience. Stage 2 occurs between 12 and 36 hours after ingestion, and based on the timeline Pastor Ian and Heather had provided, it's the stage that they were on. Stage 2 is referred to as the latent phase, and during this time you might feel like you're starting to recover. However, by this point, the toxin has already entered your bloodstream, and with every heartbeat, it's making its way through your organs and breaking them down cell by cell. Oh my god, this is horrible. Stage 3 is known as the heptorenal phase. Heptorenal. Renal, that's got to be kidney bleeding or something, right? And it begins between 3 and 6 days after ingestion. During this stage, you would have high levels of acid in your blood, and your liver and kidneys would begin to shut down. You'll start to appear jaundiced, you'll start to suffer from low blood sugar, and you'll become delirious and confused. And unless something can be done to keep your liver and kidneys from shutting down, your organs will start dying one by one, and you'll end up dying. Fucking hell. I like stage 2, the latent phase. It's like, you know, when you get, like something that regularly happens, but, you know, if someone's been blasted with tons of radiation, apparently they don't feel great, and then they start to feel better, and they're like, oh, wow, can't believe I...
Bro, I'd literally, if I'm them, I'd be like, can you inject me so that I die sooner? Like, just kill me now. Kill me now, let me get some things in order, let me write a will, let me give you a statement of who killed me and who poisoned me, and let me out. How to poison your in-laws? No! I'ma take notes from my real life practice. I swear to God, chat. If I ever hear any of you guys, if we ever have to cover a true crime case and it was like, they loved watching VTuber Chanti, I'm gonna go Mexican mama on you and just brutalize you with a chancla, I swear to God. I return, hi, you Gail. Gunfight, you guys do have a gun emote for these cases. How was your lunch, you Gail? I'm taking notes. I mean, Ray, the wifey can do whatever she so desires. I trust Ray. Ray will only use this knowledge for understandable purposes. Fatal radiation poisoning is similar. That middle phase where you feel better, but the damage is done. Oof. They could possibly be put into a CO2 chamber and slowly fall asleep from carbon dioxide poisoning. That's a rather harmless death. No, I think that, like, don't they have, like, something they can inject you with to have you pass peacefully? It was not poisonous. I'm glad to hear. Brutalizing me with a chancla? You think I'd object to that? And you'll know if I did, since I'll leave. Hashtag Chanti's mod is crazy. But it was an accident. I didn't know. I believe my wifey. Wifey is innocent. Wifey cannot do anything
I shook
wrong.
that Chernobyl off. And then it's like, it's just this, you know, latent stage, and then you die horribly. In short, they had maybe another 4 or 5 days left to live.
Oh.
According to Pastorian, Dr. Webster's biggest concern was the damage that the toxin was doing to their liver, and he explained that they were going to do everything in their power to help pull them through. Wait, he's kind of like, you got 4 or 5 days to live? You'd be like, oh, sh**. And he's like, but we're going to try and pull you through. I'm like, well, Doc, just tell me whether you're going to, like, what are the odds? Come on. Don't be like, you're going to die. Not if we can help it. But you are. Not if we can help it. Cough. They gave them several medications to help protect their livers, which included a dose of silibinin, which is derived from milk thistle and is considered to be an antidote to amanita poisoning, and they also performed blood tests on them to confirm the diagnosis. Afterwards, Pastorian, Heather, Don, and Gail would all be transferred to Dandenong Hospital in Melbourne, since they were better equiped to treat them.
Chernobyl
While they were waiting for the
trick,
ambulances
after you
to
said
arrive,
that.
Pastorian overheard the nurses say that Erin had also been admitted to hospital, and she was also showing signs of gastroenteritis. Then, just before he was loaded into the first ambulance, he overheard the nurses say that Erin had left the hospital and that Dr. Webster was looking for her. Shortly after they arrived at Dandenong Hospital in Melbourne, Pastorian, Heather, Don, and Gail were all placed in separate rooms in the ICU. Pastorian remembers being given some charcoal in an attempt to flush out the last of the toxin from his cistern, but not much about what came after. I was kind of joking about the charcoal, but I guess it is, like, pretty effective. According to their son David, they'd all been in incredible pain. Heather had been desperate for water and had repeatedly told the medical staff that her insides were burning. Pastorian reportedly had, quote, black lips, a gaunt face, and a pained and serious expression. Well, yeah, because he's being poisoned the fuck to death. Later that same day, he and Heather were moved to the ICU, where they had to be intubated and placed in an induced coma.
Yeah.
Someone's placing you in an induced coma, you're like, that's not good, is it? Don, who'd consumed
Honestly,
the
just let me
largest
die
portion
in
of
my
beef
sleep.
Wellington, was deteriorating faster than the others, and had already been admitted to the ICU with multiple organ failure. In an attempt to save his life, the hospital arranged for him to receive an emergency liver transplant. He and Gail were transferred to the Austin Hospital in Melbourne on the 2nd of August, with Heather and Pastorian following the same day. Is an emergency liver transplant a thing? I thought you had to be on like a big list and wait for ages to get a... a transplant or something like that. Doesn't it have to, like, match your blood type and cells? It's something, right? Their children would later testify that before Don went into the operating theatre on the 3rd of August, the medical staff had wheeled Gail in to see him, and the two were given the opportunity to say goodbye. Then Gail returned to her own room, fully aware that she maybe had a day or two left to live. Wait, so they're giving him a new liver? And I'm sure that's quite a rare commodity.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot more demand.
I was going to say, along with what I'm sure he's going to say, I think that's incredibly selfish, though, because I don't think that you're supposed to give livers to people and, like, organs and transplants in general to people who are terminal, because that's a waste of an organ. It sucks, but, like, that's just a reality. I'm like, I think that's a waste of an organ that could potentially go to somebody else. Like, crazy. Just pull it back out. Can't that taint the organ, though? The same thing the Canadians do with what? Melbourne, Australia. Not sure where, but Australia. That country's like Iron Man mode of survival. Liver transplants are a bit different because you can give a portion of a liver. You don't need a dead person. That I did not know, actually. How does giving a portion of a liver work? At least that's how it is in Germany. Yeah, when it's not going to help, you're not meant to, I believe. It's not a full liver, it's a piece of a liver.
For livers than there are supply, with the chance of this guy dying anyway seem to be quite high. I don't know if that's the best decision. Shouldn't that liver go to someone who's going to be able to use it for a bit longer? Like, how long does a replacement liver last? Like 10 years, 20 years, something like that? I feel like that would be a better use of that liver, because they can't take it out of him and then put it in someone else. I don't think you can have, like, third-hand liver, especially from a guy who's just been poisoned out of with some death cap mushrooms. Despite the liver transfer, Don started actively dying not long after his surgery finished, so the doctors changed their strategy when it came to treating the others. Well, they're all going to just try new livers for all of them. Where are all these livers coming from, Australia? The doctors determined that both Gail and Heather were too weak to undergo surgery, but Pastorian underwent keyhole surgery, during which the doctors were able to determine that his bowels hadn't been damaged by the toxin. He, Heather and Gail were given high doses of vitamin C and other medication to help support their livers, as well as several rounds of blood plasma to replace the blood proteins that the toxin kept destroying. Cool, that's what I'm saying. Take that blood out of me, put it in a machine, do something. Despite all of this, both Gail and Heather passed away on the morning of the 4th of August, 2023. Don passed away on the evening of the 5th of August. Oh no, Don and his new liver. It gave him like 3 days. Their autopsies would later reveal that the toxins had done irreparable damage to their organs, and their intestines had become necrotic. Oh my god, so it basically destroyed their insides and they started rotting. Fucking hell, death cap mushrooms, I had no idea they were this bad. I guess they're called death cap mushrooms, which is a terrifying-ass name.
Yeah.
By the evening of the 5th of August, Pastorian slowly started showing signs of improvement. Over several days, the levels...
You, Gail. What the fuck? Can't spell liver without you live. I'm deceased. What the fuck? What the hell? Oh, God. Liver is like Wolverine, has awesome healing factor. I did not know that. The portion of the liver will regrow into a full liver. It is the only organ in the human body that can fully regenerate. I did not know that, Ghost. That's so cool. I've heard this before in the meme of a cell liver and regrow liver equals infinite money hack. Sounds like one hell of a process, and nothing worked. When you try so hard, but you don't succeed. So real. The liver's job is to break down toxins, so it's very good at repairing itself, including regenerating to a fairly effective state from just a piece. That's insane. Death cap is definitely named not to be effed with. Don't eat death cap mushroom. Although in their defense, this was absolutely not their fault. This is why liver cancer is so brutal, though, because the liver is a regenerating function. Yeah. Oof.
Of acid in his blood dropped, and his liver function returned to normal. By the 12th of August, he was able to breathe on his own again. On the 21st, he was discharged from the ICU, and by the 11th of September, he was sent to a rehabilitation ward. Still, the doctors didn't consider him recovered until the 23rd of September 2013. Sorry, it must be 2023. There's a typo here. When he was finally discharged from the hospital, and even then, he never did fully recover. Yeah, because when they're like, oh yeah, you're healed, you can go home, and it's like, yeah, but I'm still kind of fucked up, aren't I? Because I got poisoned with all this death cap shit. Like, it was rotting my friends' insides, and now they're dead, and I almost had that, so I'm probably not brilliant, am I? And in April 2025, Pastor Ian stood up in court and testified against the woman who'd not only murdered his wife for 50 years, but had attempted to take his life as well. Erin.
Pastor Ian lived is crazy. Do I have permission to challenge the death cap? Do not challenge the death cap. I swear to God, if I ever also find out any of you guys willingly digest something poisonous and bad for you, I'm gonna smack you upside the head.
Patterson. Scudder the Nutter.
I'm sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck does Scudder what the fuck does that have to do with anything? What the fuck is Scudder? What is Scudder? British people. What does Scudder the Nutter mean? What is happening? I just got whiplash. We're just talking about somebody dying from death cap, and now we have Scudder the Nutter. What the fuck is Scudder the Nutter? Awesome chapter name to transition to. Really, what a name to transition to. What the fuck? Nutter means crackpot. Scudder the Nutter. Is the killer a crackpot? Scudder the Nutter, to scare away a crazy person, apparently. Did you Google that? Scudder the Nutter. Alright, that, I didn't need to Google it. Yeah, I was like, yeah, she's a crackpot. Is she actually a crackpot? No, really? What's his ball creep? Which one? Hi, Marco. He's a handsome man, I think. I think he's a quite handsome man. His name could be Scudder. It means what it means. Nutter. Nutter butter. Not the nutter butter. I want to know how this nutter was scuttered. Then I can go ask Halleck. Halleck, our resident British lingo associate. I'm always a wacko at night. Simon the Bald. Basically means an unpleasant, crazy person. Halleck is typing! Reporting for duty. Thank you for the hydrate, Omega. And the pasture check. He's insufferable, to put it politely. I like him.
Erin Trudy Scudder was born on the 3rd...
Wait, her name? Her full name is Scudder. Her name is Scudder. Erin Trudy Scudder. Is her what, maiden name then? Why is she looking at me like that? It's certainly a photo. It's certainly a photo. What the fuck Gen Z term is that shit? That's just funny. That's some funny ass shit. The pastor check. I'm gonna use that term, scudder the butter, when I see a crackhead. Scudder the butter. No, wasn't it Scudder the Nutter? Wasn't it? It was Scudder the Nutter. Scudder the Nutter. Scudder the Nutter. No, so apparently it's because Scudder is her name and Nutter means crackpot, like how Omega said. Ah.
Erin Trudy Scudder was born on the 30th of September 1974 in Melbourne and was the...
Zinx is Zen. I hope I said your name okay. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the coven we do bite. Welcome. Mwah.
The youngest of two children, her father, Etten Scudder, was a businessman and reportedly held several directorship roles at different companies. And her mother, Heather Scudder, was a literary expert who specialised in children's literature and who taught at Monash University. But according to Erin, they didn't exactly have a happy childhood. Quote, "We had a horrible upbringing. Mum was essentially a cold robot. It was like being brought up in a Russian orphanage where they don't touch babies.
Don't die.
That's what my site reckons," she said.
They came out of nowhere.
Studied my mum.
Thank you for the
This sounds like a story you're spinning after the fact that you've been arrested for murdering.
That's for trying to pull yourself together. When I put that sentence into Google Translate to German, it translates to Werther Verukter Versushin, which translates to crazy scary away. Another is a really crazy person. Crazy scare away. Thank you for the bless yous. Thank you for the quadruple bless yous. I was barely leaning back when you started. I want to say bless you, but you sneezed too much for the threshold. What do you mean? I once had someone in chat said science you, and that cracked me up. That poor Spratling. The Spratling deserved it. You were just waiting for me to move away. How many different channels on Tube does this Baldy have anyway? I don't know, actually. That was amazing. I love it when you try to read those words. It's just so interesting, especially because I don't know what that accent, the two dots on top of the U are. I always forget. Veru? Verakt? Verektar Varsushin.
A bunch of people so that you garner some sympathy, which you're not going to do because you've murdered people in a horrible way, you piece of shit.
He has a cooking channel and a science channel. He also has a myths channel, because that's the only place that I've ever seen this man before. Is he was reading like superstitions and stuff, because he doesn't believe in superstitions, so he just judges like the spooky stories or something. Talking about Babish. I see. Yeah, skill issue if you can't type these. Did she try to cast a spell out of nowhere? Top 10s is his.
I really hope you're like that she gets convicted, otherwise I'm gonna have to go back and record a bunch of allegedlys for this video. Erin also described her mother as being cold and controlling, and claims that she kept their father from showing their children any affection for fear that it'd spoil them. Yes, because kids are so spoiled by affection. What the fuck? According to Simon, Erin was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, aka autism, as a teenager, and she struggled to make friends. Erin did really well in school because she was placed in an advanced program at University High School in Melbourne, and in the Stan original documentary revealed Death Cap Murders, investigative journalist Marta Pascual Honola explains that, quote, "This is the kind of program that eventually produces surgeons, lawyers, and people who go on to have pretty stellar careers. And also Erin, the death cap murdering nutter." But Erin must have missed the memo. She went on to study science at the University of Melbourne, and at some point switched over to accounting. She finished her degree and did the required 3 years of training, but then somehow ended up training to become an air traffic controller with Air Services Australia when she was 27. Wait, this sounds like she did have quite a successful career. Surgeons and lawyers, that's big, but also like science and accounting and air traffic control, they're not exactly, low jobs. Jesus. More than one person. Where's YouTuber rank on that list? Oh god. More than one person would point out that Erin was far more intelligent than she seemed, which is proved by the fact that she was one of only 14 people to have passed the notoriously difficult entry exam that year. According to Rob Maggs, a former air traffic controller and one of Erin's old colleagues, quote, "Only 2% of the population have the required combination of skills to do the job effectively. There's no room for error." Yeah, air traffic control is very demanding. Extremely demanding. Some of her ex-colleagues would explain that they all grew to be pretty close since they were such a small group of people. However, Erin was considered to be an odd loner, and they explained that she could be abrupt and abrasive and quite aggressive when she spoke to people. I'm not sure if quite aggressive is what you want in an ATC. Assertive, sure. Aggressive, not so much. According to Rob, they'd been in the middle of training on the air traffic simulators one day when the head of training walked past and tripped over the cable of Erin's headset. Quote, "He got his foot caught in it and pulled the headset off her head. Without blinking, she just turned around and snapped, 'Are you all right, you buffoon?'" Oh my god.
Okay.
The room went...
Two things. Two things. The signs were there. So she was incredibly smart, but she was a stupid killer because, hello, terracotta plate. And especially considering that you all ate the same thing and you're the only one that didn't die and get ill like that. But also, this is just valid. Can I just say, this is just valid. You guys know, I'm sure you've all done it. when you use like wired headsets for anything, either your others are charging, you lost them and you need to replace them, we still have wired like headsets and earphones, okay? You know the feeling of when they get caught on something and they get yanked out of your ear? Or if it's a headset off of your head? I hate that feeling. That is such a, like, I don't know, like, there's something about getting something yanked out of your ear, yanked off of your head. I feel like it's pretty, like, easy to understand. It is a terrible feeling. So if someone, like, yanks something off of my body, even if it's an accident, I'm also gonna be like, you dumbass, are you good? Like, what the fuck? Watch where you're going. Like, that interaction, I think is fully valid. Because I'd probably also be like, what the fuck are you? Hello? Pardon? Because even when I yank something off of myself, and my own earphones out of my ears, I get mad at myself. I get pissed at myself, or I get pissed at the, I don't know, the doorway or the little nook that it got caught in, and I'm like, oh, you piece of shit. Like, it really, like, it's jarring, it's whiplash, it really pisses me off. So on this is probably the one and only thing that I will stand by her. That is a very normal response. Oh, it's a comment, everything and pushes views in the video. This guy most probably is the type nobody listens to IRL. He does share his opinions, but I think though, Mako, that's kind of like up to personal thing then, you know? Up to like if you enjoy his opinions, you know? But it's totally fine if you don't. Oh, who's his girlfriend, Mako? Don't seem like low emotional coat. No, but I had my necklace get caught the other day. That also sucks. You dumbass, spoken with pure disdain. I know you had someone in mind who said that. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We've all suffered those idiots. No death caps. If it's don't worry, I won't death cap anyone yet. We'll see. Maybe if I am ever, you know, if I ever make it to like 90 years old, I might see. I might think about it. Allegedly. I'm joking. For legal purposes, I'm joking. For legal reasons, I'm joking. But you know. If it's my headset, earphones, I would be concerned for the stuff, so I think I get it. Yeah, hi, Empire. In Minecraft, exactly. Allegedly.
Are you alright, you buffoon? It was shocking, but in the end, it wasn't surprising that it came from Erin. I feel like, aren't air traffic controllers, you can have like some sort of psych check, right? Because you could literally just crash planes. You could just be like, Charlie 19er, descend to -1,000 feet. Are you sure, ATC? Like, there's a lot of responsibility right there. I've seen Breaking Bad where he crashes those planes together. Based on that little anecdote, it shouldn't come to be a surprise that Erin didn't make any friends while she was working for Air Services Australia, and her colleagues reportedly called her Crazy Erin and Scutter the Nutter behind her back. Crazy Erin's just so on the nose. It's like, Crazy Erin. They also confided in ABC News that Erin could be quite vindictive and mean, and she would steal work slots from some of her colleagues by calling in sick on their behalf. What the And yet, whenever tax season came around, she offered to help them with their tax returns, since she knew all the loopholes that would result in them being able to pay less taxes. Oh, wait, because she was training as an accountant. Why so nice and then such a bitch? Toward the end of her second year working at Air Services Australia, Erin got into trouble for consistently leaving work 30 minutes before her shift was over. Again, you work in air traffic control. Is no one going to miss you? Be like, come in, air traffic control, Charlie 19er. Hello? Erin? She had initially denied this, but when confronted by HR with CCTV footage of her car leaving the premises,
Who
she
knows
just
you,
shrugged
Gail?
and said,
That actually is a good
well,
theory,
you got
Gail.
me. What, did you not think they had CCTV? Did you not notice the cameras? Did you not think they could look that up? It's not like they're going to be dummy CCTV cameras at some small shop or whatever. You're working as an air traffic controller. The cameras are going to work. According to Rob, her being terminated wasn't a surprise. She was going to do something or say something eventually that would put enough to let go and got a job working in animal management for the RSPCA in 2003.
Here, let's get
RSPCA
to when they
for
talk about
I guess it's the same as the Raw Protection
case.
in 2005, and she'd regularly go camping with him and his friends. Erin had also been planning on doing a solo cycle tour of Australia with her dogs, and Simon dutifully helped her plot out her routes. According to Jay, he had been
So, did Simon die? I forget if Simon died. Thank you, Mako. Yeah, I'm mostly... Oh, he's telling the story at hand. She does tax returns because she knows how much, what they spend money on. So, Simon wasn't at the meal? Oh, right, Simon didn't go. Because Simon... So she would have also killed Simon. Simon decided not to go because Simon was like, I feel weird having dinner, and that's what I said at the beginning. I was like, the ex is like, it's weird having dinner with my ex-wife, with my family. I don't feel like I should go. Yeah. And, well, Simon was invited. Simon made the decision not to go. And that's also where I'm like, why the fuck did you guys go? Why, again, not to, I know it sounds very victim-blamey. At the end of the day, the victims are the victims. However, why, I said this at the beginning, why would you go? Why would you go? I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. And if my parents were like, yeah, we're gonna go have dinner with your ex-husband or wife, I'd be like, why in the fuck? Hi, Alex. How you doing, Alex? Why? I would look at my parents like they're crazy. You know? I would be like, I'm glad you're doing cool, Alex. You say why? It was a pastor. Isn't naivety pre-programmed? You know, actually, you make a good point. He was a pastor. You make a good point. Yeah. Yeah. You make a good point. He probably was like, oh, kindness, forgiveness. And I'm like, no. No. No kindness, no forgiveness. Never. Never. Hi, Divine. Welcome back from Agile, everybody, a little bit ago.
Skeptical when he heard about her plan to go on a cycling tour, since Erin didn't own a bicycle, and in his opinion, she wasn't exactly what you'd call fit. So it didn't surprise him that her little cycle tour ended after just 3 days. She's got out, she's prepared to go to cycle around Australia. She's like 3 days later. Bitch. It's really hard the first few days. I've done a few very long length of the UK back when I was a lad. And the first few days, you're just like, we're on holiday in Russia at the time. Interesting destination.
So they got
Simon's cousin,
married.
David, ended up having to walk her down the aisle since she didn't have anyone else to do it for her, and Simon's entire extended family happily welcomed Erin into the fold. Erin and Simon eventually moved to Perth, and that is where their first child, a son, was born in 2009. Because it was their first child, Don and Gail offered to help them out, and they ended up moving in with them for a week. According to Erin, she'd suffered some complications following the birth of their son, and quote, I remember being really relieved that Gail was there because I really felt out of my depth. I had no idea what to do with the baby, and I was not confident. She was really supportive and gentle and patient with me. That's very nice. They sound like very good people that you're going to murder. She gave me good advice about to just relax and enjoy it. You don't have to stick to this timetable, this schedule. Just relax and enjoy your baby.
She killed the people that helped her give birth.
The schedule of the baby, though. 3 a.m. Troll and went on an extended tour of Northern Australia. Erin would later explain that it was fun at first because her son would take 3-hour-long naps and they had a lot of free time. But as the months went by, he needed more attention and he didn't sleep as much anymore, and they could no longer drive for extended periods. Then, when their son was about 10 months old, he started crawling around and standing up against the furniture, and Erin claims that she soon started to grow tired of camping and constantly having to be alert to make sure that he didn't crawl off into the bush. Oh wait, there's still
The wild stock footage, right, Chico? Hi, Battle Isaac. Good morning, Battle. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, that's true. Doubt it matters who cared for her, but
like
still,
10
like
months
they
later,
helped
they're
you
still
give
just,
birth
like,
to your
touring around.
child.
You're living your best life with that inheritance, aren't you, Erin? I wanted to sleep in a real bed, and it was getting harder to camp with our son. Her frustrations with their living arrangements resulted in her and Simon having frequent fights, which resulted in them agreeing to go their separate ways for a while. Why not just do what normal people do and live in a fucking house?
Yeah, they were in a trailer.
You have a 10-month-old
driving
baby. Camping out.
Camping out with
Erin
the
and it
baby.
reportedly took them a week to drive back. During that time, Erin rented a cottage for her and their son to live in, and initially Simon lived in an on-site caravan nearby. What is going on in your weird life? In January 2010, Simon moved back in,
It's
but this was just the first
all
break
around.
they had, and they'd repeatedly go their separate ways over the course of the next 5 years. Erin would later claim that she still loved Simon and hadn't wanted to separate from him, but Simon would testify that she always left me. Aw, that's sad. Poor Simon. During their marriage, they used Erin's inheritance money to buy a house and also provided interest-free loans to Simon's siblings so that they could purchase homes themselves. Okay, you got a lot of money, but you got enough money to, like, cover the purchase of people's homes? You're getting $2 million. Like, all right. It would later be speculated that this was another attempt by Erin to ingratiate.
Hi, Clover. Automod is bullying me. Hi, my sweet Clover. We are reacting to the mushroom murders, and we are uncovering a very bad relationship.
Herself with Simon's family. And yeah, probably quite effectively. In 2014, Simon and Erin ended up moving to County Victoria so that they could be closer to Don and Gail, and towards the end of that year, Erin gave birth to their daughter. According to Erin, she was a fussy baby, and it took her some time to convince their doctors that— Whoa, what? The baby was eventually diagnosed with ovarian cancer and had to undergo surgery. Jesus Christ, I didn't even— What? And the amount of stress that they were under put a lot of stress on Simon and Erin's relationship. Once again, they decided to go their separate ways in 2015, but this time, it would be permanent. This is a bit miserable, guys. Like, whenever times get tough, you're like—
Yeah, their lives are
own—
very miserable.
I feel like when times get tough, that's when you gotta be like, work as a team. We'll get through this together. No, just me. Feels like that's a healthy relationship, guys. Not like, oh no, things are hard. I'm gonna off to the bush. G'day, mate. Erin became a stay-at-home mum and initially spent her days looking after their children. She did some part-time editing jobs for a local newspaper, but mostly spent her leisure time hanging out on the internet. Okie dokie. I love the internet as much as the next person, but it's not how I spend my life. I was just unemployed on the internet. Like, what are you doing on there? It's like, well, Facebook's really good. I got really awesome at Candy Crush. Like, what the f*** in behind bars? That discussed the latest case of Kelly Lane, a woman who'd been convicted of murdering her newborn baby back in the 90s. And Erin ended up befriending some of the other group members. She described the group as being a safe venting space, and over the years, they became the only support system that she had outside the Pattersons. Simon and Erin—
It's so interesting when there are few murderers who you find out were into true crime. It's so weird. How are you doing, my lovely Clover, though? Thank you for the lurky lurk, Clover. Mwah. A day that ends in Y. Hey, crazy people, honestly. I don't trust people in general. Healthy relationship, but a lot of people, even though it sounds like their child with ovarian cancer survived, a lot of people, a lot of relationships do not survive a child getting sick, let alone a child dying. It obviously puts a lot of strain on the relationship. Listen, I love that word, but I can't say it because YouTube doesn't like it. I do say it sometimes. Cunty. I say it like that. I like that. I like that word. It's a fun word to me. But I can't say it often. There can be— what do you mean there can be human interaction that don't leave me trembling and scared? It's called hive mind conditioning. Doing a lot better than I was. I'm glad, Clover. Bye-bye. Thank you for the lurky.
Erin continued to co-parent, and according to Erin, she could admit to herself that they were better off as friends. Simon would join her and the kids on family holidays, and they'd regularly go camping together, but their relationship took a drastic turn toward the end of 2022 when Erin was notified by the Australian government's child support program that Simon would no longer be contributing to their children's school fees and medical aid bills.
What?
Wait, what's the Australian child support program got to do anything with that? Okay. According to Simon, when his accountant submitted his tax return that year, he'd listed Simon's marital status as separated, and this triggered Services Australia to take a look at both his and Erin's reported income. Oh, I see. They're going to be like, well, you're so rich, you don't need any money from him. What the fuck? Using a formula, they determined that the asset-rich Erin was more than capable of supporting both their kids financially, so they informed Simon that he now had to only contribute $40 to their care. Wow, I gotta say, Australia, that seems very fair and sensible. I quite like that. This pissed Erin off, and she called Simon in a rage to tell him that she depended on his monthly payments to survive. Simon's
She
just
is
like,
rich,
"Yeah,
though."
Erin, government says no. When Simon told her that his accountant had made a mistake, that the decision had been made on a federal level and they'd have to appeal the decision in court, she complained to Don and Gale and accused Simon of being a deadbeat dad. Initially,
boy.
Don and Gale tried their best to mediate and help Simon and Erin
Here we
reach an
go.
understanding, but Simon eventually informed his parents that he refused to pay Erin a penny more, and Don and Gale told Erin that there was nothing they could do. She then threatened to file for child support. Yo, the government just decided this. Who you filing for child support with? But when her threats didn't get the response she thought they would, she reportedly told some of her Facebook friends, "Why isn't Gail horrified her son is such a deadbeat that I had no choice but to claim?" Over the course of the next year, Erin's relationship with Simon and his family members took a turn. Yeah, no shit. And Simon stopped inviting her to family get-togethers.
Yeah.
She'd also later claimed that her children didn't like going over to Simon's anymore, since he was always busy with church stuff and never made an effort to hang out with them. She'd complained to her friends that Simon was emotionally abusive and a gaslighter, and that the Pattersons were a lost cause. I get the feeling, Erin, that you're the shit in this situation just because of who you are, Erin. Then in May 2023, Simon sent Erin a message on Signal and asked if she was going to attend Gail's 70th birthday party.
Yeah, why would you? I'm not having dinner with this person, and I'm absolutely also not letting my parents go. But see, I can see how it happens because I know people like this, especially since they have kids. I could so see, like, I know people who would be like, but that's the mother of your children. Like, we need to try to mend bridges, forgiveness. No, we really don't. And now we're here. Again, not their fault. I'm just saying I'm a very paranoid person, so I get really frustrated because it's not in my nature, but I know it's in other people's nature to be like, oh, see the good in people, forgiveness, second chances, like, try to bond your family. That's your mom, that's your dad. Well, that's mine, that's your grandma, that's your dad's dad. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care who they birthed. I don't care who they birthed. Just, I don't trust people. It doesn't mean shit. I've seen it. I swear. I don't consider you real if you aren't foul-mouthed. I am so foul-mouthed. You guys only hear a portion of my cursing and cussing. Gotta keep my mouth clean at work and trying to here. Don't want to harass the mods too much. I appreciate you, Omega. I hate not being able to swear at work. Some customers make me go insane, I bet. You mostly work in tech, right, Hollow? So you gotta deal with people on that shit. I used to be a mechanic. 90% of my old work language was swears. Lucky for me, I do freelance. So every time I get pissed off, I just rant. And I can curse all I want at home. Can't do that in childcare, unfortunately. I really feel like we gotta treat people how they are, and if they muck her up, you throw them out. That's how I feel. That the look she's giving us alone is enough of a warning to not trust her, right, AJ? Men bridges, bitch, there ain't no bridges. She burnt the summer bitch with napalm. You guys, I mentioned before, my favorite saying is, they go low, I take it to hell. That's me. They go low, I take it to hell. I do not believe in turning the other cheek. I do not believe in taking the high road. You go low, I will take you straight to fucking hell. I will drag us both to the depths. I will be like, if you want me to be a problem, I will be a problem. If I'm the bad guy, I will absolutely be the bad guy. If that's how you want to play something. I have no patience for people in games, and especially if they're going to be manipulative, they're going to be assholes. Absolutely not. Nope. Love those that love you. That's a great way to put it. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Mako. I appreciate you. Also, actually, there was I watched the new Devil Wears Prada movie recently, and there's a line where she's like, "May the bridges I burn light my way." I just got here. I don't know the context, but my mama had a party when her. But me and my mama had a party when her dad died. Congratulations to you guys, Shinobi. Congratulations to y'all. The stare is calling untrustworthy. The stare is sus. That person is clinically a sociopath. You can, I do believe, I'm big on telling in the eyes. I will say, I always believe my gut. Every time I've ever had a gut feeling about someone or two people, I've never been wrong. I don't ever act on it, especially if it's not my business, but I'll just like, take note, keep my distance. And my gut has never been wrong when it comes to people. If I get a bad vibe, if I have a bad gut feeling about somebody, if I feel like they're lying, they're untrustworthy, normally I get proven right. And I'm like, welcome back, Sammy. I work in tech. I deal with people that speak before they think. I have no sense of pity or patience. If you piss me off, I will absolutely maul you. If I need to bury a problem again, send it to Chanti. AJ, if I hated you, you'd know. I adore you too much. That's such a great saying. I'm using it from now on. May the bridges I burn light my way.
Erin told them that she hadn't been invited and that she had no interest in attending a party where an invitation had been an afterthought. Erin would later claim that the lunch invitation had been her attempt at repairing her relationship with Simon's family, since they were the only family members she had left. Which begs the question, why she murdered them?
Exactly. Exactly. Saying after the fact that I invited them in order to amend our relationship about an event in which you poisoned them is like, ma'am, you have to be lying to yourself, because you cannot be trying to lie to me. You cannot be trying to lie to me at this point. Semi is good enough. I'll screenshot my bum ass screen. What's my vibe? You have a good vibe, Mecca. I only allow chatters who have good vibes. Otherwise, we bonk. Otherwise, the modders bonk.
Right. Under investigation, the deadly mushroom lunch.
I'm kind of sad. I'm kind of disappointed. We peaked at Scudder the Nutter. We peaked at Scudder the Nutter. This is a very underwhelming transition title. This entire thing was kind of anticlimactic. Well, that was the lead up. We haven't yet gotten to like their trial and stuff.
For all intents and purposes, the investigation...
Well, the horrifying part was the fact that their organs were necrotic, so they literally disintegrated from the inside.
Into the poisonings had become long before Pastor Ian and Heather had set foot in Leongarth Hospital. That's because at that point, Erin Patterson had already made at least 3 different attempts on Simon's life. Da fuck. According to Simon, the first attempt on his life took place between the 16th and the 17th of November 2021. He and Erin had planned to go camping with their kids, and the afternoon before they were due to leave, he'd met up with Erin at her house. And she asked him if he'd like some of the bolognese that she'd made for dinner. She dished up some for him in a Tupperware container, and he ate the pasta that evening. A few hours later, he started suffering. I mean, because you are, allegedly. She went to prison for this, right? So you are, but like, you really are looking like it, aren't you? When they arrived at the Leongarth Hospital shortly after 8 a.m. that morning, Heather and Pastor Ian, Simon, that he now had to only contribute for the afternoon before they were due to leave, he'd met up with Erin at her house. And she asked him if he'd like some of the bolognese that she'd made for dinner. She dished up some for him in a Tupperware container, and he ate the pasta that evening. A few hours later, he started suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, and he ended up going to the hospital. The doctors treated him for food poisoning, but couldn't determine the cause. He was discharged the next day. The second attempt on his life took place between the 25th and the 27th of May 2022, while he'd been on a camping trip with Erin and the kids. According to Simon, quote, "We had a chicken korma curry on the second night. While Erin was preparing the food, I was getting the fire going, so I didn't watch her prepare it." Oh my god, dude. Why did you're like pretty sure she tried to kill you with some bolognese, and then you're just like, yeah, no, I'll eat your food that you're making. You psycho. During the night, he started suffering from an upset stomach, and the next morning, he told Erin that
All the more, why did the parents go have lunch? And why did you let your parents go have lunch? I have never cussed at my parents. If this, because this is only the second attempt, so there's apparently 3. If this has happened before, I am calling my parents stupid as fuck, and that if I hear that they're trying to go and eat a meal with this ex, I am going to literally pick them up in my car, and y'all know I don't know how to drive, but I am picking them up in a car and I am taking them back home. Because what do you mean? Hello, King Legacy. Welcome on in, first time chatter. Hi. She's been what do you mean that she's been making multiple times? I cannot. I cannot. I'll be the driver. You would have to be the driver, Hollow. Honestly, I'd have you go at high speeds too, just to punish them, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, we're gonna die," and be like, "Good, feel it, because you would have died if you had lunch with this crazy person." Jesus, I'd be so pissed. What were they thinking? Tell them off. They're getting slapped back into. No, I literally am. I'm gonna smack them in the face. That's no problem. I'll weave through traffic like we're stopping. Have you ever seen the movie Baby Driver? That's what it makes me think of. But welcome on in, King Legacy.
that he needed to go to the hospital. She was upset because she had to pack the campsite up on her own. Well, maybe Erin, don't you poison him then, But when he arrived at the hospital, the doctors couldn't find out what had caused his upset stomach. After all, they'd shared the same meal the evening before, and Erin and the kids were fine. Simon was discharged that same day, but his condition gradually got worse, and he was eventually admitted to the Monash Hospital in Melbourne. He ended up in a coma for 20 days, during which time doctors realised that parts of his intestines were dying, and that he had to undergo emergency surgery to remove the affected parts. Later, the doctors informed him that, quote, "They'd done a lot of tests. They hadn't found the cause of what happened to me, but they seemed to have dealt with the symptoms effectively, that there was a good chance I would make a full recovery." Bro, they had to remove bits of your insides because they were dead because they were poisoned. F***ing hell. Simon had agreed to spend several weeks in a rehabilitation centre, and afterwards he went to live with Erin and the kids while he recovered. But during this time, Erin made him feel like he was unwelcome and complained that he wasn't pulling his weight as a parent. They just went digging around in his insides, removing bits because you f***ing poisoned him, you bitch. One morning, she came in while I was in bed and told me that she was very upset with me, that I spent a lot of my time in bed, that I didn't help out around the home like she would like me to, that I didn't get up early to bring the kids to school at all. Bro, because he's in bed because he was in hospital. They took bits out of him. They dug around in his insides because you poisoned him. The third attempt on Simon's life came on the 6th of September 2022. Again, he'd been camping with Erin and the kids, and Erin had informed him that she'd bring the food. That evening, she handed each of them a vegetable wrap, but according to Simon, his was the only one that had been wrapped up in aluminium foil. That evening, he started suffering from stomach cramps, and he ended...
What are we doing? There is a little bit, there comes a point where we are at natural selection. There comes a moment, I think, in everyone's life where you just need to be like, am I gonna be this dumb? Am I gonna be this stupid? I don't know. Hey, don't go to lunch. She tried to end me a few times. 3 times. This happened to him 3 times. And his parents still went to lunch. Oh boy. I'm not that good yet. Trying to get that good, Hollow. What am I listening to? That's what I'm saying. Freaking hell, Traco, you go. This is all during camping. Well, not so much, kind of so, but they apparently had a trailer that they drove around. This dude procreated with her. So here we are. Damn, that's what I'm saying, King Legacy. That's what I'm saying. That damn is all I got in me too. That's all I got in me too. Damn is correct. It's like the reverse of the husbands or boyfriends who complain that the partner doesn't do anything around the house after cesarean or other. Yes, Draco, exactly that. A rock is smarter. A rock is smarter. Women are good at chameleoning. Oh, well, you know what it is? It's not so much that men and women, like, are... I mean, some of them are really good gaslighters, don't get me wrong. Some of them are really good gaslighters. I think that a lot of people, most people, if anything, really have an instinct to give the benefit of the doubt. Really, really have an instinct to benefit of the doubt. No, they wouldn't do this. Nah, I'm reading too much into it. No, they would never. Like, no, they wouldn't. Nah, they wouldn't intentionally hurt me. Like, I think that that's the natural instinct of a lot of people. I do not possess that. My assumption is that you are intentionally out to get me, if anything. So if I was doing this, I think that I would have known. Book smart, life dumb, yes. Fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, you can't get fooled again. Yes, leader of the free world. Fool me 3 times, men can be dumb AF, but women are much better at being sneaky. Women, I don't know if they're, well, yeah, they could be. It's more common for women to be sneaky for sure, because like I said, a lot of times when women are involved in crime, they usually can't brute force the way that a man could. So there's always like really conniving ways or weird ways that women end up committing crime. Especially the modern world, because we are raised so very protected. Yeah, hello. Fuck that, I'm assuming you want to hurt me to begin with. Give me a reason to trust you. Me too! Give me a reason to trust you. That's how I operate. Give me a reason. I approach people, and I think it's a very healthy way to approach people in modern day society. Maybe not once upon a time, but in modern day society, I think it's very reasonable to be like, show me that I can trust you. Prove to me. Wow, you Gale. I love that that was comedic. It could write it itself. Here's my reason you can trust me. Drops me on the floor. I do not possess that either. I do not believe people change. If you fuck up once, you'll fuck up again. I won't give you a chance to fuck up again. I feel that same way. But also, hi, Gingers. How you doing, Gingers? Again, but that's like my nature. Even if you change, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to trust a person. So I would not have them in my life again. Benefit of the doubt to the people they like. So being neurospicy, I never experienced that. I agree, Draco. It could also be part of the neurospiciness that I do not have that. Thank you, AJ. Hey, I got normal uppies.
Ended up going to the hospital to get treated. Shortly after arriving, he reportedly passed out, had slurred speech, and the doctor suspected that he was having seizures. Simon recovered and in early 2023 went to see one of his friends from church, Dr. Christopher Ford. He told Dr. Ford that he'd been having stomach trouble and that he'd had at least 3 near-death experiences in the past year. According to Dr. Ford, none of Simon's symptoms indicated that he was suffering from some kind of gastrointestinal disease or illness, so he suggested that Simon should draw up a list of everything that he'd done or eaten before he fell ill.
Yeah, exactly. Statistically, women are much more likely to go after someone verbally or after positions. They tend to ruin lives, manipulate, turn people against them. Majority of bullies at school are girls because of that. Yes, women tend to, I think there's a bit of a physical component in there, because whereas a man can tend to know that they can resort to physical violence, women cannot always or rarely so. Not impossible, of course, there's always going to be exceptions, but overall they can't, so women develop other ways of getting revenge or just being malicious. And believe me, I know very well women can be horrible. Some of the my childhood bullies, some of them were guys, a lot of them were girls. A lot of them were the girls. I absolutely hated them. They were insufferable. Nobody got robbed or bitten this time. Temperament and personality is actually also why men are much more likely to kick the bucket. Women try it much more. Women are much more verbally inclined. Men are much more physically inclined. Yeah, exactly. That's a very, very good way. Good, succinct, short way of putting it. Yeah, women have a... I'm curious, temperament of personality, I'm curious how much of that is nature versus nurture. Like, how much of that is that women, historically speaking, women are much more taught and pressured to put up with things. And that can translate into a lot of problematic stuff, but it does mean that women tend to, from a very young age, as little girls, develop a much higher threshold for things that cause pain, suffering, discomfort, like unfairness, injustices. Like, girls are just told to put up with a lot of things much more so. So there's a bit more of an inclination to get through something, whereas the same is not said oftentimes with the upbringing of guys. So I wonder how much of that is nature versus nurture. I'd be curious to see what the science is behind that. Different from my parents, we're firm believers of you fuck up once, you're done. I was massive, put my fan through hell in my teens. I'm glad you got out of that, Gingers. I'm officially 6 years later and living proof that people can change and have changed. Absolutely. Although I do think that addiction is slightly different, Gingers. Addiction can be really, really fucking ugly. But addiction is a little... You have the added factor that, like, it's not wholly a person, it is the drug and the effects that a drug has on a person. So I think that there's, if you are to be forgiven and if change is to be acknowledged, it's a lot easier to, I think, look at a person and be like, they were on drugs, they got the help that they needed, they're no longer an addict, they've changed, versus a case where someone is just a really cruel person. They're not an addict, they're just a really cruel person. You don't have any benefit of, oh, well, they were on drugs or they were an alcoholic. It's like, no, they were just a piece of shit and they just decided to be a piece of shit. I think that those two scenarios are different. I think that there's a lot more understanding that we can give to someone who's suffering from addiction, especially you, if you suffered from addiction as a really young kid. I think it's very different and much more inclined to be like understanding and compassionate of that, you know? Psychology's come to the conclusion that there is a male or female brain. We're much more alike than we are different. However, when it comes specifically to agreeableness and disagreeableness, the two sexes are the most different. So different that the 1 million most aggressive people are all male. Yeah. I do agree with that, because also there is also some like physical attributes as well. Like, for example, there's not a male or female brain. Psychology has proven that there is not a male or female brain. That makes sense. Because a lot of the things that there are like minute differences. But again, if the differences are in agreeableness and disagreeableness, I do wonder how much of that is nature versus nurture. I would lean more towards nurture. I think that a lot of societal, cultural structures influence the way that the different sexes behave. My hot take. I think it's mostly nurture or lack of. That's what I'm saying. Nurture or lack of. I agree, Chaika. Hence the stoicness we are taught to do, but also blamed for being stoic because it's toxic. Yeah. Addiction is not a natural state of being. Addiction has nothing to do with your personality. It's a physical, not a mental effect. I've got the next command in mind. I'm gonna set them up in case we get to keep them. Thank you, AJ. Well, we will be able to transfer them over, AJ, if we don't get any updates from Stream Elements. Addiction absolutely does have a mental aspect to it. It isn't purely a physical affliction. Yeah, it is both, because we have to remember that addiction, depending on the substance that you're on as well, can the substance can rewire certain things in your brain. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gingers. I hope they catch whoever did that. Oh, I'll be thinking about your dog. Oh, I hope that your doggy gets all of the help they need. Keep me updated. I hope that your doggy's okay in the long run. Addiction sucks, but addicts are always... Oh, yeah, addicts themselves are assholes because you're an addict. All you care about is getting the drug. Your whole life revolves around it at that point.
That's excellent advice. I asked him to do that because I couldn't understand why these things kept happening to him in such a way that he had essentially almost had 3 near-death experiences. It didn't fit into any of my medical models that would account for all 3 of those things. Now, on the 21st of February 2023, Simon made another appointment with Dr. Ford and told him that he suspected that Erin was poisoning him. He also sent Dr. Ford a cookie and asked him to have it tested. According to Simon, his daughter had given him the cookie as a gift, but Erin kept on asking him if he'd eaten any of them yet, so he suspected that she'd somehow tampered with them. As far as we know, Dr. Ford never had the cookies tested. I mean, yeah, it's not really, like... Does the doctor know the cookie, poison testing people? That doesn't really feel like what doctors are for, but okay. Why didn't you just go get it tested yourself, Simon? Or just take it to the...
Actually... Yeah, wouldn't you call 911, actually? If you suspect poisoning, I don't think that you would go to a doctor. I've never had to think about this, thankfully, but hypothetically speaking, wouldn't you call 911 to get poisoning tested? Right? I would say every day we see more reason to believe humans are just meat robots. True. Not to mention with addiction, the dopamine it provides affecting mental. A major part is nature. The brainstem, the part where your instincts develop, equip you with all the basic stuff you need to survive. Instincts include maternal and paternal, and to be very paternal, you need to be very agreeable. To survive as a woman, you need to be very neurotic, emotional. Men, however, are less in those areas because they have a fundamentally different job. True, nature speaking. It is different because, our current physical nature, if you want to call it that, circumstances are very different to how it was before. Poison cookie. Because I bet that cookie was poison. Poison control? It's a legitimate thing, no? Poison control? 000? That's the number for poison control? I did not know that we have a poison hotline, I'll be honest. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Well, the more you know. Call the if you suspect that something is poison, call your poison hotline. Whatever that may be. That sounds very smart. Welcome back, Collector! Nice to see you. Like me, she'll continue to fight. I'll do anything for that dog. Aww. I'm so happy, Gingers. I'm so happy that, so sorry that happened. I'm glad. I'm glad that your little Staffy's doing alright. And I hope that you both recover from that very soon. Keep us updated on your beautiful Staffy. I heard you only get 3 calls to poison control now that I think about it. Do you? I mean, I guess that's a little bit reasonable. I know there's one for snakes. Yes, losing control is a thing. Poison control is a thing, at least for now. The cookie. Venom issues are a specialized issue. They were set and will be on hold since we've needed these for a long time now. Thank you, AJ. The number should be on the back of a bottle of bleach. Really?
Oh. Police or something, maybe. By March 2023, Simon started avoiding Erin whenever possible, and their relationship soured even further.
Wait, but here's again where I go. He had the suspicion that he was being poisoned, and he still let his family... Did he tell his family? Hey, I think she's trying to kill me and poison me?
But he also started making plans, just in case he wasn't able to avoid her, and she managed to do some actual harm to him. He also informed his father, Don, that he was pretty sure Erin was trying to kill him, and had Don appointed his medical treatment decision-maker, aka his medical proxy.
Okay, so they're just dumb. Alright. Well, what more can you do? What? She should still go to jail. But, what am I supposed to do? I literally have told you, hey, I think this person is trying to kill me and has poisoned me, and, I need to make you in charge of my medical stuff because I'm really afraid that she's gonna kill me because she's... what am I supposed to do? I've literally told you, hey, I think my ex is trying to kill me, and then Speechless. Speechless. The US has a 24/7 poison control hotline. Everyone's checking their bleach bottle. Just checked a bleach bottle. There's a phone number for Poison Information Center. Ah, alright. Speaking of the psychological literature, another thing it clearly defines is actually that men and women are more different the larger the sample size. The more you strip humanity down to our nature, that is being apex predators, the more different we are. True, in regards to like nature functions, because you think of how we were supposed to, if you put it down to like the roles that humans play in like a tribal setting, it's very different. Found it funny. I like that everyone's do not drink the bleach, because I'm like, this could look weird. VTubers audience all goes and gets their bleach bottles at the same time. I would just like it to be known. No. No. Put the bleach bottles back now that you've finished doing your research. Stop it. Stop it. Funny story, the dog and my goddaughter being born are the only reason I forced myself to go through that hell that's recovery, and trust me, recovery as a 19-year-old is a lot worse than they say. Aw, gingers. I need uppies to get past the baby gate. Uppies! I give uppies. I give uppies and you give me uppies. That is such a cute little emo. Stop. It's funny. It is funny.
Bro, you take that's you know it's serious, where you're like, I get the feeling that I might be in a coma or something from getting poisoned, and I need you to make my decisions, not the person who poisoned me, alright, Dad? Thank you very much. According to Dr. Ford, he'd been in the middle of a discussion with Simon after church one morning when Erin came up to them and invited Simon to lunch. Simon agreed to go, but after Erin left, Simon reassured Dr. Ford that he will politely decline her invite, which he ended up doing the morning before the lunch was due to take place. Smart man. Simon would later testify that it never occurred to him that she'd poison his parents, so he didn't think to warn them not to go. I mean, fair. Like,
no,
it seems pretty...
No, not fair. Because again, if I think someone's trying to kill me, I'm literally telling my parents, hey, I think she's trying to kill me. And also, if she invites the entire family to lunch, I'm also going to assume, literally the first thing that's going to go through my head is, she's trying to annihilate my entire family. I feel like that is a very logical conclusion to come to. But again, I return to, alas, what do I know? I feel like the more that this case goes on, the more I feel like I'm losing my mind, and I'm like almost like getting gaslit of like, am I crazy? I feel like this is all like am I crazy? Am I crazy? Oh my god, AJ. The longer we listen to this case, the more absurd it becomes. That's what I'm saying! Well, yeah, Chantico, that is because you are smart. This dude is one of the dumbest people I've ever heard about. I'm just like, hey guys, this person's trying to kill me. Maybe if you go to lunch with them, they're gonna try to kill you too. I think that's a really logical conclusion. I'm in pain. I'm in pain. I can feel my brain hurting. My brain is hurting. Biologically, we are very, very different. However, the aspect of personality is more alike than different. So on a sentient level, the sexes are pretty alike in realistic sample sizes. They get more different the more people you question. It's really hard to make good studies there. Yeah, because human beings are there's just too many factors in a pool of human beings. Location, age, race, culture, language, because even the language that we speak, also the languages that we grow up speaking in that we learn, also, I forget exactly what it is, but they also have impact like our brain function, our brains to an extent. I forget exactly how, but they does. So there's just too many factors that alter humans. Hi, Kev. To be honest, he got off lightly in hindsight. Someone go slap AJ. Good morning, Kev. I came in too late. Ah, you're fine, Shinobi. Behold a genuine unfolding of the axiom, truth is stranger than fiction. True. I did see a wife try to poison her husband by pouring bleach in the coffee maker for days. I think I've seen people who poison their partners is just like I've heard of that. Bleach in the coffee maker. I've also heard a husband who I think put it in his wife's protein shake. Something like that. Where women love poison, but there's also been, I feel like in recent years, a lot more men as well poisoning their partners too. People are dumb. People are terrible. The mushroom component of the story reminds me of a Reddit story where a woman who has a severe mushroom allergy kept having food offered her by her in-laws because they didn't believe her. I heard that. Actually, I've heard a lot of people do that. A lot of people don't believe it when someone says they have an allergy, and then both in-laws and partners I've heard try to quote test if they're actually being honest about their allergy by giving them the food that they're allergic to. And I'm just like, if you don't trust that I have a food allergy, just fuck off. Like, I don't need you to believe me. Just absolutely fuck off. Just fuck you. I don't care. I don't care. I luckily don't have any severe food allergies, but like I'm sensitive to fish. Fish doesn't like me. I'm lactose sensitive, so I just can't have that very often. But it's like if someone was trying to force me to eat a plate of salmon, I'd be like, I would be like, I can't eat this. Like, it doesn't agree with my stomach. I can't. And they'd be like, just eat it. And then if they try to sneak salmon into something, and I'd just be like, I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed. There's a famous quote about women and poison. Yeah, isn't it just that, like, poison is a woman's weapon or something? Yeah, culture is a major aspect. As a man of science, deny the idea that culture has an effect on who or what men and women are. I stand to it being purely biological reality that is rooted in the necessity of the species' survival. Well, I think that biology is, like, explains root behaviors, but I think that culture explains everything else that makes up humans, that makes us so complicated. It makes up our beliefs, it makes up our motivations, the reasons behind what we do, certain behavioral actions. Even if the root of it, you could say, is like something primal, like self-preservation or a survival instinct, I think that culture comes in and it serves as like the driver, like it can explain why. I've seen my homie tank shrimp with an EpiPen. Crazy. I don't blame him though. Shrimp is really tasty. How do you not believe in an allergy? A lot of people don't. A lot of people think that allergies aren't real. This Fitz likes you. Sturgeon. We can be friends. Luckily for you, I just won't eat you. Hi there, Nation. What are you eating, Nine? Bleach. Goddamn AJ, if you kill my chat. Hi, Koto. Good morning. If someone does try to sneak fish into something to feed you, that's assault with intent to harm or something along those lines. It is. It really is at that point. You're trying to hurt me. That's so true. It's milk. Right. That has nothing to do with being men or women. What you are is the most basic aspect of humanity. When then we die out, I'm also really protective of women's safe spaces, so if we lose the idea of what all those efforts go to not. I mean, that's a much more complicated issue if we start going, because like statistically, if like, you know, women's spaces, I also think that there should be queer safe spaces, and that statistically trans women are not a threat to women, statistically, if you're going off of numbers. But you know, that's where things get much more complicated. I love milk. Don't drink AJ's milk. Don't do it. Bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich.
Crazy to like poison his parents. Like, what did they do? They were just super nice to you. You. But obviously, Don knew what Aaron had been up to.
I've heard of that one,
so when he and Gail started to feel sick, he took a glass jar and
one.
collected some of his vomit, just in case the doctors needed something to test for poison. Oh, Grace. He's like, hey, Doc, I threw up in this jar for you. Any poison in there, mate? He also called Simon to let him know that they were sick. and that they'd called an ambulance to take them to
Oh no,
Dandenong
Kev
Hospital.
drank the milk. Do
He then
not
asked
drink the
Simon
milk,
to check
chat.
up
Do
on
not
Pastor
drink the
Ian
milk.
and Heather, prompting Simon to drive
I want
over to their
AJ's milk
house
is crazy.
to see how they were doing.
I like
After
AJ's
Simon had
dizzy milk.
confirmed
What
that
are we
Pastor
What's
Ian
happening? What
and
are we
Heather
doing,
were also
chat?
ill, Simon called
What are we
Dr.
devolving
Ford
into?
to let him know that Erin might have poisoned 4 members of his family. Dr. Ford then called Leongatha Hospital after just 8 a.m. on the 30th of July and informed Dr. Chris Webster that 2 critically ill patients were headed his way. He also told Dr. Webster that he had cause to suspect that their patients had been deliberately poisoned by their host during lunch the previous day. They just didn't know what kind of poison had been used. Don and Gail were admitted to the Dandenong Hospital with suspected food poisoning, where Dr. Beth Morgan took over their care. Initially, they both complained about nausea and diarrhea, but Don explained that he had some mild pain in his upper right abdomen. Dr. Morgan and her staff had also been informed that they might have been deliberately poisoned, so they performed several blood tests on their patients to see if they could find out what could have caused their symptoms. When the test results came back, they learned that Don's blood acid levels were 10 times higher than they were supposed to be, which meant that his body tissues weren't receiving enough oxygen. Because this can be an indication that the person is suffering from organ failure, they performed a liver function test, and the results indicated that Don's liver was sustaining damage. Isn't like the liver? Every time I go to the doctor and they take my blood, I swear they always do the liver function test. They're just like, how's your liver doing, old boy? Is he still doing well? How much do you drink, boy? You're like,
Liver very importante.
Little more than I should, doctor, but not too much. They're always like, you should only have 2 beers per... Yes, I do. The toxicology department at around 10:30 p.m, and Dr. Mark Douglas informed her that Don's symptoms indicated that he was most likely suffering from amanita poisoning, which is a result of ingesting death cap mushrooms. Ding, 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 you got it right. They performed another series of tests, and when these tests confirmed their diagnosis, Dr. Morgan then called the Leongatha Hospital at around 1 a.m. on the 31st of July to inform Dr. Webster that their patients had ingested death cap mushrooms, and Dr. Morgan and her team started giving Don medication that was intended to protect his liver. Gail's blood acid levels were also rapidly increasing, so they transferred her to the ICU. And
I better yet the yogurt. What the fuck? What the fuck? I had surgery to get my wisdom teeth out. The surgeon told me they had to remove the vitals monitoring patches and conduct manual monitoring during surgery because he was watching my throat close over in real time. That's horrifying. I'm glad that you had a good provider though, Omega, that actually took care of you. That's very important. Not to laugh. If you've seen the mod chat video I sent, you'll understand the yogurt. I don't want to understand the yogurt. I do not want the context. Death shrooms. This case is so stupid. No, I want to get to, like, okay, so they died. Oh, her.
Know that they have a new patient. All of the nurses were occupied, so Dr. Webster approached the window that separated urgent care from the waiting area. Owen was waiting there, and Dr. Webster apologized for the delay and explained that they had 2 critically ill patients who were taking up all their resources. He then asked the woman to come through to urgent care and asked her what he could help her with. She told him that she was suffering from gastroenteritis, and according to Dr. Webster, that's when the penny dropped. Realizing that she might be the person who deliberately poisoned her lunch guests, Dr. Webster asked her what her name was. When she confirmed that her name was indeed Erin Patterson, Dr. Webster brought her into the urgent care centre and told her, quote, "There's a concern of death cap mushroom poisoning. Where did you get the mushrooms?" Oh, sorry, I thought he was suspicious of her, but he's like, he thinks, oh, she's accidentally used these terribly poisonous mushrooms in the pie. What was it? It wasn't a pie. A beef Wellington. Multiple people would later confirm that Dr. Chris Webster has a very loud voice, and Darren has... There are some people who just have loud voices. I've got a friend of mine who's got a loud voice. And we'll just be like out for dinner or like having a drink or whatever. And just having a normal conversation. And it's just like, dude, your voice is just so loud people look at you. And I'm just like sitting there still at a normal voice.
I'm like that.
Why so loud? And Erin herself would testify that she'd been shocked by the forcefulness of the question, so she told him that she'd bought the mushrooms at Woolworths. Dr. Webster would later say that he immediately knew she was lying, and his initial thought was, you did, didn't you? You poisoned them. But of course, he didn't say that to Erin. Instead, Dr. Webster ordered one of the nurses to admit Erin for possible amanita poisoning. Then he left to tend to his other patients, and Erin
He should have called
started to
911.
panic.
Why didn't he call the
When
cops?
Dr. Webster tried to check up on her, he was informed that she'd claimed she had things to do at home before she could be admitted, so she signed a form that said she was knowingly discharging herself from the hospital and then left the building at around 9:55 a.m.
Yeah, they should have.
According to Dr. Webster, her response to his inquiries had been telling. What's more, she'd shown no concern for Pastor Ian and Heather, who were both
Yeah,
lying
he
on
should have called
hospital beds
911.
just 20 meters away. By this point, she
How
already
much
knew
naivety can be.
that
I
they were at the
know.
Leongarth
Why
Hospital,
didn't he
but she
call
didn't ask
911?
about them or go over to them. So after he'd learned that she'd
The penny
discharged
dropped.
herself, Dr. Webster gathered
Zero and
Erin's
Sus
admissions
already
file,
saw it.
secluded
IDK
himself behind a
did.
desk,
How? I'm just trusting
and
you.
then called the police. He'd later tell the
All right,
host of
now
the
he called
podcast, The
police.
Mushroom Trial, Say Grace, that he'd been fully aware that the call would one day be played in court, so he wanted to make sure that he gave the police all the information they needed to start investigating the case. Very, very, very competent, my dude. Well done. Dr. Webster told the police that he was concerned about a patient of his and that he wanted them to do a welfare check on her. He explains that she'd been one of 5 people who'd attended a lunch that Saturday and that they now suspected their patients had ingested some deadly mushrooms during the meal. He told the police that 2 of the lunch guests were now in the ICU and the other 2 were in critical condition. He told the police that Erin had presented herself to the hospital earlier that morning with symptoms of poisoning, but that she'd left the hospital shortly after he had asked her where she got the mushrooms from. The police promised to check up on her, and about an hour later, Erin walked back into the urgent care centre. Dr. Webster was surprised to see her, and when the police called him back to let him know that they couldn't find Erin, he told them that she'd since returned to the hospital. But while they were at her house, would they mind taking a look in her trash to see if they could find any trace of the leftovers of that beef Wellington? Because, according to Dr. Webster, I know when the bins go out in Leongarth, so either the dog ate it, or it was highly likely that there'd been some traces of it on the property.
Ah, all right.
Or
He's smart.
a dead dog. This doctor, he's like, what are you, a doctor or a detective, mate? He's like, yo, police, make sure you get samples of that beef Wellington from the bin, yes? Sounds like something Dr. House would say. Erin gave the police permission to search her property over the phone, and whoa, why'd you do that? Why would you do that? And they were indeed able to find a portion of the beef Wellington in the trash that hadn't been touched. It was bagged and sent off to Dandenong Hospital before it eventually made its way to a forensics lab, where both the duck cells and the meat tested positive for amatoxins.
Yep, there it is.
Why did you let them search? The f***? At least be like, you need a court order, mate. Simple. If the police said we want to search
she
your
had
house,
to
be
know
like,
she
why do you want to
wasn't gonna
search
get
my
away
house?
with it.
And they'll be like, well,
This is supposed to be
because they can't really
spooky
lie to you about it,
ooky.
can
We
they? So
already
you'd be
did
like,
spooky
they're like, well,
ooky
we need to
earlier.
search
The
evidence. And
spooky
they'll be
ooky was the ocean
well,
and
you're gonna need to
the
go to court.
morbid
Even
deaths
if I was innocent,
of
I'd be like, no,
gore.
Don't think
You
so.
gotta be a detective to be a
Sorry,
doctor,
guys.
apparently.
While Erin was going through her medical history with the nurses, she claimed that she'd started feeling sick not long after her lunch guests had gone home. She then spent most of the night going to the bathroom, and when she woke up that Sunday morning, she got a call from Simon who wanted to know if she was planning on going to church. She told him that she was home and that her stomach was a bit upset, which is when he informed her that his parents and aunt and uncle had been admitted to the hospital for food poisoning. According to Erin, she started to feel better by Sunday evening, but she didn't feel like making dinner. She told the medical staff that there was still some Saturday's lunch left over, so she reheated some of it and gave it to the kids. This ultimately included some of the beef Wellington she'd prepared, but don't worry, because the kids don't like mushrooms, she'd scraped the pastry and the mushroom duck cells off the meat before she fed it to her kids. Given how deadly this poison is, are you mad? Her son would later claim that it was the best meat he'd ever had. He even offered to finish his mum's portion for her. Of course,
She
when
had to be
Dr.
lying,
Webster heard
right?
this, he grew concerned that her kids might also have been poisoned. When he insisted that they had to be tested for amanita poisoning, Erin refused, and she said that she didn't want to scare them. According to Dr. Webster, his response had been, do you want them to be scared and alive, or dead? This Dr. Webster, legend, mate.
Good.
Simon was eventually called, and he picked up their kids from school before he brought them to the hospital. Both the children confirmed that, yes, they'd eaten some of the leftovers from the previous day's lunch, but they felt fine. They scraped it off. It's all...
She did. I thought she was lying. I hope that they were some of the... Because she had to have made a portion that was not the poison version for herself, right? did she maybe, I mean, we'll find out. I assume that she'll say more. I'm like, oh, guys, thank you for subscribing at tier 3. Oh my god, thank you. You're so amazing and so awesome. Mwah. Thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. The fuck was that second line? I have questions too. That's a myth. Police can lie to you if it's about an investigation. This is true. This is very true. King Legacy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the Coven We Do Fight. Welcome, welcome. Welcome on in, welcome on in. She poisoned her own kids? That's what I'm wondering. I'm hoping that she gave them a version of that was not laced with the fucking deadly mushrooms. But if this bitch dead ass scraped the mushrooms and was like, that's good enough, I hope to God she didn't, because that still could have killed the kids.
Good.
Oh my
the
god.
deadly poison that makes your guts rot inside your body. Simon, meanwhile, spoke to Erin and asked how she was doing, and according to Erin, he asked about the lunch and how she prepared the food. She told him she brought the meat and butter mushrooms from Woolworths and had prepared separate portions for each person. She'd cut up the mushrooms, then rehydrated some other mushrooms she had in the pantry. She'd added those mushrooms, the mushrooms from Woolworths, and then made her duck sal's. When she did a taste test, it tasted quite bland, so she added some dehydrated wild mushrooms that she'd bought from an Asian grocer because they tasted stronger than the plain old button mushrooms. Right.
So she must have only put the okay, so it sounds like it's different portions. It sounds like it has to be different portions. And she didn't actually have any of the deadly mushrooms on the ones she gave to her kids. So she's at least got like one brain cell left, and she didn't, you know, risk that, because I think that her kids would have been dead otherwise. I don't think that her kids would have survived if she had scraped poisonous mushrooms off of me.
According to... So, yeah, no, the dried death cap mushrooms I keep in my larder. According to Erin, when she mentioned the dehydrator, Simon had asked her, is that what you used to poison my parents? Holy shit. Holy shit. You got called out, Erin. Big time. Erin had denied it, but she would later claim that after he'd taken the kids home, she'd thought about his words and started wondering if maybe she had inadvertently poisoned his family members. However, Simon would later deny that this conversation had taken place at all. Anyway, it does seem a bit intense that he'd say that. Like, why tip your hand? Why do that? Just let the police do their thing. Anyway, the medical staff performed a whole lot of blood tests on Erin.
Your grandmother tried to poison your brother and I? You have to elaborate, Nine. What? Nani? I'm eating a steak with mushrooms? Hopefully it's not. I think at least as long as it's not death cap, I think you'll be okay.
Hospital, and all of the results came back normal. She was discharged on the morning of the 1st of August 2023, and on the 2nd of August, Erin switched her SIM card out of her phone and reset it. Not suspicious at all. She also took a dehydrator and various items to the local dump site, or tip as it's called in Australia. Also what we call it in the UK. And it has been speculated that she also dumped the plates she'd used to serve the beef Wellington that Saturday. That evening, Simon called a family meeting in the hospital's chapel, and he told his siblings and cousins that he had reason to suspect that Erin had poisoned their parents, who by this point had all been intubated and placed in comas. According to his cousin Ruth, quote, he wanted to tell us that he suspected his illness had been a deliberate act, that he had stopped eating food that Erin had prepared. He suspected Erin had been messing with it, and he was really sorry that he hadn't told our family before this, but he thought he was the only person she was targeting, and that we would be safe.
And he was a big fucking dumbass for that. And he was a big idiot. And he was dumb. He was a major fucking dumb. That's what I'm saying, Hollow. I literally cannot. I can't with him. I can't with him. He's a victim, but he's also an idiot. He's a victim, but he's also dumb. I'm so angry. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I honestly God, I cannot. He was dumb, yeah, but would they have believed him if he tried? But he didn't even try is the thing. Because then at least if I tell someone, hey, I think this person is a piece of shit, I don't think you can trust them, and I think that they're trying to harm me and potentially you. And if after that something happens, would I still feel the loss? Absolutely. But I will know that I told them. I did everything that I could to warn them, and they didn't believe me. Versus this guy was just like, I just didn't say anything. I thought they were gonna be fine. I just didn't say anything. Right. 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 Also, it always gets me when people throw away evidence, because that's like the most sus thing I think that you could do. Even though on the one hand, that does mean that the prosecution no longer has the physical evidence, because if they can't recover it. I'm always like, yes, but they can still bring up the fact that you destroyed the evidence. Like, there's a local case that we can actually go over. Sometimes the Karen Reed case, I followed it. They sold their generational family home, so a home that was passed down through the family. They sold the home. Every single member of the family got rid of their phones, got rid of their SIM cards. All of their cop friends got rid of their phones, got rid of their SIM cards. They rehomed the dog, allegedly, because we still to this day don't know where the dog is. And all of that got brought up. So even if, like, it wasn't able to be recovered, everything that I just said to you, it's like, does that sound like the actions of innocent people? If you're on a jury and I'm like, they sold their house, they got rid of their phones, they got rid of their SIM cards, yep, their SIM cards, they got rid of their dog, they all moved away, they got new phones, they deleted all their messages. What does that sound like to you? I don't know. And then you're gonna stare at my face and you're gonna be like normal family activity, right? Like, so normal. New year, new me. They should have waited until New Year's. New year, new me, bestie. New year, new me. I just wanted a new aesthetic. What can I say? I just wanted a new iPhone. And apparently I also need to delete. What if it was Chinese New Year? I just want to say the guy who made this yogurt video is barely keeping it together. I am so scared, AJ, about the yogurt video. When you say try, I just imagine a little half pint waving their finger. I'm buffering major. I do not have the articulation skills to put into words how dumb this man is. I know.
Yeah, dude, it's not your fault, man. Like, this fucking sucks. Aaron's a piece of shit. The next morning, Simon emailed his family members copies of his medical history and went to the local police station to open a case of attempted murder. He handed the police a copy of his medical history and told them about his suspicion that Aaron had deliberately poisoned his family members. By this point, the police had already been investigating the case because behind the scenes, well, a lot had been going on. Because Erin had originally claimed that she'd bought the mushrooms from Woolworths, but then claimed that she'd bought some dehydrated wild mushrooms from an Asian grocer, officials from the City of Menashe's health department were doing their best to find the source of the poison mushrooms and destroy whatever was left before more people fell ill. Sally Ann Atkinson, the health department official who'd been in charge of the investigation, made numerous attempts to get information from Erin regarding where she might have bought the mushrooms, but Erin was less than helpful. Erin claimed that she either bought them in Glen Waverley or Mount Waverley, which are two neighbouring suburbs in Melbourne, but she couldn't remember which store she'd bought them from, on which street the store was located, or when exactly she'd bought them. What, are you dumb?
In my defense, Your Honor, I buy a lot of mushrooms.
As such, one of the Department of Health officials visited every Asian grocer that he could find in those two neighbourhoods and took more than 300 photos of bags of dehydrated mushrooms in an attempt to identify the brand Erin had bought. But then, Heather and Gail passed away on the morning of the 4th of August 2023, and the homicide squad at the Victoria Police took over the investigation into the Leongatha poisonings. Erin was brought in for questioning on the afternoon of the 5th of August, and during her interview, she repeated her claims that she'd bought the mushrooms from a Woolworths and an Asian grocer. When the police asked if she'd ever foraged mushrooms before, she denied it. When they asked if she'd ever owned a food dehydrator before, she denied it.
Ah.
When they informed her that they'd found a brand new manual for a Sunbeam food dehydrator in her home, she claimed that she'd owned a lot of appliances over the years and she always kept the manuals. When the police asked why all her lunch guests had become critically ill following the lunch, Erin told them, quote, "I've never been in a situation like this before, and I've been very, very helpful with the health department throughout the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible, because I do want to know what happened.
Right.
So I've given them as much information as they've asked for, and I've offered up all the food and all the information about where the food came from." Yeah, right, Erin. Yeah, right. You're extremely guilty.
You also gotta love the subtle racism of, yeah, and I went to like a random, because she named Woolworths, and then she was like, and then that one Asian grocer, the one Asian grocer, you know, them Asians, you never know what they put in the mushrooms. You never know, chap. You never know. You never know. How, fuck you. I love my local Asian grocer. My local Asian grocer has like the most delicious food court ever. And also, like, they have, like, I can buy tteokbokki there and ramen. Do not, how dare you desecrate the holy ground that is an Asian grocer. Rude. Don't judge me by my past behavior. With all due respect, Your Honor, you wasn't even there. I didn't own a dehydrator. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't even own a dehydrator. Well, why do we find a manual for a dehydrator? You know, I've owned a lot of appliances over the years. I don't even know. I don't know. Maybe the ghost put it there. The pair of women didn't survive and the pair of men were permanently screwed. Well, yes, but Simon wasn't at the dinner. Simon was the victim of previous actions, but Simon wasn't at the dinner. The pastor survived, because I think, was it the pastor? Who got the liver? I'm not sure, but the pastor survived. Hold up, you should start buying their mushrooms.
And it's extremely obvious. By the time Erin was allowed to return home, it'd be really bad if it was like, oh no, she was innocent. You gotta do this again. Not so I can go through the episode actually defending her instead, but because I'd need to insert a lot of fucking allegedlys. By the time Erin was allowed to return home later that evening, the whole town was swarming with journalists. The story about the fatal Saturday lunch was being reported on in Europe and the US, and shows like Under Investigation with Liz Hayes were already doing hour-long features on it. For days, the media waited outside of Erin and Simon's homes.
It's crazy.
In the hopes that they would be allowed to interview either one of them, and on the 8th of August, Erin granted their wish. She'd gone out to do some shopping, and when she returned to her house, she didn't close the electronic gate behind her. Whoops-a-daisy! The journalists descended on her like vultures, and when she got out of her car, she was already surrounded by cameras and journalists who all wanted to know where she'd gotten the mushrooms from. In response, Erin drew herself up, stared at a point over their heads, and started delivering a speech that she must have prepared beforehand. She explained that she was absolutely devastated by the loss of Gail, Heather, and Ian, and reminded herself that Don was still in hospital, which wasn't true since Don had passed away that morning. She told the journalists that their deaths were a great blow to her and her family and the community and to the kids who'd now lost their only grandparents. She went on to explain how their deaths were a tragedy and that she'd loved them and that all of them had only been good and kind to her, which they had, and then you poisoned them. You bitch.
I'm still curious if she has.
The whole time, though,
she
Erin
still
could be seen
claimed
brushing away non-existent tears and then looking at her fingers to confirm that they were in fact still dry.
Chat, you see them tears? Do you see them? You see them? You can zoom in, and you can practically see how dry and crusty her eyeballs are. You can practically see. I hate it when people do that. I think that you look more enhanced. I think that you look more guilty and like a piece of shit if you're squinting your eyes really hard and like your face is dry. Like, I think that you look much more guilty than if you just weren't trying to pretend. The guy who got a liver died. I'm never gonna be able to look at Mushroom the same again. Hi, Cyborg. If I want mushrooms on my steak. Enhance, Jarvis. Enhance. Are the tears in the room with us? Chibico stares crazy. She's trying to force it. I know, but like you just... I don't know what it is. Like, my hypothesis too is like, I think a lot of people try to cry pretty when they try to fake cry. Crying is messy. Crying is nasty. Crying, you make ugly faces. You start like snotting everywhere. You're sniffling. It's gross. I would know. When you're like fully like sobbing and crying, it is a messy process. You're not like the way that they always do it when it's fake. They like squint their eyes. And then you can like hear their voice like this. And then they like dab the corner of their eye. Nothing's there, but they're like dabbing their eyes. And it's like, ma'am, that's not how we cry. That's kind of not how, that's not how it works, babe. That's not at all how it works. Crying is not meant to be a controlled emotion. Yeah, I love eating ironically, I do love mushrooms. I know a lot of people don't like mushrooms. Ironically, on this topic, I love mushrooms. I think mushrooms are delicious.
When the journalist ignored her little statement and
How
kept
dare
on
you,
asking
Nine?
where she'd bought the mushrooms from, Erin took her shopping bags inside and locked herself in her home. After that, she kept the gate to her property unlocked, but her reactions to the press would become more and more hostile as time went on. The media would continue to hound the community for information for the next few weeks, but eventually things died down. That is, until the news broke on the 3rd of November 2023 that Erin Patterson had been arrested and charged with 3 counts of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder, which included the multiple attempts on Simon's life. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. You get charged, like, for attempted murder on someone multiple times. That sucks. I mean, it doesn't, is how it should be. Fuck
He
you,
should have
Erin.
gone to the
many
police
lies of
earlier.
Erin Patterson.
I don't know why I did.
Erin
Scowling.
Patterson's pre-trial
I like baby
hearings
button
occurred
mushrooms.
between the 21st.
The button mushrooms are, I think, literally the ones that she alleged that she was eating. My face doesn't change when I cry. The tears just fall. I can't stop them. I guarantee that there are changes to your face and your voice and your nose as well. Because our eyes and our nose, the reason that our noses run is that they're linked. Our ducts, whatever is going on in our face, are linked. So it's inevitable that you will have another reaction along with it. Shroom burger. I don't like shroom burgers, I will say. That's the one way I don't like it. I do not like a shroom burger. My dad got me into mushrooms. Maybe he tried to poison me. Now his too buff is so good. Everything's connected. Exactly. I do wonder where she got the mushroom from. No, someone asked if she's ever foraged, and she said no. She could have actually foraged the mushrooms.
Of August 2024 and the 13th of February 2025. During these hearings, Justice Christopher Beale and the press heard the story of how Erin had made several attempts on Simon's life. But by the end of the hearings, it was decided that the prosecution wasn't going to charge Erin with those 4 additional charges of attempted murder, since they didn't have enough evidence to prove their case.
Yeah.
So, when a murder trial began on the 29th of April 2025, the jury was informed that Erin had only been charged with 3 murder charges and 1 charge
Only
of attempted
3.
murder. The witnesses were
Just
also
3.
informed that a suppression order had been put in place for the duration of the trial,
Just 3.
and so any evidence relating to her attempts on Simon's life had to be excluded from their testimony. Erin had hired senior counsel Colin Mandy to defend her case, and during his opening statement he admitted that yes, Erin Patterson had fed her guests poisoned mushrooms, but it doesn't mean that she'd tried to murder them. Quoting, "Did she intend to kill these 4 people? That's the issue. Erin Patterson did not deliberately serve poisoned food to her guests. The defense case is that what happened was a tragedy and a terrible accident." Go on, no one believes this. Is this the best lawyer you can afford with your $2 million inheritance? This doesn't seem like or maybe there's just no, like, I guess what else are you going to do? It's really
Yeah, what else
an
can you
obvious
argue?
crime. During the trial, the court and jury were told that Erin Patterson was a good and caring mother and that she'd been very involved in her community. She wasn't close with any of her blood relatives, so after she'd married Simon, the Pattersons became a new family. They also explained that after her and Simon's separation, Don and Gail had reassured her that
Everything's
they'd
connected.
always
My
be
jaw
there
gets
for her and the
stiff.
kids.
Did she
It's
get them
super
by
nice.
herself?
Don and Gail seem like
She's
such
run out
nice people.
of
You
breath
fucking
before
killed
she
them.
gets there.
Cute.
Doubt. Doubt. Majorly doubt. I do not believe.
Erin herself took to the witness stand toward the end of the trial, and she told the court that she'd never had a good relationship with her own parents. Erin claimed that when she was little, her mother used to weigh her and force her to go on diets. This had severely impacted her self-esteem, and when she became a young adult, she started...
No, Shinobi, you said buff. You said I was too buff.
purging after meals in an attempt to lose weight. Erin also claimed that she'd never been particularly interested in mushrooms, apart from taking photos of them when she came across some when hiking with the kids. But during lockdown, she, just like so many other people, had developed an interest in foraging.
She deadass foraged them! She literally went out and picked the death cap mushrooms herself, bro. She didn't even buy them from someone. She just went out looking for them and plucked them and foraged them herself. So it's not even like you could say she accidentally bought them from somewhere, which still would have not, I would not have believed it was an accidental purchase either. But that would have been the excuse, right? Is I bought them from a shady Asian grocer, as she said. She literally foraged them herself. She went out into the woods, picked through the mushrooms to find the death cap ones, picked the death cap ones, and cooked with them. That's crazy. That's crazy. Committed, but that's crazy. A good mother, right? I thought I have a horrible mother. Didn't she already claim that she did? Yeah, she already claimed that she didn't forage. And there we go. Evidence that she loves to forage. Looking for some cow patties? Ew.
I had no idea that foraging was something that became popular during lockdown. I was raising my... more people would be like, how I would work out whether they're safe to eat.
Well, if you live somewhere like that.
This one's safe. She'd add these mushrooms to pastas and sauces, and she grew to like the wild taste that they had compared to store-bought mushrooms. She knew that her kids didn't like eating mushrooms, so she hid them in their food and baked goods, like brownies. Ugh. Why? Why would you do that? That's disgusting. You just need a weird mushroom. She was concerned that she might be suffering from either heart disease or ovarian cancer. But when the biopsy she'd had done to confirm her diagnosis came back negative, Erin decided to undergo a gastric sleeve surgery to help her lose weight. Wait, isn't this like 20,000? When did Ozempic come out? You just get on Ozempic? She'd made an appointment to undergo the gastric sleeve surgery at the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne for September 2023, but had realised pretty early on that she'd need someone to help look after the kids while she underwent the surgery and then recovered at home for 6 weeks. According to Erin, she'd felt too ashamed to admit that she was going to undergo surgery to lose weight, so instead she decided to tell Simon and his family that she'd been diagnosed with ovarian cancer.
So it was a lie.
At least come up with something that's like,
so
oh no,
why
I'm going to
kill
have
them?
A mole removed, like a really big mole, like...
Why kill them? I still don't understand the motive to kill them.
I'm gonna have like a hernia fixed. I need to rest.
Good for Bookie.
You know? She explains that she'd invited everyone over to the lunch to tell them the news, and had then spent a week preparing the meal. The recipe she'd used specified that she needed a beef tenderloin, but when she went to Woolworths to buy the meat, they didn't have a piece that was big enough, so instead she bought several packages of ribeye meat and then decided to make separate portions of beef Wellington instead. Erin told the court that Simon had informed her that he wouldn't be attending the lunch the day before. By then, she'd already purchased the ingredients, so she...
Hi, Mommy! We are watching the Mushroom Murders. How you doing, lovely Mommy? Also, what have you been up to, Fubuki? What have you been up to? She force-fed her children mushrooms when her children clearly told her they don't like mushrooms. No, and the thing is that doing that with, especially if you're not an experienced forager, because at the end of the day, she was not officially, like, she did not have any, like, license, right? You can get, like, certain licenses to, I think, be like a naturopath or something. She could have very well accidentally poisoned her children. And I wonder... I'm craving mushrooms. You know what? I am, actually. I love mushrooms on pizza and pasta, side note.
She was disappointed, but Don, Gail, and the others were still planning on coming over, and she spent most of Saturday morning preparing the lunch. Okay, it's a bit... At the start of the episode, I was like, it's weird that she's still hanging out with her ex-husband's parents. They're like, neither had gifted her with a plate of fruit for dessert, and Gail had baked her an orange cake. They sat down for lunch at around 1 p.m., cleaned up the dishes into her kitchen, and then decided to help herself to some of the orange cake. Then she'd had another slice, and another, and before long she'd finished most of the cake and felt sick and disgusted with herself. Relatable thing. God, why do we do this to ourselves? She then went to the bathroom and forced herself to vomit, suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, and on Sunday morning she woke up feeling weak and exhausted. Simon called her at some point during the month that his family members were in the hospital, and that they suspected it might be something they'd eaten the day before. Erin told him that she'd have herself checked out, and then hung up the phone. Later that afternoon, Erin drove her son to his flying lessons, despite the fact that she was feeling unwell. Cool. At some point during the hour-long trip, she had to pull over to poo in the bushes next to the road because her stomach was still upset. She'd used some tissues to clean herself up afterwards, and then stopped at a convenience store to dump the used tissues in the bathroom. When they arrived... Oh, gross.
Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Erin and her son then got back in the car and drove back home. That evening, Erin wasn't feeling well enough to cook, so she decided to give her kids some of the leftovers from Saturday's lunch. Once again, she testified that she'd scraped the pastry and mushroomed excels off the pieces of meat.
But again, I still don't think it was an accident. But then if she was wanting people to look after her kids because she was going to have a surgery, why poison them? And did she, in her stupid mind, think that the poison wasn't going to be really bad and that they were just going to be sick and that she was going to be able to leave the kids with them while they're sick to stay home with them? Also, Fubuki, why are you playing League? Why are you torturing yourself like this? Foraging mushrooms is trial and error to a point, meaning you get like 1 or 2 errors. Yeah. Mushroom murder? Mushroom murder. The best mother ever to walk the planet? Absolutely S tier maternal. Exactly. Like because this is where I'm like guessing, because she needed them to look after her children when she was in surgery. So did she genuinely, a la being stupid, did she think that the death cap mushroom wasn't going to kill them, just essentially like almost handicap them a little bit, and then she was going to be able to like dump the kids on them while they're ill? I don't know what was the plan? What was the plan? I just had mushroom on pizza. I want pizza now. I want Domino's. I had some mushroom a few days ago as well. I really want to see Chanti's reaction to the yogurt video. I am so scared about what you guys are talking about. League over mushrooms on a pain scale.
Since her kids don't like mushrooms, but she barely touched her portion since she was still feeling nauseous. On Monday morning, Erin dropped the kids off at school and then went to the Leongatha Hospital for a saline drip since she was feeling a little dehydrated. Okay. When I'm feeling a little bit dehydrated, I just have a drink. Hey! This looks disgusting.
It does. It actually looks like mushroom
She'd insisted that she had to go home first. After all, she still had to pack her daughter's ballet bag, and she had to feed her animals and make arrangements before she could be admitted to the hospital. Erin claims that after she'd initially... This is turning into quite a it's all very well constructed, and it feels extremely well thought out and made up. Erin claims that after she'd initially left the hospital, she'd gone home, packed her daughter's bag, and then had taken a nap. She returned to the hospital at around 12 p.m. that evening, and Simon asked her if she'd used a food dehydrator to poison his parents. According to Erin, Simon's claims caused her to think a bit about where she'd gotten all of the mushrooms from, and she realised that yes, there were some dried mushrooms in her pantry that she'd foraged for herself. When she came to the conclusion that she'd accidentally poisoned Don, Gail, Heather, and Ian, she panicked and started thinking about what measures she could...
But see, that's where it's sus though, because how do you accidentally poison them and not yourself? I'm enjoying it right now. Fubuki, good luck with the games. Stupid people are the real threat. True. The pizza I had was Domino's. I literally want Domino's. You can believe my word. I saw the entire video. It was really funny. They are not trying to deceive you. You may ban me if I lie. Alright, we'll see. The video is safe. I trust that. I'm just scared of what I will witness. Fubuki can approve of the vid. League certainly is more painful than the necrosis caused by mushrooms. True. I believe you, my sad cat. The whole I'm having a thing done is a fucking lie. She's spinning a story because she knows she's going to get her fat ass yeeted into prison. She very well might. She very well might. Hi, Villa. How you doing, Villa? How is you? The thing with the yogurt video, I approve of it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, yeah? Kina used it? Alright, I trust kid. Wash the death cab mushrooms down with some bleach. I mean milk. Y'all.
Take to hide the evidence of what she'd done. Of course, the Crown disagreed with this explanation of events. I gotta say, though, I take it back. That is some pretty good lawyering. I think in terms of, like, establishing reasonable doubt, which is obviously what they're going to argue, Simon's relationship started deteriorating after he'd been ordered to stop paying their kids' school fees and medical bills, and when Don and Gail seemed to take Simon's side against Erin, she felt betrayed by them and started plotting their murders. Simon's their son. Messages that Erin had sent her friends on the Keep Kelly Lane Behind Bars Facebook group were presented to the court, and in these messages, she expressed a growing dislike of the Pattersons. Two of the messages read, "This family, I swear to fuck God," and "I'm sick of this shit. I want nothing to do with them, so fuck 'em."
Well,
Nanette Rogers explained that in the 2 years leading up to the fatal lunch, Erin Patterson had been researching poisonous plants, mushrooms, and other poisons that had been used to murder people.
Damn.
Her internet search history, internet downloads, and books in her home indicated she'd researched hemlock, rat poison, and poisonous mushrooms during that time, and had kept track of the various kinds of poisonous flora that grew in and around the surrounding towns. Christ. Leaving a paper trail much, are we? Crazy Erin. Her internet search history also indicated that she'd regularly visited a website called iNaturalist. The website is used by nature lovers all over the world to catalogue and record the locations of different animals, insects, and plants, and it enables scientists to track down and locate the different kinds of flora and fauna.
Oh boy. This lady. This lady. How you doing, Bella? Not the Facebook group, the Facebook group. And remember, the Facebook group was a true crime Facebook group. Wasn't she supposed to check on it first, especially feeding it to children? No, exactly, Mobby. That's why it's like, she definitely did it intentionally. Really funny. It's the type of video that is so stupid, it's hilarious again. Needed to use Kina to approve of its safety. And Kina we trust, yes. Trust the wife. Should have started with that then? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Hey, there's nothing wrong with probing. Genius, she did not know about incognito. Fun fact, incognito mode, they do still keep a record of your incognito mode. You just can't see it. But incognito mode is not incognito. So also don't do that. Yeah, actually, one of my mods, in a second, I'll actually ask you guys, once we're done with this video, I'll ask you guys to put the link in the chat, because you guys can link it to me directly, and then we can watch it from there. Imagine testing your own poison? Nah. Well, from what it sounds like she figured out Death Cat because she had tried other poisons on Simon before. Did y'all know there's a Backroom movie? I do know there's a Backroom movie. I hope it's good. It looks good. Doing good? I'm glad, Villa. Just got into work and got a fun day of troubleshooting as devs pushed an update and broke several systems. Which system, Villa? For what game? Or what work? They keep a record of everything you search anywhere. Never plan a murder on main. Get a dummy phone without any accounts, lol. True. If you are, the amount of murders that on the one hand that's good, but on the other you also go, damn, they plan their murders like on Google and ChatGPT, and I'm like, are you good? Are you good? You good, buddy? Like, what are we doing here?
Studying. As of 2022, Erin had been using this website to keep track of the areas where death cap mushrooms had been spotted. Curious that, isn't it? Have you not heard of a fucking incognito browser, Erin?
It's not going to help.
Have you not got Surfshark VPN, Erin? On the 18th of April 2023, Dr. Christine McKenzie, a former poison specialist, came across a patch of death cap mushrooms in the Loch Reserve and posted a warning to the iNaturalist site. The post included photos of the mushrooms, their location, and a reminder that they grew in clusters underneath oak trees. Dr. Mackenzie testified that she'd destroyed the mushrooms she had come across, but explained that it was likely that more could have grown over the coming days. According to Erin's cell phone data, she'd travelled to the Loch Reserve on the 28th of April. Her phone was inactive for approximately half an hour before she was once again on the move. That afternoon, she purchased a food dehydrator. According to the prosecution, Erin knew that she didn't have enough mushrooms to murder 5 people yet, so she needed to preserve the ones she did have until she had the opportunity to use them. What's wrong with the freezer? Just put them in the freezer like a normal person. Erin then sent pictures of the cut-up mushrooms to her friends on the Keep Kelly Lane Behind Bars Facebook group and told them that the mushrooms lost 90% of their weight when dehydrated. Her need to weigh the mushrooms suggests she was calculating how many mushrooms she still needed. Why are you sending pictures of your potential crimes to random people on the internet?
Facebook group.
You crazy Erin. On the 21st of May, Dr. Thomas May, a mycologist, came across another patch of death cap mushrooms in Nielsen Street, Outrim, and also posted a warning to the iNaturalist web.
Shrimp, stretch your spines, drink some water, don't eat poisonous mushrooms. The amount of reporting. Kind of looking forward to the Bloodborne movie, actually. I am too. I trust Jacksepticeye with my life. Extreme premeditation, 3 successful murders, and 1 failed attempt on the extended family. Much meditation. The update broke our call system when our users call clients. Oof, Villa. Rough. Imagine using the internet to murder when people have been doing it since the Stone Age. GBS can't get rid of it. Nope. The self-report, premeditated. Speaking of the backrooms, has anyone seen the Escape, the backroom game? Dev built the back door so that he can go into people's sessions to cause a bit of friendly mischief. I have heard of that. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Website. Just like Dr. Mackenzie's post, he included the location and photos of the mushrooms. According to Erin's cell phone data, she drove to Aurum on the 22nd of May. Erin then hosted a lunch at her home on the 24th of June. Dawn, Gail, and her children were present.
So, people on the iNaturalist website were specifically posting warnings of, hey, there's these poisonous mushrooms in these areas, be careful. And then both of the locations she specifically went and drove to them to get them, I see.
Present. Simon had declined and told her that he felt too uncomfortable to attend the lunch. Following this lunch, Erin told Gail that she had a biopsy done, but that, quote, there's a bit to digest with everything that's come out of it all. I might talk more about it with you both when I see you in person. Erin invited her victims over for lunch once again on the 16th of July 2023, told them that she had some important medical news to share with them, and that she didn't want the kids to attend. When Simon declined her invitation a day before the lunch, she sent him a message which read, "That's really disappointing. I spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, which has been exhausting in light of the issues I'm facing, and spent a small fortune on beef eye fillet to make beef Wellingtons, because I wanted it to be a special meal, as I may not be able to host a lunch like this again for some time. It's important to me that you're all there tomorrow, and..."
She really wanted to kill them all, and she wanted to kill Simon too. He barely got away, man. This is such a Karen crime. It is a very Karen crime. Mushrooms. Shrimp Harder, don't you dare. Don't you dare! AJ, good God. Oh my lord, Meneth. What is my chat? I need to cleansing? I need to cleanse all of you with fucking sage.
That I can have the conversation that I need to have. I hope you'll change your mind. Okay, pretty manipulative right there. When Erin had planned the fatal lunch, she decided to make separate portions of the beef Wellington, because this ensured that she knew exactly which pieces were safe to eat and which weren't. This was also supported by the fact that Erin's usual butcher is located right down the street from Woolworths, and yet he told the police that she didn't even inquire after a topside steak in the week leading up to the fatal lunch. Oh boy. Any of that reasonable doubt that you were previously building upon is fucking evaporated. The prosecution also speculated that Erin didn't think her lunch guests would survive long enough to let others know that what they'd been discussing that day. As proof, they referred to the fact that Erin had used a different coloured plate for her portion, something Heather had repeatedly mentioned after she fell ill, and which Pastor Ian confirmed when he took the stand to testify against Erin. In a closing argument, Nanette Rogers told the jury that Erin's whole case relied on her version of events of what happened that day, but that everything she'd told them was a lie. Nanette then presented a timeline to the court to prove that Erin had lied about ingesting
her plan was that they were gonna die in a lot shorter of a period of time than they ended up. They essentially took too long to die for her to be successful. Beef Unwellington. I'm dead. I'm dead. Good God, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Good Lord. Your chat is a reflection of the streamer. You know what? I rebuke thee. I rebuke that in the name of the Lord. Wave sage around me and you're gonna find out what happens when a giant fish sneezes. I'd be more upset you fed me a beef Wellington. Never had beef Wellington. I actually want to taste a beef Wellington just so I know what the hell it tastes like. You cannot ignore me. I will, AJ, I will. The shrimping is contagious. Unshrimp. Oh no.
Herself. On the afternoon of the 29th of July, Erin and her guests ate lunch at around 1 p.m. They left at around 3 p.m, and Erin claims that she started feeling nauseous soon after. Meanwhile, Pastor Ian and Heather attended a church meeting and only started feeling ill between 11 p.m. and midnight that night, a good 11 hours after they'd consumed the toxic mushroom duck cells. At around 8 a.m. the next morning, Dawn, Gail, Heather and Ian are rushed to the hospital, and the doctors start treating them for food poisoning. By 2 p.m, Don's condition starts to worsen, and the doctors realise that his liver is failing.
Yeah.
Around that same time, Erin is taking her son to his flying lessons. She claims that she had pulled over to take a bush poo at some
Yeah.
and more than one person pointed out that she'd been wearing white pants during that trip. Okay. Oh, so she probably wouldn't have been wearing white pants if she had diarrhea. Is that the thinking? By that evening, Don is admitted to the hospital with multiple organ and kidney failure, and during the early hours of the 31st, arrives at the hospital just before 10 a.m., leaves again and returns shortly after 12. According to her cell phone data, she'd driven to Outrem and then spent some time there before she returned to the hospital. It's been suggested that she'd gone looking for more mushrooms in an attempt to poison herself, but they were out of season. Erin was tested for amanita poisoning after she returned to the hospital, but the results came back clear. Oh, not to kill herself then, but just to make it look like she had also been poisoned. Like to throw the scent off a little bit, which is pretty transparent, Erin, to be honest. On the 1st of August, Erin is discharged from the hospital to that evening. Meanwhile, Erin is going about her life as usual.
I agree with Kev.
The media
Indigestion,
has footage
poison
of
is
her leaving her
slow.
house to drop off her kids at school and returning
Sit on her
home carrying
face.
several
Stop getting you when
shopping
you go to
bags.
sleep then.
Then when the
Rude.
police started their investigation,
Sit on
Erin had
it.
lied about where she got in the mushrooms from and claimed that she
She
couldn't
mad
remember
at you. I'm
where
mad.
or when she had
I'm
bought them.
mad at you,
Not
Chad.
only did this mean that officials from the Department of Health then wasted several days looking for the source of the mushrooms, but her decision to lie also meant that Don, Gail, and Heather didn't receive the antidote for amanita poisoning within the crucial 24-hour window. I don't think she was super concerned about that, seeing as she tried to kill them anyway. Nanette Rogers then summarised her closing arguments by presenting the 4 deceptions that were key to Erin's crime. Number 1, Erin had lied about having ovarian cancer to lure her victims to the house. Number 2, Erin had lied about where she'd sourced the mushrooms from. Number 3, Erin had lied about undergoing gastric sleeve surgery. And 4, Erin had lied about suffering from amanita poisoning. I know these are 4 lies she told, but is this like these don't feel like the biggest lies. Anyway, then Rogers told the court that during the trial, there had been a 5th deception, Erin herself. During her time in the witness stand, Erin had made a pretty good argument for the case that poisoning had been accidental, and her version of events sounds reasonable. Yeah, it does, until you hear everything else.
all of
But
the other
Rogers
stuff
pointed
that she
out that
did.
Erin had made 3 mistakes during her time in the witness stand, which proved that she'd been lying all along, okie dokie. When Annette Rogers had been cross-examining her, Erin was confrontational and repeatedly corrected Annette whenever she could, in particular about the day on which she'd bought the food dehydrator, which was the 28th of April 2023. Nanette had told the court that it had been a Monday, but Erin then corrected her and argued that it had actually been a Friday. All right. Okay. Did she say it on purpose? And he's like, oh, so you do remember the day you bought the food dehydrator of health, that the Asian grocer where she bought the mushrooms was located somewhere in either Glen Waverley or Mount Waverley. She just didn't know where exactly, and yet Erin had testified that she and Simon had lived in Glen Waverley for several years, and that she still visited the area at least once a month. And then when Annette had been questioning Erin about her gastric sleeve surgery, Erin claimed that she'd made an appointment at the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne for September 2023. But the Enrich Clinic only provides dermatological services, not gastric sleeve surgery. Whoops-a-daisy. And just like that, Erin's story fell apart. On the 7th of July, 2025, the jury found that Erin Patterson was guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. On the 8th of September, Justice Christopher Beale read the sentence. He told Erin that, quoting, "Your offending, which resulted in the death of 3 people and the near death of another, involved substantial premeditation. I am satisfied that by July 16th, 2023, when you unusually invited Simon, his parents, and his aunt and uncle to a lunch without the children to discuss your non-existent medical issues, you did so with the intention of killing them all."
She wanted
Justice
to kill
Beale
Simon.
told the court that Erin had done her research, so she knew exactly what kind of suffering she would inflict on her victims, yet she watched on as they ate the poisoned beef Wellingtons, and when the news reached her that they were in critical condition in the hospital, she didn't show any concern for their well-being. Well, no, because she tried to kill them. She did that. Quoting again, "Having regard to the aggravating circumstances of your offending and the impact statements, I have no hesitation in finding that your offending falls into the worst category for the offences of murder and attempted murder." Erin received 4 life sentences for the murder of Don, Gail, and Heather, and 25 years for the attempted murder of Ian Parkinson. Justice Beale declared that all of her sentences would run concurrently, with the option of parole after 33 years. But he explained that's only because of the horrible conditions that she's been experiencing in prison. And I gotta say, karma's a bitch.
Hey!
33 years. Just throw away the key, man. 3 murders, super premeditated, psychopathic. You see, little old Erin is what's considered a major offender, which results in her being kept in a maximum security prison.
Hey!
She's also notorious, so for her own safety, the prison authorities had thought it best to keep her locked up in solitary. She's only allowed to socialise with one other prisoner, but she has to specifically ask to speak to her, which Erin never does. She's allowed to spend 4 hours outside of her cell, but due to staff shortages, this seldom happens, and at most, she spends an hour outside every day. Even then, this is only when the exercise yard is empty. Her meals and medicine are provided through a flap in the door, and her only entertainment is a crochet needle and some wool. She can't access the prison's library when other people are present, and because of staff shortages at the prison, she's only been able to visit the library 4 times in the 15 months.
She's
between
stuck
her arrest
in a
and trial.
box.
Miss extremely excited to visit the library. Like, oh my god, it's a library day! We're going to the prison library! I'm going to get a book! Unfortunately, none of this is intentional, since that would contravene international law, and according to the prison authorities, her extended stay in solitary confinement is solely due to staff shortages and the amount of public attention she's received. But I honestly feel a sense of schadenfreude when I hear how isolated Erin is in prison, especially after more than one of my sources mentioned that she'd always seemed like someone who'd craved to be a part of a loving family. Too bad then that she murdered the only people who seemed to give a shit about what happened to her. Indeed. That's the tragedy of all this. These people liked you. They looked after you. They took you in and made them part of their family, and you fucking killed them, you piece of shit. Crazy fucking Erin. However, I should note that Erin's story isn't quite over. As of the 3rd of November 2025...
Schadenfreude. Is it Schadenfreude? Schadenfreude. Isn't it Schadenfreude? Is it Schadenfreude? Or Schadenfreude? You're close? Oh my god, the next time I look in your Halleck stream, you need to remind me that, like, how the fuck do you say that? Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude. Either or. One of the two. Not good planning, but yes planning. Amongst the Council of Karens, she must be one of their supreme chiefs. Hi, Nova. Thank you for the coven offerings. I agree, Gail. Stuck in a box is still way too nice. Alright, I think that's the end of it. Send me the link, chat. Send me the link.
She's been granted leave to appeal her sentence. The odds that she'll receive that are incredibly slim, and she's hired and fired at least 3 different barristers since deciding to appeal her case. So I guess this isn't the last we've heard of the Mushroom Lady.
No, honestly, it's
no,
not
but I
a
hope
big
she
deal,
just remains in prison
Hollow.
forever. That'd be brilliant. Thanks for watching.
The casual criminalist. Alright, what are you guys gonna do to me? What are you guys gonna do to me? Send it my way. I'm very afraid. Let me see. Ah! Give me that link. Link up. Let me see if it works. That does not work. Alright, I'll do this. Copy. And then this. And then that still doesn't work. Why are you being so weird? Why are you being so weird? Share, copy this one. Hopefully that one works. Paste. Alright, there we go. What am I about to witness here? What the fuck? Chat. What am I about to be subjected to right now? What the fuck am I about to be subjected to right now? Thank you for the lurk, mommy. Yogurt male affirmations. Unlock your power.
Not sure why you're special? This is Kolas from No Limits Fun.
Wait. This is the wrong face for this. I don't think I have a face for this. Tears. I just... Oh god.
Many yogurt males don't know why they're special. We have a unique set of tastes that set us apart within the social hierarchy. In many ways, we are the most interesting and attractive type of man.
So they're memeing the alpha male thing, eh? Okay, alright, alright, alright. I can get behind this.
Mysterious, intelligent, calcium rich, independent.
Calcium rich! Calcium rich! I'm not gonna get through this.
Sexual and predatory.
Wait.
Independent, sexual, and predatory. Listen to these affirmations to discover your strengths, understand your mysterious diet, and dominate Greek people.
Dominate Greek people. Okay, alright, okay. It's the dominate Greek people for me. It was the Greek people. It was the Greek people. Good night, Omega. Take care. See you next time. Alpha male turns to yogurt male. And the others, Alex streams ranked with me and the others on 21st. 21st, eh? Alrighty.
For my precious man yogurt.
I woke up to male yogurt video. Persia tried. Dad, come pick me up. I'm scared. Me too. Yeah, they have. Yogurt hoarder, that's what this is, Mavi. Not the loins. The loins. It's the loins. The loins quivered. I think that comes from, there was an actual dude that wrote, you know, the whole like men writing women thing. There was an actual dude that wrote that like her loins quivered or something, like to indicate that she found him sexy, and everybody was like, that's not. I think he might have said her like urethra or something. He said something that was so wrong. He said something so wrong. I don't even remember which one it was, but it was bad. He's also a yogurt robber. He's also a yogurt robber. Oh, it's evolving. It's evolving. We're dominating the Greeks, and now we're taking over the milk farms. Quivering urethra, very concerning. Right, Draco? I feel like it was the urethra or something. I'm so dead. If you're in the mod chat, I'm not in the mod chat. I had them send this link to me, Zero, in the actual Twitch chat. Bro is him. He is the moment. He is the moment, chat, and he is that guy. Okay, thank God they can't touch me. Oh my God. At least he's loyal to yogurt. I don't think he's loyal to yogurt because he eats all. If you're eating all the yogurt, then you're not loyal to any one yogurt. The man got no loyal. Even in this instance, the yogurt male got no loyalty. Just like them alphas and sigmas. My spoon is my sword. It is your sword. When no se Adriancito. I have to set my volume low because I'm surrounded by college students. Let me send a screenshot to Kina. I'm literally dying. I literally cannot. Tell Kina that she was the final approval. Tell Kina that I did not trust any of y'all, but when Kina, I trust Kina. I am intolerant to people who lactose. That is exactly right. That is exactly correct.
Elementary school.
So he couldn't hold it. He couldn't hold it. He couldn't hold it. Even the dude couldn't hold it. Even he couldn't. That's beautiful. I love that he kept that in. I love that he couldn't either. Hollow. 83 is so specific. I'm lacking. Y'all slacking. Y'all, next time, chat, next stream, I need to see all the yogurt males in chat. Yo, who's gonna be my yogurt, my big bad yogurt male? No, I was laughing at what you said, Hollow. Oh god. My sword is my spoon. Yeah, he was. He broke. He couldn't even.
It's hard So if I was ever
Tap me out, bro. Tap me out, bro. Tap me out, man. Tap me out. Oh my god, that's what you guys were saying. That you were eating each other's yogurt. I was so dead. I'm gonna. I'm literally dying. I am deceased. So he steals yogurts as a pastime. He is the yogurt, Mavi. He is the yogurt. The yogurt comes out of him. He has embodied the yogurt. I feel like we're one step away from saying he makes love to the yogurt. We're gonna get there. I have full faith. Welcome back from Agile. It's a yogurt circle. Reject humanity. Return to yogurt. Zero waste. Good morning, little waifu. I Sammy. I'm so curious. He also did Sigma male affirmations. Activia is so fucking good, not the Activia. Any adult male that doesn't eat Greek yogurt needs to turn in his man card. I used to think I'm Sigma, but now I used to think I'm Sigma, but now I edge 23 hours a day to this and became 56% yogurt. I cannot. What are we
lost
doing?
in the wilderness?
Me. That was actually rendered me speechless. That actually rendered me speechless. I had nothing to say to that one. I was like, deceased. I desire your nourishment. Y'all be nourishing each other and that's gonna haunt me now. Y'all be nourishing each other, that's gonna haunt me now. Good God. Good God. Not the nourishing each other. Shit. Yeah, in the wilderness, milking himself, nourishing himself. Who's craving yogurt? We need the Morning Glory milking farm video now. I need some shoe on head to cleanse this nonsense. You don't want to be a yogurt male? It's yogurt time. Arise, my yogurt brothers, for we must march upon yogurt. That was sick. I have a vid? What vid? 0. Oh, that was not... Oh, the video's not available anymore. At least that's what pops up for me. Yeah, the video's not available anymore. I get that notification when I click the link. Oh my lord. Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Deceased. Actually deceased. Actually deceased. Is this a real image, or did he like have to Photoshop the yogurt into his hand? I really would love to know. Praise the goat, venerate the cow, worship the what are the memories? Embrace yogurt. Decad. Oh, I don't want to bring up the Discord. I never bring up Discord on stream because privacy and stuff. But if the link ever works again, we absolutely can. But yeah, the link's broken for some reason on my end. It says video no longer available. It's a real that's a real yoga commercial. Crazy. Memory glands, the thing that produces oh, it's because my brain was like, worship the memories. My brain was like, is memories another animal literally named after the mammary gland? Does the memories listen, this broke my brain. Okay, I am unwell. I am unwell. New Zealand deck commercial. Oh, let's see. Schaefer's New Zealand style deck sealant? The first one? I'm so scared. I know this commercial, you know it. Hold up. I'm gonna save that for later.
If you're like me, you find it very...
That is the most, holy shit, that's the most Australian accent I've goddamn ever heard in my life. If you like him, he's an Australian. If you've ever seen an Australian, he's about to start talking about the outback. Literally deceased. No, this video almost took me out. I'll see if I can grab the link. Thank you. Thank you, AJ. I know it's commercial. Trust Chanti, it's also peak. He's New Zealand. That's a New Zealand accent? Damn. I mean...
very hard to keep your dick dry. I left my dick unprotected and it... If you're like me, you find it very hard to keep your dick dry. I left my dick unprotected and it was warped out of shape in no time. I could barely recognise my own dick. Imagine that. Then I discovered Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. The best way to take care of your dick in 3 easy steps. First, wash your dick with soap and water. Then, wait for your dick to dry. Once your dick is clean and dry, paint your dick with Schaefer's dick sealant. I used to be too embarrassed to invite people over to see my dick. But now, my dick's the talk of the town. I even have pictures of my dick. Check out that dick. I'm gonna send this to my secretary. Barbara always loves to receive my dick pics. After all,
I can't, the look. That look. I'm like, sir, 6 feet away from me. 6 feet away from me or I'm running you over with my car. Wait, did they run this commercial on television? That's what I need to know. Did this run this commercial on television? Someone cut off the swing at the end of the Australian accent? Yeah, Moses May this wouldn't be allowed nowadays. I think so. I respect the fact these people can keep a straight face talking about such stuff. Where do I get this dick sealant?
Summertime is all about spending time on your dick. I'll often have 20 to 30 people on my dick at once. That can really wear your dick out, causing dick splinters and discoloration. But with Schaefer's dick sealant, my dick stays a nice golden brown colour. Who wouldn't want a golden dick? I used to never let children anywhere near my dick. My dick was too dangerous for kids to play on. But it seems like every kid in the neighbourhood's been on my dick this summer, and they've all had a good time. My dick's over 7 years old, but it looks brand new. That's part of the reason all my neighbours are jealous of my dick. Isn't that right, Jim?
Yes, you've got a nice dick, okay?
His wife is always on my dick, begging me to know the secret of my perfect dick. If you like Schaefer's dick sealant, check out Schaefer's New Zealand style cock. I had a huge hole in my dick, but I fixed it by jamming some cock in it. You'd be surprised how many things you can fix by jamming cock into them. Have an extra large hole in your dick? Try Schaefer's African style cock. Just go to your local home improvement store.
That was, I almost did not make up the words in that one.
Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. Don't put it on your penis. There's also a helpful number on the back. Hi, I've got a question about my dick. Schaefer's New Zealand style. Hey, get that squirrel off my dick. He knows he's not allowed to come on my dick.
It was the last sentence for me.
New Zealand.
It was that last sentence. I was like, I was like, what is he saying? He's trying to say something to me.
Check out Schaefer's New Zealand style cock. I had a huge hole in my dick, but I fixed it by jamming some coconut.
I
You'd be
fixed it.
surprised.
Oh, I did not make up the fixed it. But I fixed it by sticking my cock in it. All right, it was that last part was, I speechless, bro. Absolute speechlessness. I'm so curious now. I actually do. I know that Zero said that you thought so. I really am so curious if they actually had this on TV because that's crazy. That one's risky. That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it. Scroll count for them nuts. Squirrel do like the nuts. Dominic Purcell, Yoplait commercial for the real yogurt video. Oh, I want to say Dominic. I spelled that wrong. Dominic Purcell yogurt commercial. I need. Oh! I see. I see.
You see this look on my face? That's not hunger, that's anger. So I'm gonna have my face to make me feel better. And once I do, you'll see a look of satisfaction and contentment blossom across my face. Easy. Now I feel my face. Make your face happy. Your play.
Yeah, that one's an edited version. That one's an edited version, you could tell.
You may not be able to tell from the look of my face, but I'm very, very hungry. I need something that satiates my tum-tum. Something with just enough protein to seek out my hunger and eliminate it.
I'm deeply uncomfortable.
That's called satiety. And Yoplait Greek 100 is very effective at providing it. Satiety. Make your tummy happy. Yoplait. You see this look on my face?
Is it just the same one or is it different? No, it is.
Oh,
they're different. There's more than
To
one.
make me feel better. And once I do, you'll see a look of satisfaction and contentment blossom across my face.
Hi, Rem.
See? Now I feel better. Make your tummy happy. Your play.
Yogurt man.
You don't know anything about yogurt. You think it's too heavy, too tart. You don't know anything about Yoplait Greek 100 whips. The texture is quite light. It's like a delicate lace embroidery you dip a berry into. Go ahead.
Wait.
It's like a delicate lace embroidery you dip a berry into. Go ahead. Dip the berry. Make your tummy happy. Yoplait. Yeah, that's right. I love Yoplait Greek 100 whips. The texture's quite nice. It's like a little fluffy cloud in my mouth. Fluffy, fluffy cloud.
Dip the Chantico. Hide in the bathroom. What is that?
Make your tummy
happy.
Yoplait.
100 whips. That was a lot. That was so much. A true yogurt male. Yogurt male activities. Oh yeah. Yogurt male activities is what I'm talking about. That I didn't know about the yogurt male. I was unaware. I didn't know. I was anti-alpha, anti-sigma, anti-beta, but you know what? I can get behind the yogurt male. I can get behind the yogurt male. I am so dead. We can do that next time, because we do have to end. He was born in the yogurt, molded by it. We merely adopted the yogurt. True. He was the original. All yogurt males came from this male. Remember? A yogurt male can suck themselves off. That's how this works. You all came from his seed. Alright, that's the sign I need to stop. I'm glad you said it, so I waited to cut you off. Something about German lessons are not for free. Oh, God. Is the 21st Monday? No, it's not. Well, Monday's today. The 21st is gonna be... for Thursday? Why is my timing so bad? Don't worry, Rem. Using strawberry as an edible scooping apparatus is a good idea. This is true. Just not when this man does it. How much money did they pay you to go swimming in that suit? Get some caulk? I need to go get some caulk. Some caulk for my dick. I need some caulk for my dick. Oh, God. Deceased. That's a funny way to wake up. Thank you, of course, Kev. I'm excited. We'll be doing some more React days in the future. Don't you worry. We'll be doing some more React days. Maybe I hope... we do have time this week for a React day. Probably on Friday or something. We'll see. We'll see. Or maybe Wednesday. But we'll do another one. Nani, the fuck? My spoon is my sword. Thursday. 8 a.m. PST for you, I think. Yeah, it will be, actually. I'll still be awake at then Hollow, because I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm basically already on Netherlands time, which is odd. Hi, Tuka, my cute Tuka. Got a nice scalp. He does have a very nice scalp, I will say. Thank you for the coven offerings. He just divided like a cell and became Legion. Caulk for your... Yeah, caulk for my dick. You're very crazy. In the morning here, I can't fall asleep. Oh, Zero. I like crazy people. I like crazy people too. Chat reflects a streamer, or streamer reflects a chat. Both? Both? Alright, I will go. The delirium. It is time for me to go. Otherwise, who knows what the fuck I'm gonna say. Win-win. Careful, don't fall through the holes in your deck. Chibiko, remember to fill them with your caulk. Exactly, don't worry. I'm gonna go fill my deck with caulk, and I will come back to you when I finish coming. I'm gonna stop now. Goodbye. Alright. Don't forget to follow me on both Twitch and YouTube, because I'm going to be making videos on other the YouTube videos, reacts as well. So, unlike the YouTube video, if you're hanging out over there too, hop on into the Discord. Don't forget that you can recommend stuff for maybe to be seen in future videos. Reacts in the Reacts channel. So hop on into our Discord if you are not in there already. Monday I'm off. I'm not streaming Monday, but I'll be back on Tuesday. I'll see you guys very, very soon. Make sure that you take very good care. Eat well, rest, eat the munchies, drink water, all of the self-care things. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I adore you all. Besitos. Mwah! I'm gonna go and eat your nuggies, okay? Okay, goodbye.